Lu Chen left Chu Yukin's room with a frown, looking extremely grave. For some reason, he still felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him. Lu Chen was unsure if this was merely his own illusion. This sensation had persisted for several days now. Regardless of his actions, the feeling remained, even while bathing or at the privy, he sensed someone's gaze upon him. Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder, could that woman be a pervert, watching even as he bathed and attended to nature's call? At this moment, Lu Chen truly couldn't ascertain if that woman was indeed surveilling him. He'd inquired with Lin Wanyan, and Lin Wanyan said that the mysterious Moon Palace had no new messages coming to the North Country. In his heart, Lu Chen wondered, could he have guessed wrong, and the person observing him wasn't that woman but someone else? Or was this all a figment of his imagination? From the start there wasn't any powerful being that had come to the North Country, and the pressure emanating from Xuanyuan Chaoj was due to a new understanding that led to the restrictions of heaven and earth. Honestly, having been repressed for so many days, playing the role of a well-behaved man, Lu Chen felt he was nearly bursting. Used to lavish meals, now abstaining for so many days, eating vegetarian dishes while delectable meats were placed before him, it was unbearable. This couldn't go on any longer. At that moment, Lu Chen thought, forget it, he should just endure a bit more. Perhaps that woman had truly arrived, having held on for so many days, a few more wouldn't matter. With this thought, Lu Chen once again returned to the Wind Cloud Court for breakfast, and after finishing his meal, he headed to his study to attend to state affairs once more. After Lu Chen went to the study, his wives and concubines gathered at the pavilion in the Wind Cloud Court. At this moment, all the women's gazes turned towards Chu Yukin. Mu Zixuan initiated the conversation. Chu, have you found out anything? Chu Yukin sighed softly, then responded. Chen'er said that Great Wu will launch a military campaign against the North Country in 2 months. He's under a lot of pressure lately and not in the mood for other matters. Upon hearing this, the women were taken aback. So a significant event was about to take place in the North Country. No wonder Lu Chen had been acting like a different person lately. Great Wu's impending attack on the North Country was indeed a matter of great concern, and it was uncertain whether the North Country would be able to withstand it this time. With this thought, worry colored the faces of the women. At this point, Chu Yukin, with a smile on her face, reassured the women, you don't need to worry too much. If Chen'er is under too much pressure and needs to vent, and truly can't hold back anymore, he will surely turn to you all. He won't keep it all in. As for Great Wu's attack on the North Country, I believe the North Country's army can withstand the invaders. The North Country now is not the North City of a few years ago. After hearing these words from Chu Yukin, the women felt somewhat better. Indeed, the military strength of the North Country was now so formidable. Although Great Wu was a dynasty and had to guard against other dynasties around it, hence they can't possibly direct all their forces to attack the North Country. It was highly likely the North Country would withstand the siege. At this very moment, atop a certain rooftop, a woman looked on emotionlessly at the events unfolding within the pavilion of the Wind Cloud Court. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's wives and concubines living together harmoniously, the woman murmured to herself, being able to maintain such harmony in the harem, the North Prince indeed has some skills, it's time to meet him. She did not plan to stay in North Country for too long, she was simply there to ascertain what kind of man the North Prince was. After observing him for a few days, she formed a general impression of the North Prince and decided it was time to return. As evening approached, Dongfang Longyu visited Lu Chen's study, where she asked him about some issues concerning newspapers. Lu Chen explained everything to her meticulously and in detail. In front of Lu Chen, Dongfang Longyu stood very close to him. After restraining himself for these past few days, he was finding it increasingly difficult to control himself. Right now, he really wanted to press Dongfang Longyu against the desk and engage in some joyful activities with her, but he couldn't. At that moment, Lu Chen vaguely sensed that feeling of being watched growing stronger, as if the person who had been monitoring him all this time was right in the room, yet he could not detect the person's presence. After explaining everything to Dongfang Longyu, Lu Chen took a deep breath, trying his best to control his restless emotions. Dongfang Longyu also noticed the change in Lu Chen's demeanor. Being a member of the North Prince Mansion, she had heard about Lu Chen's recent strangeness. This time, Dongfang Longyu tentatively asked, Prince, if you wish, I can. At this point, Dongfang Longyu's face grew hot with embarrassment. Thinking that she was one of Lu Chen's women, it was natural for her to serve Lu Chen. However, to take the initiative to suggest such things was still difficult for her. Seeing Dongfang Longyu's blush, Lu Chen immediately understood what she meant and quickly coughed, smiling as he said, No need, if you don't have anything else, you may leave first. I still have some matters to attend to. Seeing that Lu Chen had politely refused, Dongfang Longyu did not insist any further. She then said, This concubine understands, I will take my leave. As soon as these words were spoken, Dongfang Longyu turned and left the study. After Dongfang Longyu had left the study, Lu Chen sighed. When would this kind of life come to an end? It was truly unbearable. The person who had been observing him in secret for so many days should come out by now. Even if that person was not Chen Wanrong's master but someone else, after observing him for so many days, they should reveal themselves and their intentions. Lu Chen massaged his temples. Forget it, it's better not to think too much. He would hold out for another 5 days. If the person hiding in the shadows still did not appear, he would stop pretending and go back to doing whatever he needed to do. With this in mind, Lu Chen stood up, ready to return to Wind Cloud Court for dinner. But just as he reached the door, he suddenly felt an intense bone-chilling coldness engulf him. It was then that Xuanyuan Cheage's voice suddenly appeared in the study, Your Highness, be careful. At that moment, Lu Chen whirled around, only to see Xuanyuan Cheage already standing in front of him. As a celestial, he had sensed a powerful presence in the prince's mansion and immediately rushed to the study. Right now, seated on the chair where Lu Chen had just been, was a woman dressed in white. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with a cold air about her, and an immortal aura lingering around her. Lu Chen only took one glance at the woman and felt as though he had fallen into an eternal icy cavern, his body seemingly frozen in place. Yet, within this cavern of millennia-old ice, appeared to be a field of white snow lotuses, extraordinarily beautiful. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He had long heard from Lin Wanyan that Chen Wanrong's master was a true fairy, extremely beautiful, but he had not expected this woman to be so stunning. Her silver-white hair cascaded down to her waist, secured at the head with a jade hairpin in a bun, and her white gown clung tightly to her body, her skin as pure as snow. Upon the sudden appearance of the white-haired woman in the study, Lu Chen was stunned by her beauty. His mind went blank for a long time before he could react. After what seemed like an eternity, the woman's voice rang out and echoed within the study. I have matters to discuss with your great king, she said. Her voice was clear, icy, and brooked no refusal, as if it had the power to penetrate one's mind directly. At that moment, Lu Chen came back to his senses and immediately used the system to identify the identity of the woman sitting on his chair. Although he had already guessed who the woman was, he still needed to go through the necessary steps, especially to see the woman's favorability towards him in case she meant him harm later on. Name: Yun Shenxian. Identity: Chen Wanrong and Chu Yu's master, the owner of Mysterious Moon Palace, an immortal from another world, aged 3,000 years. She decided to come down from the mountain personally after learning that the North Prince had deflowered her disciple to see what kind of man he is and whether he is worthy of her disciple. Rating: 100. Favorability: 95. Seeing Yun Shenxian's rating at 100, Lu Chen's heart gave a start. No wonder he couldn't take his eyes off this woman. This was the first time he encountered a woman with a rating of 100. As expected of a fairy. He had not expected this woman's favorability towards him to be already 95. It seemed that his days of endurance were worth it. She probably thought he was a progressive person to have such a high favorability. While Lu Chen was thinking this, Xuanyuan Cheage's voice interrupted his thoughts. Who are you? Why did you trespass into the prince's mansion? He demanded. At this point, Lu Chen patted Xuanyuan Cheage's shoulder and said, Lord Xuanyuan, this prince knows who this lady is. You may leave us, for I need to speak with her. Seeing that Lu Chen had said so, Xuanyuan Cheage immediately treated Yun Shenxian as someone who had come to join the North Prince, and he responded, this old servant understands. With that, Xuanyuan Cheage turned and left the room. No sooner had Xuanyuan Chaoj departed than a cold chill emanated from Yun Shenxian's body. In the next moment, all the doors and windows of the study slammed shut and were sealed by a thick layer of ice. Lu Chen quickly bowed and said, I pay my respects to the elder. May I ask what brings you to the North Country this time? Upon hearing this, Yun Shenxian asked with curiosity, Oh. It seems you have guessed who I am. Lu Chen replied, I won't hide it from the elder. Rongrong sent someone to write me a letter, so I knew earlier that the elder would come. I just didn't expect the elder to suddenly appear in the prince's mansion. Yun Shenxian chuckled coldly, in such a short time, Rongrong has been completely enamored with you. You do have some skills. Lu Chen said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Rongrong and I are truly in love. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Yun Shenxian's body released waves of cold air, chilling Lu Chen, a grandmaster, to the bone. HMPH, truly in love. A man who keeps so many wives and concubines in his harem actually claims to be truly in love with Rongrong. Since you and Rongrong are truly in love, why don't you dismiss all your wives and concubines right now? I will agree to your relationship immediately. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately realized that Yun Shenxian was testing him. This was not the time for him to agree to Yun Shenxian's conditions. Lu Chen then said, While I also deeply love Rongrong, those wives and concubines of mine are now my kin. I absolutely cannot abandon my own family. If I were to abandon my beloved ones just for Rongrong, wouldn't that make me a man of fickle loyalty? I believe Rongrong wouldn't like such a cold and heartless version of me either. Yun Shenxian snorted coldly, and a piercing cold air released from her body, freezing Lu Chen's legs solid. What a joke. You claim to love Rongrong deeply, but you cannot bear to part with the beauties in your harem. It seems to me that all you care about is coveting Rongrong's body. Lu Chen continued to argue, It is true that I desire Rongrong's body, but that does not mean I only like her for that. I like her in her entirety, everything she is, which naturally includes her body. Yun Shenxian snorted, sweet talker. Lu Chen then took the initiative to say, Regardless, I will not give up on Rongrong. Even if the elder doesn't allow us to be together, one day I will take Rongrong away. Hearing the firmness in Lu Chen's voice, Yun Shenxian laughed lightly, then said, Take her away. You don't think that just because the North Country has a celestial, you have the power to take someone from the mysterious Moon Palace, do you? Lu Chen replied, The North Country is still developing. Who can say for sure whether the North Country will not produce another celestial in the future? Yun Shenxian said, Enough, I won't waste more words with you. Let's set aside the matter of Rongrong for now. My visit to the North Country did originally focus on assessing your character. However, once I arrived in the North Country, I discovered some very interesting things. More than your character, I am now far more curious about your identity. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen felt a sudden pang in his heart. For some reason, he began to have a bad premonition. His identity. What identity does he have? Isn't he just the son of the Sum Emperor, a prince of the Great Sum? Besides that, what other identity could he possibly have? At this time, Lu Chen asked in confusion, Senior, what do you mean by that? Yun Shenxian sat askew in her chair, revealing her slender jade legs, and said lightly, I came to the North Country a few days ago. After arriving, I visited all the places that one should go to. Whether it's the steam locomotive, or the firearms, or even the governance model of the North Country, all of these are proving one thing. As she spoke, Yun Shenxian's purple pupils stared into Lu Chen's eyes. Feeling Yun Shenxian's intense gaze, Lu Chen suddenly felt a bit hollow inside, as if he had been seen through. Lu Chen continued to ask, proving what? Yun Shenxian spoke indifferently, proving that you are not a person from this world. At these words, Lu Chen felt a jolt in his heart. For him, apart from possessing the system, transmigration was one of his biggest secrets, and unexpectedly, his identity had been seen through by someone else. A look of shock appeared on Lu Chen's face. Although he tried hard to conceal his inner emotions, Yun Shenxian still saw through him. Yun Shenxian said coldly, You find it unbelievable, right? Why would someone in this world be able to discern your identity? Lu Chen said, I don't understand what senior is talking about. Seeing that Lu Chen wouldn't admit it, Yun Shenxian continued, when I first heard Rongrong mention you, I thought you had received an immortal's inheritance, that you had a fateful connection to the immortals. But the moment I saw you, I didn't detect any trace of an immortal's essence on you. If you had encountered an immortal or received an immortal's inheritance, you would inevitably have been imbued with some immortal essence regardless. Therefore, I deduced that those things from the North Country weren't given to you by an immortal, but are your own creations. Lu Chen then asked, is senior suspecting that I've used the reincarnation method to take over this body? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a smile finally appeared on Yun Shenxian's frosty face. Reincarnation. You even know about that, it seems my guess is correct. After all, there are very few in this world who know about the art of reincarnation. However, I don't think you came to this world by using reincarnation. Your mother was my disciple. I realized that she carried a special mission with her from long ago, so when she descended from the mountain, I didn't stop her. Now it seems, the fact that you could arrive in this world must have been intentional on your mother's part. Although I don't know why you appeared in this world, I can be sure of one thing, your arrival is no accident, and it will certainly bring about earth-shattering changes to this world. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen's heart was even more shocked. He hadn't expected this woman to know so much. Could she also guess the matter of him having a system? Seeing Lu Chen fall silent, Yun Shenxian continued, I am like you, also not from this world. Lu Chen was taken aback once more. Yun Shenxian is also a transmigrator. Just as Lu Chen wanted to ask if Yun Shenxian also came from Earth, Yun Shenxian said, I come from the immortal realm. I was accidentally sucked into a temporal maelstrom and fell to this world, trapped here unable to leave. This. Lu Chen quickly realized that Yun Shenxian's situation and his own weren't the same at all. Yun Shenxian had physically traversed to this world, while he had come here in spirit. After processing the information Yun Shenxian had revealed, Lu Chen tried to calm his emotions and then asked, I am indeed not from this world, senior. I simply went to sleep and then found myself here. I never expected that there are others like me in this world. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of kinship when I first saw senior. Hearing this, Yun Shenxian snorted coldly, then said, don't try to cozy up to me. Even though you're not from this world, judging by the things you've implemented in the North Country, I can tell that you're at best from a lower world. Steam engines, firearms, so these are all products of a lower world. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. This woman seems difficult to fool. Yun Shenxian continued, I won't delve into how you arrived in this world. Since you are Yu's child, I will give you an opportunity. Take me as your master and from now on obediently follow my instructions. Not only will I agree to let Rongrong marry you, but if I find a way to leave this world, I will also inform you at the earliest. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen felt surprised inside. He hadn't expected this woman to agree so easily to his union with Chen Wanrong. He thought he would have to go through some ordeals first. Without a second thought, Lu Chen immediately said to Yun Shenxian, disciple Lu Chen greets the master. Seeing how decisively Lu Chen accepted the offer, Yun Shenxian then said, you are a smart man. I hope you will treat Rongrong well. If she suffers any grievances, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, Lu Chen asked, Master, when will Rongrong be able to return to the North Country? Yun Shenxian spoke coldly, Rongrong is still the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, and she won't leave the mysterious Moon Palace easily. In the future, I will allow Rongrong a few days each year to come down the mountain and reunite with you. If you want to see her, you'll have to go to the mysterious Moon Palace to find her. This feels like the tale of the cowherd and the weaving maid. At this point, Yun Shenxian suddenly thought of the dual cultivation technique. She then asked, I've heard that you and Rongrong have cultivated the dual cultivation technique. Show me your dual cultivation technique. I need to verify whether this technique is an evil cultivation. If it is, you are forbidden from practicing it in the future. Lu Chen was stunned. Why was Yun Shenxian interested in the dual cultivation technique? However, left without a choice, Lu Chen ultimately decided to show Yun Shenxian the Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang spell. Since Yun Shenxian knew his biggest secret and, given her powerful skills, there was no need to make an enemy of her. Furthermore, by gaining Yun Shenxian's favor, not only would he receive tremendous help in this world, but if he really could travel to other worlds in the future, he would also be able to learn about them through her. At that moment, Lu Chen said to the system in his mind, "System, can I directly take out the cultivation technique to show someone else?" "You can." The next moment, the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill condensed into a transparent crystal badge. With a thought, the crystal badge appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Without a second word, Lu Chen handed the crystal badge to Yun Shenxian. "Master, this is the dual cultivation technique I have been practicing." Yun Shenxian took the crystal badge from Lu Chen, then crushed it, and the essentials of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill immediately entered her mind. Yun Shenxian scrutinized every step of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill seriously, and she soon made a judgment about the technique. This was indeed a righteous technique. Practicing it was not only beneficial for men, but for women as well and didn't have any downsides. However, this struck Yun Shenxian as odd. Judging from the steam engines and firearms that Lu Chen had concocted in the North Country, he must have come from the lower world. How could such a lower world have such a complete cultivation method? She had never come across such a perfect cultivation technique in the past, and she even felt like trying this technique herself. Seeing Yun Shenxian with her eyes closed and silent for a long time, Lu Chen cautiously asked, "Master, what do you think of my cultivation technique?" At that moment, Yun Shenxian opened her purple eyes and said, "There's nothing wrong with this technique, but I still need to verify it." As she spoke, Lu Chen suddenly felt his body immobilize. The next moment, his clothes froze into ice and shattered to the ground, leaving him bare in front of Yun Shenxian. Lu Chen was instantly flustered. What did Yun Shenxian mean by this? This woman, she couldn't possibly intend to. That would be too direct, wouldn't it? They had only just met. Although he did harbor some thoughts about Yun Shenxian, the fairy, he had planned to take his time, gradually influence her, and then eventually win her Avera, but Yun Shenxian was being so proactive that she shattered all his clothes herself. Feeling rather embarrassed, Lu Chen said, "Master, what do you mean by this?" Previously, it was always he who took the initiative to tear off someone else's clothes. Today was the first time a woman had done this to him. Without paying attention to Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian said indifferently, "Look into my eyes." Subconsciously, Lu Chen looked into her eyes. The next moment, he felt his blood surging, followed by an uncontrollable restlessness in his body, which also underwent a peculiar change. At this point, Lu Chen was still lucid and immediately felt somewhat humiliated. However, an inner voice relentlessly tempted him to subdue Yun Shenxian and deal with her as he had dealt with Wang Qingqi. Although the voice persisted, Lu Chen was no fool. He was well aware that this was Yun Shenxian's doing. What on earth did this woman want to do? Could it be that she just wanted to see him make a fool of himself? Yun Shenxian remained expressionless, and then she said, "Your technique still requires further examination by me." Lu Chen's heart leaped to no, it was more a jolt of alarm and he hastily said, "Master, what do you mean by this? Now that I have taken you as my master, and since Rongrong is my woman, how can you look at my body?" Yun Shenxian said coldly, "To me, there's no difference between you and pigs, cattle, or sheep. In the world of immortals, those high and mighty beings indeed view ordinary mortals much as they do livestock." Feeling somewhat irate, Lu Chen knew, under some technique of Yun Shenxian's, that he was eager to overpower and fiercely discipline her, but he could only move one part of his body, as a powerful force had restrained his hands and feet. Just as Lu Chen wondered if he was about to be violated by this 3,000-year-old fairy, he realized Yun Shenxian was still seated in her chair, unmoved, simply staring at his body. Lu Chen was puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to verify the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill? Why was she showing no signs of action when he was already prepared? As Lu Chen grappled with confusion, suddenly a warm current entered his body, and the next moment, to his astonishment, he found that the skill inside him was flowing toward Yun Shenxian. Simultaneously, the spiritual power from Yun Shenxian's body was also flowing into his. Ah! What? Their bodies hadn't even touched, so how did the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill activate on its own? Lu Chen was puzzled. According to logic, this technique should only operate when he was in intimate contact with his wives, yet Yun Shenxian managed to effortlessly activate the technique from such a distance. While Lu Chen remained baffled, Yun Shenxian murmured, "Just as I suspected, this technique is above the heaven rank." As soon as Yun Shenxian's words fell, Lu Chen felt a tingling sensation rush up his spine to the crown of his head, causing his skill to uncontrollably surge within him. At this moment, Lu Chen was feeling somewhat puzzled. He and Yun Shenxian had done nothing, and they were several meters apart, but his internal skill had burst forth. What was going on? How had Yun Shenxian managed to do it? Deep in his heart, Lu Chen had already taken note of what Yun Shenxian had done to him today, and he secretly resolved that one day, he would transfer all the skill he had wasted today back into Yun Shenxian's body. Yun Shenxian acted very fast. As soon as Lu Chen's skill was drawn out, it was frozen into snowflakes by waves of cold air. Watching the snowflakes falling in the room, Yun Shenxian still showed no change in facial expression. By then, Lu Chen had realized that in Yun Shenxian's eyes, he truly was no different from livestock such as pigs, cows, and sheep. Even if she saw him in his entirety, she wouldn't be moved in the slightest. Would humans feel embarrassed and blush at the sight of the naked bodies of pigs, cows, and sheep? No. In reality, humans wouldn't feel anything at seeing animals mounting each other, let alone seeing their bodies. This was the behavior of a higher animal looking at a lower one. At this moment, Yun Shenxian's gaze was one that regarded a lower animal. Perhaps in Yun Shenxian's eyes, immortals were higher beings, and humans were lower ones. At that time, Lu Chen's face turned red with anger. He said resentfully, "Master, this cultivation technique is not supposed to be practiced like this, it requires bodily contact to cultivate properly." Hearing this, Yun Shenxian snorted coldly, "What, do you want to engage in the act between men and women with me?" Seeing Yun Shenxian's icy demeanor, Lu Chen truly wanted to press her down, but unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough yet. Lu Chen thought furiously that this woman had better not fall into his hands, otherwise if she didn't bear him 100 children in this lifetime, he would never let her off. Lu Chen then asked, "Master, since you've already verified the cultivation technique, isn't it time you released your disciple?" As Lu Chen finished speaking, Yun Shenxian paid no attention to him and continued maintaining the circulation of the cultivation technique between them. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. What did this woman mean? Hadn't she already verified the feasibility of the cultivation technique? Why wouldn't she let him go? As time ticked away second by second, the more Lu Chen looked at the woman with silver white hair and purple pupils before him, the hotter his heart grew. Yun Shenxian's snow-white skin, delicate collarbones, voluptuous figure, and tempting red lips constantly provoked Lu Chen's deepest desires, inflaming his passions to boundless extents. Lu Chen thought to himself, this despicable woman, having seen all of him, wouldn't even let him touch her, using such contemptible means to incite his passions for her. Lu Chen had almost figured out why Yun Shenxian could operate the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. Although their bodies hadn't touched and were separated by several meters, Yun Shenxian had used some special method to amplify his innermost desires and captivated his heart. Then they met the conditions for dual cultivation, and the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill was successfully operated. Still, Lu Chen was somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, the cultivation technique should only be effective if Yun Shenxian also had such thoughts towards him. However, judging by Yun Shenxian's indifferent expression, although her favorability towards him had reached 90, she harbored no romantic feelings for him. If there were no romantic feelings, then why could this dual cultivation technique still be used between them? Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, that same sensation of something rushing towards his crown chakra came again. Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless, as he had become no different from Yun Shenxian's plaything. So be it, he thought, if he had to suffer a bit of a loss, then he would. He definitely remembered today's humiliation anyway, and he would one day take his revenge. Meanwhile, Yun Shenxian saw that Lu Chen still appeared very excited and furrowed her brows slightly. What was going on? Yun Shenxian was puzzled, but she didn't take it seriously. This was a good opportunity for her to restore some of her strength. She realized that this dual cultivation technique was perfect. It restored her strength very quickly when she cultivated with Lu Chen, offering her only benefits and no drawbacks. As for Lu Chen, he would not suffer any harm, at most he would expend some energy. Moreover, this would also be beneficial for Lu Chen. Although it would not help him break through the heavenly human realm, it could still help him further enhance his strength. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Chen's consciousness grew blurry, and he felt as if he was engaging in the act between man and woman with Yun Shenxian, which, of course, was impossible. It was all an illusion. However, illusion or not, the sensations were real. He didn't know what methods Yun Shenxian had used to give him the same feelings he'd only experienced during intimate moments with his wives and concubines. The night grew deep, and the light was still on in the study, from where Lu Chen's voice could occasionally be heard. Mu Zixuan and a group of Lu Chen's wives and concubines were waiting for him to return to the Wind Cloud Court for dinner, but Lu Chen did not come back. Mu Zixuan then decided to send a maid to hurry him along. Soon, the maid returned with a crimson face. Seeing the maid's flushed complexion, everyone seemed to understand what had happened, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen had been abnormal for so many days, and they were all worried that the pressure inside him was too great, which could affect him and even lead to him becoming possessed by devils. Fortunately, Lu Chen could no longer hold back. They guessed he was probably in the study clashing with that woman again. Mu Zixuan and the others did not know that Lu Chen had been standing as a punishment all night long. The next morning, when he saw the light outside the window, Lu Chen finally sobered up a bit. He was still extremely excited, his blood boiling within him. At this moment, Yun Shenxian, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes. After a night of cultivation, her skill had recovered a great deal, so much so that she wouldn't even need to enter seclusion anymore. This came as a very pleasant surprise to Yun Shenxian. She hadn't expected this disciple to be so useful. No, that wasn't quite right. It was the cultivation technique courtesy of this disciple that proved so beneficial. She had previously planned to go into closed-door cultivation for 50, 100, or even 500 years, without any intention of coming out. Now, she had no need for it at all. The lack of abundant spiritual energy in this world meant one had to enter prolonged seclusion to restore strength. Now that she had found an alternative, Yun Shenxian felt some joy in her heart. Cultivation techniques of the heaven rank are indeed useful. This also confirmed one thing for Yun Shenxian. It was very likely that Lu Chen was not someone who had crossed over from the lower world. Possessing such a flawless cultivation technique, he was likely from a world with complete rules. Presently, Yun Shenxian had no intention of dwelling on who Lu Chen really was. After all, this man was now her disciple and was destined to be the companion of another disciple of hers. As his mentor, there should be no issue using his body to restore her strength, right? By now, Lu Chen had also recovered a bit of consciousness. He spoke up, "Mentor, it's been a night. Shouldn't it be about time?" Lu Chen was no fool. At this point, how could he not have understood Yun Shenxian's purpose? This woman was using him for cultivation of freeloading off his cultivation technique. Yun Shenxian glanced at Lu Chen's body once more and found that his condition was still the same as the day before, still extremely excited. Yun Shenxian was startled inwardly once again. This man. Something was not right. Yun Shenxian, who had lived for 3,000 years, had never engaged in romantic affairs due to her cultivation pursuits, but she was very knowledgeable about them. She had spied on many a romantic encounter, but she had never seen any man like Lu Chen. Yun Shenxian wondered to herself, could it be due to some special physical constitution? Later, Yun Shenxian sensed with her immortal power and discovered that Lu Chen's body didn't seem much different from the average person's. At that moment, Yun Shenxian stood up from her chair and approached Lu Chen directly. Seeing Yun Shenxian, the cold fairy who had tormented him all night long, walking towards him, Lu Chen's excitement heightened even more. But it wasn't because Lu Chen had any special preferences for torment, he simply wanted to overpower this woman. Unfortunately, his body still could not move. He was still too weak. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he had encountered a woman he couldn't handle. After walking up to Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian raised her delicate hand and touched his chest lightly, then, treating him like an animal, she felt here and peeked there. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yun Shenxian considered that perhaps it was due to the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill that his physical condition remained so stable. With this thought, Yun Shenxian decided not to waste more time. She then said, "Thanks to you, I've recovered the majority of my strength. You may make a request of me. As long as it's not excessive, I can grant it." Lu Chen thought to himself that his request would be to devour her completely. Of course, he couldn't actually say that. Lu Chen then responded, "Disciple hasn't decided yet. I will make my request once I have given it some thought, mentor." Yun Shenxian replied indifferently, "That's acceptable." Just then, Lu Chen suddenly had an idea and said with a slight smile, "Mentor, since you have come to the North Country, why not stay a little longer? It would allow your disciple to properly honor you." Yun Shenxian responded without expression, "There's no need. I cannot be away from the mysterious Moon Palace for too long." Lu Chen felt a pang of displeasure. This woman wanted to leave after draining him dry. Lu Chen then said, "Mentor, I suspect my father, the Emperor, is conspiring with Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain to harm the mysterious Moon Palace." Yun Shenxian replied without concern, "In the past, perhaps I would have been worried. But now that I've regained much of my strength, should they dare to act against the mysterious Moon Palace, only destruction awaits them." With that, Yun Shenxian scanned Lu Chen's body once more. Now, he did not feel even a shred of shame at being looked at. Let it be. He would consider it a display of his strength, showcasing his assets. Yun Shenxian then said, "Your body is well suited to this cultivation technique. However, I must remind you not to become addicted to the pleasures of the flesh. Once you succumb to it, you will find yourself unable to think of anything else, and it's very easy to be led astray. With just a little trick from me, you indulged in it all night, unable to extricate yourself. Fortunately, I did not desire your life. If it were someone with ulterior motives, you would probably be dead by now." Though Lu Chen was inwardly unconvinced, he replied politely, "Disciple will heed mentor's teachings." Yun Shenxian declared, "Good. It's time for me to leave." Just as Yun Shenxian was about to leave, something suddenly occurred to her. In the next moment, her hand held a blue pigeon. This is a spirit dove. If you encounter any confusion in your cultivation in the future, you can write a letter and use the spirit dove to send a message to me. Lu Chen cast a glance at the dove in Yun Shenxian's hand, about to say something, when suddenly, Yun Shenxian's body disappeared on the spot, leaving only the blue dove behind. After Yun Shenxian vanished, the restriction on Lu Chen's body was lifted. He quickly bowed his head to check his body and, finding everything in order, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the spirit dove left behind by Yun Shenxian on the desk, Lu Chen felt a surge of anger in his belly. What he wanted to do most now was to kill this spirit dove and make soup out of it to vent his frustration. Of course, he didn't actually do that. He glanced again at the white snowflakes on the ground, all of which had been frozen by the cold spiritual energy released by Yun Shenxian. Lu Chen sighed. What an ordeal! He had been tormented by a woman all night long and ended up without even a kiss or an embrace. Never mind, in the end, he had passed the test of Yun Shenxian. Not only could he freely indulge in mischief with the fairy Chen Wanrong, but he also gained the mysterious Moon Palace as a backing. His status in this world was thus increasingly stable. With this in mind, Lu Chen immediately turned and walked towards the resting room of the study. Upon entering, he took out a set of clothes from the cabinet and got dressed. Dawn. Mu Zixuan was watering the dragon phoenix tree. The tree had sprouted new branches, and Mu Zixuan was particularly attentive to it, as one of the people who knew the secrets of the dragon phoenix tree. At that moment, Lu Chen rushed into the courtyard. Seeing him, Mu Zixuan said with a smile, "Prince, your servant has already prepared breakfast for you, all nourishing foods." Before Mu Zixuan could finish speaking, she suddenly lost her balance. Lu Chen, seeing Mu Zixuan in her tight red dress, had his eyes gleaming with golden light. He promptly used shadow shifting, appearing instantly in front of Mu Zixuan, then scooped her up in a princess carry. Having been punished to stand all night in the study, although he managed to dissipate the stagnant skill within his body, everything he experienced last night was an illusion, it wasn't real enough. Lu Chen could no longer bear it. Mu Zixuan, having lost her balance, was momentarily stunned and let out a startled cry, "Ah! Prince!" Before Mu Zixuan could say anything more, Lu Chen carried her off to the Wind Cloud Palace. Then he turned to the maid at the doorway and ordered, "Xiao Ru, go call Madame Xiaozhou and Madame Dazhou. Tell them the prince wants to discuss some matters with them." Without waiting for the maid to respond, Lu Chen entered the Wind Cloud Palace, tossing Mu Zixuan onto the soft large bed. Mu Zixuan was still a bit dazed. She had just thought that Lu Chen, not having returned the previous night, must have spent a flirtatious night in the study. But in the next moment, she became the prey of Lu Chen. Mu Zixuan didn't think too much about it. After all, as Lu Chen's wife, it was her duty to attend to him. However, she quickly realized something was amiss. Lu Chen seemed particularly fiery today, and she suspected that he might have been provoked in some way. Fortunately, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao arrived at the Wind Cloud Palace just in time. In the mornings, Lu Chen's wives and concubines would usually gather in the Wind Cloud Court for conversation and tea. Today was no exception. When Chu Yukin arrived at the Wind Cloud Court, she found Yelv Nanyan and the others sitting quietly in the pavilion without a word. Chu Qingli watched the Wind Cloud Palace with a strange look on her face. Chu Yukin walked into the pavilion and said, "What's going on here?" At this point, Chu Yukin noticed that Mu Zixuan, Zhou Yuyu, and Zhou Xiaoxiao were all absent. On any regular day, the two Zhous would be the first to arrive in the courtyard, as they were the most idle in the prince's mansion. All the other women in the mansion had tasks to a greater or lesser extent, but their main duty was to take care of the children. Yet today, they hadn't shown up even though it was getting late. Chu Yukin continued, "Have Yu and Xiaoxiao gone out? Why haven't I seen them? Now is a critical time, it's best to take more people when going out." Soon, Great Wu would declare war on North Country, and Yan County was surely filled with Great Wu's spies. No one could be certain that those spies wouldn't harm Lu Chen's wives and concubines. Chu Qingli then said, "Sister, you're already a Grand Master, or your ears still that bad? Just listen to what's happening in the Wind Cloud Palace." Upon hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukin was momentarily stunned before she tuned into the situation inside the Wind Cloud Palace. In the next moment, she could hear the intermittent voices. And clearly, Mu Zixuan along with Big Zhou and Little Zhou were all there. Chu Yukin then realized and said, puzzled, "Didn't Chen'er stay in the study all of last night without coming back? How come this early in the morning? Who knows what kind of madness has taken him," replied Chu Qingli. Chu Yukin frowned slightly, then said, "Qingli, I've told you many times, Chen'er is the prince, and now that you're his woman, you should show him more respect." At this moment, Yelv Nanyan covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Little Chu might just be resentful because she hasn't been favored by the prince for so long, hence the reaction to the sounds inside." Hearing this, Chu Qingli's complexion changed, and she quickly retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not that kind of woman." Chu Yukin didn't continue to lecture Chu Qingli, but her gaze turned towards Wind Cloud Palace, and her face showed a hint of worry. Although Lu Chen now seemed to have reverted to normal, becoming the lecher he used to be, she couldn't shake the feeling that the pressure on him had increased today. Otherwise, why would he have Mu Zixuan and both Big Zhou and Little Zhou go to the Wind Cloud Palace to do such deeds? Chu Yukin felt a vague sense of shame when she thought that she couldn't share Lu Chen's worries, even though she was already a Grand Master and still couldn't alleviate his burden. At that moment, Chu Yukin suddenly thought of something. She might not be able to share Lu Chen's worries about the matters of North Country, but she could bring him peace of mind. With that thought, Chu Yukin resolutely headed toward the Wind Cloud Palace. Seeing this, Chu Qingli was taken aback and quickly asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" Chu Yukin's face flushed as she said, "I'm going to check if anything has happened to Chen'er, you guys continue chatting." Hearing this, Chu Qingli silently watched Chu Yukin. Without saying more, Chu Yukin quickly entered the Wind Cloud Palace. Yelv Nanyan took a sip of tea and then remarked indifferently, the name, Wind Cloud Palace, really is well chosen, the prince indeed has foresight. After venting all his anger towards Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen finally felt much more relaxed. However, deep down, he had etched into his memory the humiliation she had caused him, and he was determined to take his revenge. Just as he had originally thought, if this woman did not bear him 100 children, he would not rest until he had his way. She had drained him all night long, made him stand in the study for an entire night, and then simply ran off as if nothing happened. It wasn't going to be that easy. He had never suffered such a loss at the hands of any other woman before. Afternoon. Lu Chen had originally not planned on going to the study to deal with official affairs. Having dealt with so much these past few days, he felt somewhat annoyed and had intended to rest for the day. However, just as he was cultivating his relationship with Chu Yukin and the others in the Wind Cloud Palace, an untimely voice appeared at the entrance of the Wind Cloud Palace. Prince, Commander Qin seeks an audience. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately ceased his actions and sighed. At this critical period, there was no room for relaxation. Subsequently, Lu Chen had no choice but to stand up, took a quick bath, and then headed to the study. After entering the study, Lu Chen asked, Commander Qin, what brings you here? Seeing the serious expression on Lu Chen's face, Qin Yushan realized he might have come at an inopportune time, and he hurriedly said, Prince, Great Wu's trade caravans have already withdrawn, and moreover, Great Wu has mobilized an army of 300,000 to march northward. The pace of this army's advance is incredibly swift, as they are carrying virtually no logistical supplies with them. Under normal circumstances, a nation waging war must first ensure the logistics of its military forces. There's a saying, the soldiers do not move until the grain and fodder go forth, but Great Wu's actions were clearly unusual. That was an army of 300,000, yet they were moving north without any food and supply. What would they eat once they reached the front line? Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen also felt that something wasn't quite right. He immediately picked up the intelligence report that Qin Yushan had placed on the desk and scanned it carefully. The intelligence indeed confirmed what Qin Yushan had said. Their spies in Great Wu had indeed not seen any of the 300,000-strong northern army carrying any grain or supplies. Humans, after all, are not stones, they need to eat. Even if Great Wu was in a rush to attack North Country, it was impossible not to bring any supplies at all. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen then said to Qin Yushan, investigate why this army of 300,000 has not brought any supplies. Qin Yushan replied, our people are already gathering information, but it might take some time to find out the exact reason. Lu Chen then recalled something and asked, right, how many chambers of commerce have been won over from this return to Great Wu? Qin Yushan answered, Your Highness, we have covertly won over 4 chambers of commerce, and these chambers have virtually no connection with Wu Junwan, they are not part of her faction. We have already established preliminary contact with some of the Great Wu ministers. Lu Chen said, good, hurry with winning over Great Wu's ministers. As long as Wu Junwan has not formed an alliance with Great Ju, let them impeach her. Qin Yushan responded, yes, I understand. Getting the ministers of Great Wu to impeach Wu Junwan was just laying the groundwork. Lu Chen was not naive enough to believe that just a few ministers impeaching Wu Junwan would be enough to strip her of her power. What Lu Chen truly intended was, after the war had ended, to have Great Wu deliver Wu Junwan, the princess, to North Country. Lu Chen then said, all right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Qin Yushan immediately responded, yes, I shall take my leave. Qin Yushan left the study quickly and without any delay. After Qin Yushan had left, Lu Chen sat in his chair, glanced at the map on his desk, and then murmured to himself, the real war is about to begin. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of Great Sum, the Sum Emperor sat on the dragon throne, listening to the report from a shadow guard, when he suddenly broke into a smile and burst into laughter. Who would have thought, that Great Wu would actually be willing to remove the thorn in my side that is North Country? The Sum Emperor had been pondering how to deal with the malignant tumor that was North Country, and now he was told that there was no need for him to act, as Great Wu had already planned to send troops against North Country. The Sum Emperor was no fool. He was fully aware of the reasons behind Great Wu's move against North Country. Clearly, Great Wu intended to take advantage of Great Sum's civil unrest to annihilate North Country, to prevent them from intervening in a future campaign meant to conquer Great Sum. With North Country gone, without the threat from the north, Great Wu could then confidently and boldly initiate a war of conquest against Great Sum. Moreover, North Country posed a significant threat to other dynasties too. The North Prince's personal ambitions were simply too grand. He not only spoke of dominating under heaven and claiming every subject within its borders but also talked of laying railways across the entire world. Such great ambition, coupled with North Country's growing military strength, meant Great Wu could not possibly allow North Country to continue developing. At this moment, the Sum Emperor felt extremely content. Initially, his plan was merely to draw North Country into the fray and lure Lu Chen back, then eliminate all the seigneurs. Although he failed, this instead indirectly prompted Great Wu's idea of taking action against North Country. Because of the current civil strife within Great Sum, Great Wu had entertained the idea of sending troops against North Country. If Great Sum were still under the direct rule of the Sum Emperor without internal chaos, even if Great Wu was fully aware of the great threat North Country represented, they would not have moved against North Country at this time. This is the case of the old saying, flowers don't bloom when planted intentionally, but willows grow into shade when planted casually. At this moment, the Sum Emperor calmed his emotions. Since Great Wu had decided on a military campaign against the North Country, he had to accelerate his plans and could no longer afford to delay. After Great Wu helped the Sum imperial court defeat North Country, the Sum Emperor planned to give the martial emperor a big surprise. With formidable military strength, the Sum Emperor believed North Country would last a considerable time, which would not only deplete Great Wu's military might, exacerbate its internal contradictions, but also rid Great Sum of this trouble with North Country. Once Great Wu eliminated the nuisance of North Country, the internal problems of Great Sum would be nearly resolved. The Sum Emperor believed by that time, he would have likely ascended to the heavenly human realm. With him as a celestial holding the fort, what would Great Wu count for then? As the Sum Emperor was contemplating this, the voice of a soldier came from outside the sleeping quarters. Your Majesty, 2 venerable ancestors from 4 Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain have arrived, and they are waiting outside the palace gate. Upon hearing this, the Sum Emperor promptly rose from his dragon bed and said, bring them in. Also, send for the state preceptor. Yes, Your Majesty. Not long after, the sect hierarch of 4 Directions Mountain and the eternally mysterious Taoist of Fixed Wind Mountain appeared in the Sum Emperor's sleeping quarters. As they entered the Sum Emperor's sleeping quarters, they saw the Sum Emperor himself looking spirited, not at all like the dying man rumored by the outside world. Seeing the Sum Emperor so lively, both were stunned. They quickly noticed the Sum Emperor carried the same aura as Tama. Could it be that the Sum Emperor was also a pseudo-celestial at the Unity Realm? Thissa. The eternally mysterious Taoist and the sect hierarch, crafty characters who had lived for over a century, knew full well what was happening, even at this point. Clearly, the supposed invitation from the state preceptor was merely a ruse to deceive outsiders. It was the Sum Emperor himself who had invited them, and it was he who was the royal ancestor that had ascended to the Unity Realm. The sect hierarch of divine communication then said with a smile, Your Majesty, you've hidden your true strength deeply. Everyone outside has been fooled by you. Since 4 Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain were already major powers, the sect hierarch and the eternally mysterious Taoist did not show excessive deference to the Sum Emperor. The Sum Emperor said indifferently, if some people knew that I was about to become a celestial, wouldn't that put me in great danger? I had no choice but to act this way. The eternally mysterious Taoist said, Your Majesty, since you've already summoned us both, let's skip the formalities. Just tell us directly how we can help you break through to celestial status. The Sum Emperor said, the condition for my breakthrough to celestial status is quite simple, it is to kill all the seigneurs of Great Sum. Once they are all dead, I will be able to become a celestial. Upon hearing this, the sect hierarch and the eternally mysterious Taoist were taken aback. They did not expect the condition for the Sum Emperor to become a celestial to be so straightforward. Compared to their own conditions to become a celestial, the Sum Emperor's requirement was trivial. There seemed to be only 9 seigneurs with bestowed fiefs in the entirety of Great Sum. Considering the power of Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain, aside from the seigneur of North Country who posed a challenge, the rest could be easily dealt with. At once, an ominous feeling arose in both of them. If they so easily helped the Sum Emperor eliminate those seigneurs, would the Sum Emperor turn his sights on Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain after his breakthrough to celestial status? And would the Sum Emperor assist them in ascending to celestial status? They certainly didn't have it as easy as the Sum Emperor in becoming celestials. For a moment, both lapsed into silence. The Sum Emperor continued, I know what you both are worried about. I can assure you that once I reach the heavenly human realm, I will absolutely not lay a hand on Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain. Besides, we have a common enemy. The eternally mysterious Taoist said with a laugh, we dare not trust your majesty's assurances. Although we share a common enemy, how can you be so certain that once you become a celestial, we will be able to defeat the mysterious Moon Palace? Even though the mysterious Moon Palace has a celestial, and that person has been in that state for many years now, your majesty may not necessarily be a match for them. The Sum Emperor said lightly, though the mysterious Moon Palace does have a celestial, it is very possible that this celestial has been injured or encountered some difficulty. At the Sum Emperor's conjecture, the eternally mysterious Taoist and sect hierarch felt a jolt, and the former immediately asked, oh. Why does your majesty believe so? The Sum Emperor responded, hasn't there always been a rumor outside that the royal family has obtained the sacred artifact of the mysterious Moon Palace? The sect hierarch inquired, could it be that this is not just a rumor? The Sum Emperor affirmed, it is not merely a rumor, I have indeed obtained the sacred artifact of the mysterious Moon Palace. However, the mysterious Moon Palace has not sent anyone to seize the artifact, which indicates they are not confident in their own strength. This also proves that the condition of their celestial is not very stable. If in the future you both ascend to celestial status and someone seizes your faction's treasured artifact, would you ignore it indefinitely? Hearing the Sum Emperor's words, the sect hierarch and the eternally mysterious Taoist fell silent. If their precious treasures were taken, they would spare no effort to retrieve them, especially given their status as celestials. As celestials, they would already be immortals of this world, how could they still fear those mundane forces? If what the Sum Emperor said was true, and the sacred artifact of the mysterious Moon Palace was indeed in the Great Sum Imperial Palace, then it was likely that something had indeed happened to the celestial of the mysterious Moon Palace, possibly a mishap in cultivation which led to severe injuries. If the celestial of the mysterious Moon Palace had truly encountered trouble, then this would be an incredible opportunity for Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain to rise, as their chance had come. Once the mysterious Moon Palace was eliminated, they would no longer need to cower and hide in the mountains. However, they couldn't fully trust the Sum Emperor. Since the Sum Emperor had already revealed to them the conditions for becoming a celestial, it would be very easy for them to constrain him. They could secretly protect a certain seigneur, then observe the Sum Emperor's situation. Once they confirmed that the Sum Emperor had no intent to strike against them, they would quietly kill that seigneur to aid the Sum Emperor in ascending to celestial status. At this time, the eternally mysterious Taoist and the Master of Divine Communication certainly did not anticipate that the Sum Emperor hadn't told them the whole truth. To become a celestial, the Sum Emperor did indeed need to kill some seigneurs, but not all of them. Subsequently, the Sum Emperor discussed his plans with the Master of Divine Communication and the eternally mysterious Taoist. He planned to carry out his scheme when Great Wu attacked the North Country. This way, neither the North Country nor Great Wu would pose a threat to his plans. Meanwhile, mysterious Moon Palace. After Yun Shenxian had recovered some of her strength, she flew directly back to the mysterious Moon Palace, and the people of the palace didn't even know she had left. Upon returning to her thatched cottage, Yun Shenxian immediately summoned Chen Wanrong to the cottage. Chen Wanrong thought Yun Shenxian was calling her to speak about descending the mountain. She arrived at the thatched cottage quickly. When Chen Wanrong reached the entrance of the cottage, she bowed respectfully and said, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Yun Shenxian's voice was cold as she said, "Come in." As soon as Yun Shenxian finished speaking, Chen Wanrong pushed open the door of the thatched cottage and went inside. Within the cottage, Yun Shenxian sat cross-legged, holding a teacup, and was sipping the tea delicately. At this moment, Chen Wanrong asked, "May I know why the master has summoned her disciple?" Yun Shenxian stated indifferently, "I have met with the North Prince a few days ago." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong's heart tightened. She hadn't expected that Yun Shenxian had silently descended from the mountain, and she was completely unaware of such a development. All was lost, without her having warned Lu Chen. Given his character, he was certainly indulging in a life of profligacy daily, perhaps entangled with women every evening. Her master must have witnessed Lu Chen and his wives committing transgressions daily. Now, her master would probably not agree to let her be with Lu Chen. While Chen Wanrong was thinking this, Yun Shenxian said lightly, "I've checked the North Prince for you, to see what kind of man he is. Although he is somewhat lustful, as you have said, he is indeed a man of deep emotions and loyalty, he treats his women well. Even in the face of my threats, he would not abandon his women easily." Chen Wanrong was slightly taken aback by the tone of Yun Shenxian's voice. Why did it sound as if her master was praising Lu Chen? Could it be that Lu Chen passed her master's test? Yun Shenxian continued, "I have accepted Lu Chen as a disciple. From now on, he is also a member of the mysterious Moon Palace, and his status as the Saint Heir remains valid." Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong was stunned once again. She had been so worried, yet unexpectedly, Lu Chen had passed her master's examination without any warning from her, and she wondered how he had managed it. Chen Wanrong didn't continue to ponder and quickly said, "Disciple thanks the master for making this possible." Although she didn't know how Lu Chen had passed the master's test, the fact was he had passed. Since he had passed, there was no need to inquire about the process. Yun Shenxian went on, "Although I have agreed to let you be together, I want to remind you that you are still the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace. If there's no important matter, you should not leave the mountain at will, and the affairs of the mysterious Moon Palace, both great and small, will still be managed by you." This. Chen Wanrong paused, initially assuming that after Yun Shenxian's agreement for her to be with the North Prince, she would be allowed to leave the mysterious Moon Palace and that another palace master would be chosen. Given that there were many in the palace stronger than her, selecting a new master should not be an issue. However, her master still had no intention of letting her leave. Yun Shenxian added, "Each year, I will give you 1 or 2 opportunities to leave the mountain, and if the North Prince comes to the mountain, I will not hinder your time together." Chen Wanrong thought to herself that perhaps her master was worried she would become lost in the pleasures of love and forget about cultivation, hence the decision. 1 or 2 times a year. That was acceptable. Chen Wanrong responded, "Disciple understands." After finishing the discussion about Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian savored another sip of her tea. Then she asked, "By the way, I remember that this spiritual tea was sent to you by Lu Chen, right?" Chen Wanrong replied, "Yes, master." During this time, Lu Chen had sent several servings of dragon and phoenix tea to Chen Wanrong through the disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace. The dragon and phoenix tea could aid the cultivation of Lu Chen's women. Moreover, after the dragon phoenix tree had been pruned, a wealth of dragon and phoenix tea had been dried in the prince's mansion, so Lu Chen sent several pounds of tea leaves to Chen Wanrong. Chen Wanrong, unable to finish the dragon and phoenix tea by herself, offered some of it to her master, thinking it could help her cultivation and assist her master in recovering strength. After trying the tea brewed from the leaves sent by the prince's mansion, Yun Shenxian became infatuated with this particular tea. Murmuring to herself, Yun Shenxian said, "I forgot to ask Lu Chen about the origin of this spiritual tea when I went to the North Country. I didn't expect the effects of this spiritual tea to improve so much. The next time I go to the North Country, I'll have to inquire with Lu Chen about the source of this tea." Great Wu Dynasty. Li Jung Palace. Today, the court was occupied by some figures that were not usually seen. At the moment, 2 elderly men clad in armor, with graying hair and beards, stood at weapons in hand at the center of the grand hall. Although they appeared to be of a particularly old age, their bodies were still very robust, nearly 2 meters in height, and most importantly, their muscles filled out their armor, exuding a sense of power. Typically, when ministers attended court, they were not allowed to wear armor or carry weapons, not even military officials, but these two were exceptions due to their special statuses, which allowed them to come to court in armor, bearing arms. At this moment, on top of the hall, the martial emperor spoke, "For the attack on the North Country, I plan to have both Shu and Zan lead the troops together." As soon as these words were spoken, a buzz spread through the grand hall. Some of the ministers could hardly believe it. Just to attack a feudal state under another dynasty, two grand masters were to be deployed. In the past, no matter how intense a war became, unless one nation reached another's capital, grand masters would not be deployed. A grand master was a trump card, and no dynasty would use it right from the start. Furthermore, not using grand masters was an unspoken agreement among the major dynasties. If one dynasty broke this practice, more and more grand masters would appear on the battlefield in the future, making wars even more brutal, with more soldiers dying. This was the same for all sides. As long as a grand master joined the battle, regular troops would almost stand no chance, so no dynasty would deploy a grand master in external wars in the past. It was only during the civil war within the Great Shah that the royal family deployed grand masters to exterminate the remaining forces of the South's aristocratic families. Besides that occasion, grand masters were rarely seen in action. At that time, a minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the North Country is just a small nation. Why send Generals Shu and Zan to attack it? If we deploy grand masters to the battlefield, I fear that other dynasties will follow suit in their external conflicts. Once the standard is broken, more and more people will disregard the rules. If deploying grand masters becomes the norm, Great Wu will inevitably face other dynasties, grand masters in future external wars, leading to greater casualties, which is not a good thing." Upon hearing this, Zan Hong, clearly displeased, said, "What a pedantic person. Once the North Country is eradicated, the next target will be the entire Great Shah dynasty. Do you really think that when His Majesty launches a war of annihilation against Great Shah, they won't send a Grand Master to the battlefield?" Ever since Zan Hong had become a Grand Master, he had handed over all military control and sat around idly at the general's office. The martial emperor had finally dredged him up, giving this Grand Master a chance to emerge again. He did not want anyone spoiling this opportunity. And indeed, his words were not incorrect. Not to mention the military prowess of the North Country, even when it comes time to conquer Great Shah in the future, Great Wu will deploy Grand Masters. Since they would be deployed sooner or later, why continue the old tacit agreement? The rule that Grand Masters should not enter the battlefield was about time to be abolished. Moreover, there was another key point. The North Country had once eradicated an army of the barbarian tribe with Grand Masters, and the North Country itself also possessed Grand Masters, certainly more than one. How could Great Wu defeat the North Country without deploying Grand Masters? After Zan Hong finished speaking, Xu Xingwen added from the side, "The North Country itself has Grand Masters. To defeat them without dispatching our own, are you suggesting that you civil officials go and defeat the North Country's Grand Masters?" At these words from Xu Xingwen, the civil officials in the Grand Hall instantly fell silent, and no one continued the discussion about deploying Grand Masters. Indeed, they had almost forgotten that their mission was to destroy the North Country, which would use all its power to fight to the death against Great Wu, including deploying its own Grand Masters. If they did not dispatch Grand Masters, how could they possibly defeat the North Country? Seeing that the civil officials had nothing more to say, the martial emperor spoke, "To defeat the North Country, we must undoubtedly deploy Grand Masters, but I still have some concerns." As he said this, the martial emperor's gaze fell on Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen. "Zan, Xu, are you confident you can defeat Zhuge Zongguang?" Upon hearing this, Zan Hong burst into a big laugh, then said, "Zhuge Zongguang attained Dao through scholarship, merely a scholar. Even if he has become a Grand Master, he couldn't possibly possess the true strength of one. Your Majesty can rest assured, Zhuge Zongguang won't be a match for us. In terms of strategy, General Xu and I surely are not Zhuge's equals, but when it comes to martial force, I alone am more than enough to defeat Zhuge Zongguang. Before absolute strength, all strategies are insignificant. I shall annihilate the North Country within 4 months and present the North Prince's head to your Majesty." Hearing Zan Hong's confident words, the martial emperor showed a hint of a smile. Seeing General Zan so confident leaves me assured, he said. That's when Chai Jiliang stood up and said, Your Majesty, I've heard that you bypassed the Ministry of War, sending directly 300,000 troops northward, without even preparing provisions. Hearing this, the martial emperor said indifferently, I only worry that the North Country, upon learning that Great Wu intends to attack, might take the initiative to send troops. Thus, I dispatched 300,000 troops northward as a precaution. How about it, Chai, do you find this inappropriate? Chai Jiliang immediately asked, Your Majesty, you're quickly summoning an army of 300,000 to head north, but what will this army eat if the logistics can't keep up? The martial emperor replied, I have already issued commands to several counties in the north to gather provisions for that army of 300,000, so you need not worry, Chai. I'm not a fool, I wouldn't let my soldiers go hungry. Hearing this, Chai Jiliang frowned. Chai Jiliang then said, Your Majesty, the north has suffered a great drought these past 2 years, and the people are already living in hardship. After paying their agricultural taxes, they barely have any grain left. If we continue to collect provisions from the north at this time, I fear it may cause resentment among the people in those northern counties. Gathering provisions in the north was, by all accounts, definitely going to involve taking grain from the people, and those aristocratic families in the north would certainly not volunteer to donate their grain. These aristocratic families collude with the local officials. They only need to give some benefits to the officials, and then they won't have to contribute any grain. To gather the army's needed provisions, the officials of the counties will surely demand that the people hand over the grain from their homes, inevitably increasing the people's hostility towards the imperial court. In recent days, Chai Jiliang had been working late into the night to gather provisions for the campaign against the North Country. His greatest worry was that the martial emperor would command the army to requisition grain in the north, and just when he hadn't yet completed gathering the supplies, the martial emperor dispatched an army of 300,000 to head straight north. After listening to Chai Jiliang, the martial emperor was somewhat displeased, but he calmly said, War thrives on speed, and to conquer the North Country, some price must be paid. At this moment, Zan Hong said to Chai Jiliang, Prime Minister Chai, rest assured, I know what you're concerned about. You're worried that if the people see the army requisitioning grain locally, they will become dissatisfied with His Majesty, right? Chai Jiliang did not speak. This was an obvious concern. Seeing Chai Jiliang silent, Zan Hong continued, the 300,000 troops summoned to the north were once under my command. Upon their arrival in the north, they will requisition grain in my name. Rest assured, the people won't blame His Majesty. His Majesty is correct. In warfare, speed is essential. How could we possibly wait for you to gather provisions slowly before advancing? By that time, the North Country would have already reacted. The people of the northern counties are His Majesty's subjects, and it is their duty to contribute grain to Great Wu. Prime Minister Chai, you need not be too concerned. Let the people endure some hardship, I will take the blame. Seeing that Zan Hong had spoken thus, Chai Jiliang did not say more. At this point, nothing he said would matter. The 300,000 troops were already en route to the north, so it was impossible to recall them now. The only option was to hasten and find a way to fill the gaps in logistics and avoid having the 300,000 army requisition grain throughout the north. At this time, the martial emperor said, My beloved ministers, is there anything else for today? If not, let us conclude today's court session. Seeing no one in the great hall spoke again, the martial emperor stood up, waved his sleeve, and said, Court is dismissed. Farewell, Your Majesty. The Da Yu dynasty. Wu Junwan was in the bath, scrubbing the Yu emperor's body, whose skin was snow-white and smooth. In the bath, with the mist rising, only the silhouettes of two fair bodies could be vaguely seen. As Wu Junwan scrubbed the Yu emperor's back, she said, Qingru, are you really not considering forming an alliance with Great Wu? The Yu emperor replied, Junwan, it's not that I don't want to, it's that the ministers in court won't allow it. I also want to help you. After all, the North Country is also a thorn in Da Yu's side, and I too wish to eliminate the North Country. Unfortunately, the people of Da Yu have finally achieved their current standard of living and they no longer wish to experience war. The Dayu dynasty was only recently established, and before that, Dayu was a place of chaos. The people living there were constantly worried about losing their lives any day. It wasn't until the Yu emperor's father arrived that the region began to see some order and a semblance of peace. Thus, the people of Dayu truly do not wish for war, but while the commoners are commoners, the ministers of Dayu are well aware of how great a threat the North Country is, and many of them initially agreed with the decision to send troops against the North Country. Wu Junwan was no fool as she guessed that the Yu emperor still harbored some wariness towards the North Country, or rather, wanted Great Wu to probe the North Country's strengths first before deciding. Wu Junwan sighed slightly. Although she and the Yu emperor were good friends, close as sisters, they were born into different dynasties after all. The Yu emperor had her own dynastic interests to consider and could no longer afford to make decisions based on personal feelings. Wu Junwan understood this in her heart. If she were to become the Empress of Great Wu and Dayu faced any troubles in the future, she wouldn't simply help Dayu. At most, she would only intervene if the Yu emperor's life was in danger. At that moment, the Yu emperor in the bath turned around, wrapped an arm around Wu Junwan's voluptuous body, lifted her chin with the other hand, and gazed into her eyes, saying, "Even though Dayu can't form an alliance with Great Wu for now, I can persuade the ministers to allow Great Wu's troops passage through Dayu to enter the North Country directly." Wu Junwan had guessed such an outcome would occur from the moment she set off, and as expected, it was quite similar to her expectations of the Yu emperor had only agreed to granting passage. Just as Wu Junwan was about to say something, the Yu emperor continued, "Moreover, should the Great Wu army encounter any issues, Great Ju will dispatch a large force eastward at once to intimidate North Country and prevent their soldiers from entering Great Wu." Upon hearing these words, Wu Junwan's heart skipped a beat. From the sound of it, did her good sister actually hold little faith in the Great Wu's forces? The Yu emperor seemed to sense Wu Junwan's thoughts and lightly smiled before saying, "Junwan, don't overthink it, what I said was merely an if." Despite her words, Wu Junwan could sense that her good sister truly had little faith in Great Wu. No wonder she refused an alliance, preferring instead to let Great Wu test the waters with North Country. At that moment, Wu Junwan thought of someone and then asked, "Qingru, has that maidservant who looks very much like me returned from North Country?" Li Qingru replied, "She returned once, but I sent her back to North Country to gather more intelligence." The Yu emperor's words almost confirmed Wu Junwan's speculation. The Yu emperor indeed held little faith in the forces of Great Wu. The emperor probably saw North Country's power as almost equal to that of an entire dynasty. The Yu emperor said nothing more, her delicate hands continuing to gently caress Wu Junwan's body. After a moment, the Yu emperor said with a smile, "Junwan, your body becomes all the more enthralling with time. I wonder which man will be fortunate enough to savor your grace." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan chuckled and then replied, "I have long resolved never to marry. No man shall have the privilege of touching my body." Li Qingru held Wu Junwan close, whispering in her ear, "A vow never to marry doesn't mean you won't have a man. If you have no man, where will the child come from? And without a child, how can you control the entire Great Wu dynasty?" How could Li Qingru not understand Wu Junwan's mind? As her close sister, she had long noticed that Wu Junwan aspired to become an empress of a dynasty, just like her. It was just that the situation in Great Wu was complicated, coupled with the fact that Wu Junwan was not as powerful as she was, making it difficult for Wu Junwan to ascend to that supreme position in Great Wu. Especially considering that Wu Junwan was a woman, the issue of a successor was significant. Stunned by Li Qingru's words, Wu Junwan indeed pondered as Li Qingru suggested. If she were to become the Empress of Great Wu one day, to whom would she pass the throne if she had no child? But these were concerns for later. Her father, the emperor, was in his prime, and her ambitions would likely remain unfulfilled for decades. With this thought, Wu Junwan couldn't help but sigh and then said, "Qingru, let's not talk about me anymore. Whether I can even take that position is uncertain. You're different to you are now the Empress of Great Ju. And with your family's scarce progeny, if you don't find a man soon to bear a child, to whom will you pass your throne?" The Empress smiled faintly, "I still strive to reach a higher realm in martial arts. I wouldn't dream of having a child at this point. And given my lifespan, ruling over Great Ju for a millennium won't be an issue. So, there's no need to worry about a successor so soon. Besides, the number of men who could catch my eye is most likely quite small. At this point, the Yu Emperor's head rested on Wu Junwan's fragrant neck, taking a deep breath. No man smells as sweet as my Wanyan. Oh, if only you were a man. Hearing this, Wu Junwan just smiled. For some reason, as they discussed men, the image of North Prince suddenly surfaced in her mind. Thinking of the North Prince made Wu Junwan's body grow restless, a warmth spreading through her. She still remembered the words the North Prince said to her when she left North Countria, that one day he would make her his woman, adding also that Great Wu would send her willingly to North Country. At that thought, Wu Junwan couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, she quite liked the North Prince's appearance. Unfortunately, they were enemies. It was then that a bold idea formed in Wu Junwan's mind. If Great Wu managed to conquer North Country this time, could she persuade her father to leave North Prince to her to deal with? Maybe she could imprison him for her use. The North Prince was so powerful, any child of his would surely be strong as well. If she could have a child with the North Prince and then raise the child in secrecy, Great Wu's succession problem would be solved. With this in mind, Wu Junwan resolved that should they conquer North Country, she would find a way to detain North Prince. If her father refused to hand him over, she would simply take North Prince covertly and find a place to keep him confined. The more Wu Junwan thought, the hotter her body burned, and as she pressed closely to the Yu Emperor, even she began to notice an unusual warmth radiating from Wu Junwan. At that moment, the Yu Emperor said with a laugh, "Wanyan, are you thinking of a man? Your body is so warm. Come on, tell me, who were you just thinking about?" Startled by the Yu Emperor's words, Wu Junwan regained her composure and retorted, "Qingru, what nonsense are you talking about? The water is hot. Soaking for a while naturally warms the body. I too strive for a higher martial arts realm, how could I possibly be thinking of men?" The Yu Emperor laughed and said, "Wanyan, if you truly find a man you like in the future, you must tell me about him, and I'll help you check him out." Feeling guilty, Wu Junwan gave a noncommittal, and stayed quiet after. She calmed her emotions and made an effort not to dwell on that young man any longer. If her thoughts lingered, her body might react in even stranger ways, creating more abnormalities for her good sister to notice, which would be undesirable. The North Country had basically entered a state of total war, and now, the merchant caravans from North Country had become increasingly scarce, as those merchants had sensed that Great Wu was about to move against North Country. Merchants are always the most sensitive to warfare, and although some contemplated profiting from the war in North Country, considering the military strength of the Great Wu dynasty, most merchants believed North Country was no match for them and thus hurried to leave North Country to avoid being caught up in the conflict should the two states go to war. Yan County was no longer as prosperous as it used to be, and even though there were still quite a few horse-drawn carriages on the main street, the number of merchant caravans had decreased by at least two-thirds compared to before. The merchant caravans still willing to come to North Country were mostly from within the boundaries of Great Sum, as well as merchants from within North Country itself. The necessary deployments had been essentially completed in North Country, with 50,000 heavy cavalry stationed outside Yonggan County, and Lu Chen had also mobilized Mu Chengtian's led 200,000 North Country troops to Yonggan County. Of course, Lu Chen did not believe that Great Wu's forces had to engage in a decisive battle with North Country's army in Yonggan County, so he had the 200,000 troops from the polar regions guard the border area adjacent to Great Ju and North Country. The 200,000 troops from the polar regions were not yet familiar with the use of firearms, so it was only fitting for them to defend the North Country's homeland. As for the 200,000 strong army led by Mu Chengtian, they would likely take the initiative to counterattack Great Wu when the time came. One feeds the troops for 1,000 days to use them for one moment, and after the firearms were equipped, North Country's troops trained almost every day, and it was about time for them to show their effectiveness. In the afternoon, Lu Chen was reviewing the latest intelligence on Great Wu sent by the brocade guard in his study, when suddenly a Jinyue guard at the door said, "Prince, a merchant caravan from Black Dragon Country has requested to see you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused for a moment. Had they come so quickly? He immediately responded, bring their leader straight to the study. Yes, Prince. Great Ju was not likely to get involved in the conflict between Great Wu and North Country, but should North Country defeat Great Wu's army, it was possible that Great Ju would intervene to prevent North Country's counteroffensive. Thus, Lu Chen needed Black Dragon Country to restrain Great Ju. At that time, Black Dragon Country would not need to do much, only to transfer their troops to the border area adjacent to Great Ju and take a stroll. With Black Dragon Country's constraint, it wouldn't be easy for Great Ju to directly send troops to stop North Country's counterattack against Great Wu. Before long, the Jinyue Guard brought the envoy sent by Black Dragon Country to the study. The visitor was dressed in a long green robe, tall and thin, and seemed quite frail. Lu Chen quickly glanced over the information about this individual. Name: Lu Yu. Identity: son of Lu Zhengchu, the ruler of Black Dragon Country, and a subject of North Prince. Strength: 9th grade. Loyalty: 100. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Lu Yu immediately performed a ritual salute and said, your subject, Lu Yu, pays his respects to the Great King. Long live the Great King. Lu Chen smiled and responded, rise, and besides, I am but a seigneur of great sum. Refrain from using the word 10,000 in front of others in the future. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Yu quickly caught on and said hastily, your subject acknowledges his error, please punish me, Great King. Lu Chen replied indifferently, this is your first visit to North Country, it's a minor matter. Now, hurry and tell me about the current situation in Black Dragon Country. Lu Yu then said, thank you, Great King. After that, Lu Yu stood up and laid out a map he had prepared in advance on Lu Chen's desk. Great King, this is the territory currently controlled by Black Dragon Country. Upon receiving the map, Lu Chen scrutinized it closely, and Lu Yu then reported on the current situation in Black Dragon Country. After understanding the state of Black Dragon Country, Lu Chen swiftly wrote a letter for Lu Yu to deliver to Lu Zhengchu. After Lu Yu left the North Prince mansion, he had the pigeon that they had brought with them immediately released to send a pigeon letter, instructing his father to prepare the troops for an advance to the east. Subsequently, Black Dragon Country also established a residence in North Country, though of course, this residence would not be made public. After all, Black Dragon Country belonged to Lu Chen, and it was only a matter of time before it would become part of North Country's territory. There was no need for Black Dragon Country to establish a residence, setting one up now was merely to deceive others and prevent anyone from discerning the truth. Once Lu Yu had departed, Lu Chen's official duties for the day were nearly finished. Now that everything was ready, all that remained was for Great Wu to send out their troops. At this moment, Lu Chen rose from his chair, stretched lazily, and then rotated his neck. Even as a grandmaster, sitting for too long still led to a sense of mental fatigue. Considering the current amount of government affairs in North Country, Lu Chen couldn't imagine what lay ahead. Just as Lu Chen was about to return to the inner court, the voice of a maid came from the doorway, Prince, General Xuanyuan requests an audience. Lu Chen said, let him in. As soon as the words were spoken, Xuanyuan Chen entered the study and bowed, greetings, Prince. Lu Chen nodded, what's the matter? Xuanyuan Chen rarely sought him out lately, as he was commanding 50,000 heavy cavalry stationed in Yan County, certainly with not much of significant concern. After hearing Lu Chen's question, Xuanyuan Chen hesitated for a moment, seemingly with something difficult to express. Lu Chen asked in puzzlement, what is it? Xuanyuan Chen had never been so hesitant before. Xuanyuan Chen swiftly said, your Prince, am I not going to the front lines? Realizing what was being implied, Lu Chen understood that, more or less, every North Country general had some task or another, leaving only Xuanyuan Chen leading the heavy cavalry to remain in Yan County, making him restless. Lu Chen smiled and asked, General Xuanyuan, don't tell me you want to go to the front line. Xuanyuan Chen quickly replied, your subordinate was just asking. Lu Chen said, General Xuanyuan, you don't think that because I've left you to guard Yan County with 50,000 heavy cavalry, you should do nothing, do you? Your task is of great importance. Great Wu sending troops to attack North Country is unlikely to concentrate its main forces in Yonggan County. It is very possible they will pass through Great Ju to enter North Country. If by any chance the troops of Great Wu manage to bypass our defensive line and directly assault Yan County, you all would be the crucial force protecting me. Or do you not wish to protect me? Xuanyuan Chen quickly said, Prince, forgive me, I had no such intention. It is my honor to protect you, Prince. The reason I thought of going to the front line is mainly because of my sister. She said that there's no chance for her to engage in battle in Yan County, and she wants to go to the front line. So I thought I'd inquire and see if there's a chance for me to go. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. Ever since he had brought Xuanyuan Yunqi to Yan County, he had placed her with Xuanyuan Chen's black cavalry and had her learn about firearms and various battle tactics. The original intention of Lu Chen was to take Xuanyuan Yunqi for himself. He was quite fond of such a valiant and beautiful woman. But there were already many women in the prince's mansion, and Lu Chen had no inclination to deliberately increase his harem, so he simply kept letting Xuanyuan Yunqi learn in Xuanyuan Chen's army, never having her come to his side. He hadn't expected Xuanyuan Yunqi to become restless so quickly. Lu Chen fell into deep thought. After a long while, Lu Chen finally spoke up and asked, General Xuanyuan, how do you think General Yunqi is doing in her military studies? Xuanyuan Chen answered, she has learned what she needs to learn, the only thing lacking is real combat experience. Lu Chen said, go back and tell her that if she truly wants to go to the front line, have her come to the prince's mansion to see me tomorrow. I want to see how determined she is. Xuanyuan Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, Prince, do you really intend to send her to the front line? Xuanyuan Chen could clearly see the prince's intentions. Their prince obviously lusted after his sister's body and had long coveted her, otherwise, the prince wouldn't have lured her to Yan County. Since it was a matter of coveting her body, how could he possibly send her to such a dangerous place? Lu Chen smiled and said, it depends on her determination. If she's truly set on going to the front line, I will arrange for her to go to Yong'an County immediately. Xuanyuan Chen said, your subordinate understands. I will go back and tell her right away. Your subordinate asks to be excused. Lu Chen nodded his head without saying anything more. Following that, Xuanyuan Chen turned and left the prince's mansion, heading straight for the place where Xuanyuan Yunqi was staying. Having nothing else to attend to, Lu Chen got up from behind his desk, preparing to head back to his private quarters for dinner. Just as he reached the doorway, the voice of a maid was heard from outside. Prince, Miss Morong requests an audience. Without responding, Lu Chen walked directly to the door to see Morong Shuai dressed in plain black and white garments standing in the courtyard. Seeing Lu Chen come out, Morong Shuai was momentarily taken aback, then quickly said, have I disturbed the prince with my visit? Lu Chen smiled and asked, Miss Morong, coming to the prince's mansion so late, do you have something important to discuss? Morong Shuai was slightly startled. Although she came to gather information, showing up at the prince's mansion at such a late hour indeed seemed inappropriate. It was already dinner time, and after that, it would be time for bed. Had she come to the North Prince mansion at this time with the intention of surrendering her body? Not that she had intended to come so late, but she had just passed by the North Prince mansion and suddenly thought that since Great Wu was about to wage war against North Country, she should seek out the North Prince to pry some information about the military deployments of North Country. Without thinking, she had come directly to the North Prince. Morong Shuai felt her mind had become muddled. How could she have approached the North Prince at such a time, especially when she hadn't even prepared an excuse to see him? Approaching the North Prince at this time would make it immediately obvious to him why she was there. Just then, a moment of inspiration struck Morong Shuai, and quickly, she concocted an excuse. With a smile and a calm voice, she said, do I need to have a matter to come and see you, Prince? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth also lifted slightly, and then he walked straight up to Morong Shuai. With no heed to the presence of the maids and servants in the courtyard, he gently whispered in Morong Shuai's ear, of course, you can come to see me anytime. You've come at just the right time, as I am about to have dinner. Come with me. Hearing these words, Morong Shuai's heart skipped a beat. Dinner. Was it the dinner she understood, or was she the dinner? She didn't know why, but ever since that man had taken her virginity, unclean thoughts always seemed to find their way into her mind. She was, after all, a talented lady, how could she entertain such thoughts? At that moment, Lu Chen, with his arm around Murong Xue's slender waist, walked towards the Wind Cloud Court. Operational error. 2003, can't connect to MySQL server on 127.0.0. 1 foot 10,061. Murong Xue then asked, "Aren't you worried about being seen by your wives and concubines, Prince?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "My wives and concubines are very tolerant towards me, plus they already know you're my woman. Even if they saw us, they wouldn't mind." Murong Xue continued to ask, "Isn't the prince curious about what I came here to do?" Lu Chen replied, "Didn't I just say, you can come to the prince's mansion anytime, you can even consider the prince's mansion as your own home and stay here without any problems." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Xue felt somewhat uneasy inside. The less he seemed to care, the more uneasy she felt. She said directly, "This time, my visit to the prince's mansion is mainly because the empress gave me an order to find out what weapons the North Country has." This was the excuse Murong Xue had just thought of. Since she didn't have a good excuse, she might as well make up something that seemed reasonable. After all, she and Lu Chen had already crossed the line. Her body had been played with by this man so many times. If she pretended to defect and to have feelings for him, he probably wouldn't see through it, right? Hearing Murong Xue's lie, Lu Chen just smiled. When he saw Murong Xue earlier, he had already glanced at the system update regarding Murong Xue's profile, which clearly stated that Murong Xue had come this time to inquire about the North Country's defense plans and then hand them over to Great Wu to coordinate an attack on the North Country. But Lu Chen wasn't too concerned about Murong Xue's lies. He wanted this woman to personally admit her purpose for coming to the North Prince mansion in bed later. For now, he pretended to believe what Murong Xue had said. At this moment, Lu Chen said with a smile, "So that's why, Miss Murong isn't planning to become my woman, so why are you now actively passing information to me?" Hearing Lu Chen's teasing, Murong Xue's face flushed slightly. Murong Xue then said, "Prince, don't flatter yourself. I am merely cooperating with you and have not agreed to truly become your woman. I can no longer return to Great Ju, and the only way to obtain more intelligence in the North Country and earn some merits is like this. Only by doing so will I have the hope of returning to Great Ju and be reused by the Empress." Lu Chen replied, "I see. So, Miss Murong has no feelings for me whatsoever." Murong Xue said expressionlessly, "Does the prince really think that after sleeping with him a few times, I would develop feelings for him? Isn't the prince underestimating me a bit too much?" Lu Chen said, "All right then, it seems I've been overthinking it. Since that's the case, let's only talk about transactions and not about feelings. I can provide you with some intelligence to help you achieve merits, to help you return to Great Ju, to return to the Empress's side. However, you must also pay a price." Murong Xue frowned slightly. "What price?" Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, stretched out his hand, and lifted Murong Xue's delicate chin, looking at her beautiful face as he said, "The price is your body. Whenever I want you to serve in my bed, you must come to the prince's mansion immediately." Hearing this, Murong Xue was not angry. On the contrary, she was quite happy inside. Of course, Murong Xue was not happy because her body was going to be played with by Lu China. It was because she now had a legitimate reason to frequently interact with the North Prince and come to the North Prince mansion regularly, and it was the North Prince who had brought it up. Murong Xue said with an indifferent face, "Aren't the many women in the prince's mansion enough for the prince to play with?" Lu Chen replied, "I've recently taken a liking to calligraphy, so I wanted you to come to the prince's mansion to practice writing with me." Murong Xue replied, "I understand. If the prince wants to practice calligraphy in the future, you may send someone to my residence to fetch me anytime." Lu Chen said, "All right, enough of that, the meal should be ready by now." With that, Lu Chen wrapped his arm around Murong Xue's waist and continued walking towards Wind Cloud Court. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Wind Cloud Palace. When Lu Chen appeared at the doorway with his arm around Murong Xue's slender waist, the numerous wives and concubines inside Wind Cloud Palace were taken aback for a moment, as was Murong Xue herself. She had thought that dinner meant a bedchamber feast and hadn't expected that Lu Chen's invitation to dinner was actually about eating a meal, and moreover, a meal with all his wives and concubines. This confused Hera. Could it be that meals in the prince's mansion always involved the whole household dining together? Ordinarily, in a grand prince's household like this, at meal times, each person would eat separately, they wouldn't gather together to dine like this. After a brief pause, Mu Zixuan quickly regained her composure, stepped forward briskly, and said with a smile, "Prince, is she our new sister? If I'm not mistaken, this should be Miss Morong, right?" At this moment, Lu Chen spoke, "My beloved consort mustn't speak carelessly. I was just discussing matters with Miss Morong in the study, and it happened to be mealtime, so I invited her to join us for a meal." Hearing this, all the women smiled. As if they would believe Lu Chen's words. They knew very well who Lu Chen was. How could he let someone like Morong Shuai, a cold and talented beauty, slip by, especially since the two of them had already done those things in the study? However, they didn't make it explicit, as if to spare Morong Shuai some dignity to prevent her from feeling embarrassed later. No matter what, Morong Shuai was an envoy sent by Great Ju. An envoy from Great Ju becoming the North Prince's woman. As such a rumor could potentially impact Morong Shuai's reputation. Mu Zixuan then said, "I see, my mistake, I shouldn't have spoken carelessly." On saying this, Mu Zixuan turned to Morong Shuai and said, "Miss Morong, I'm truly sorry, I misunderstood you, I apologize to you." Morong Shuai then said, "There's no need, consort, it's normal for you to misunderstand given my presence in the inner court." At this point, Mu Zixuan stepped in front of Morong Shuai, took her hand, and said, "Enough about that, dinner is ready. Miss Morong, please take your seat." Pulled to the dining table by Mu Zixuan, Morong Shuai felt strangely out of place, as she had never faced such a scene before. From childhood, she had never encountered a situation where so many people sat together for a meal. When in the imperial palace, she would eat alone, a simple meal, followed by worker practicing the cultivation techniques imparted by the empress. At this moment, Mu Zixuan and others fussed over Morong Shuai, as if she truly became a member of the prince's mansion, as if she had become one of Lu Chen's consorts. Morong Shuai quickly realized something was amiss. She wasn't one of Lu Chen's consorts, so why was she chatting with them as if they were sisters? Indeed, all of this was a plot of the North Prince, who intended to make her familiar with the people of the prince's mansion in advance, subtly shaping her into his woman. Unfortunately for him, she had already seen through his little tricks, there was no way she would fall for them. During dinner, Morong Shuai noticed another issue. The women of the prince's mansion seemed to be somewhat disrespectful in front of Lu Chen. A few women even drank wine on their own, appearing to disregard the prince completely. Although these women belonged to Lu Chen, he was still a prince. They should have paid some attention to their conduct, but these women did not seem to take it seriously. From this, it was evident how indulgent Lu Chen was with his women. Morong Shuai, amidst this harmonious setting, faintly felt as though she had become a part of it. Just then, Mu Zixuan's voice rang in Morong Shuai's ears, "Prince, should Miss Morong stay over tonight? Your concubine will immediately arrange a room for her." Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, Morong Shuai suddenly snapped back to reality, stopping herself from slipping further into fanciful thoughts. She was here on a mission, how could she allow the environment to affect her? She couldn't be bewitched by the scene before her. Everything between her and the North Prince was fake, all for the sake of completing her mission. It was then that Lu Chen, to the side, said, "No need, Miss Morong and I have matters to discuss in the study tonight, and it may go on until dawn." Hearing this, Wang Qingqi gave Lu Chen a white look. He still enjoyed committing his misdeeds in the study room, clearly having plenty of empty rooms in the prince's mansion but opting to go to the study for mischief. Mu Zixuan said with a smile, "I understand." Then, Mu Zixuan turned to Morong Shuai and asked, "Miss Morong, did the meal suit your taste tonight?" Morong Shuai replied, "Yes, the meals at the prince's mansion are quite delectable." Mu Zixuan responded, "I'm relieved you like them." Afterward, the women chatted with Morong Shuai about mundane matters, such as the dietary and cultural customs of the Great Ju and the North Country. After dinner, a maid brought Lu Chen hot water. He quickly washed his face and wiped his mouth, then said to Marong Shuai, Miss Marong, let's head to the study now. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Marong Shuai came back to her senses and promptly stood up, saying, all right. At this time, with a smile, Mu Zixuan said to Marong Shuai, Miss Marong, feel free to visit the prince's mansion whenever you have time. Marong Shuai responded nonchalantly, Following that, Marong Shuai followed Lu Chen to the study, and as they walked away, Wang Qingqi chuckled softly and then addressed Chu Yukan, Madam Chu, you always said that I bothered the prince in his study, hindering him from handling state affairs. Now that Marong Shuai will be spending the whole night in the study with the prince, why don't you say something about her? Chu Yukan huffed, then retorted, you are you, she is her, she doesn't come to the prince's mansion every day. Besides, it is nighttime, the time for rest, unlike you, this bitch, who runs to bother Chenur in broad daylight. With that, Chu Yukan stood up and left the Wind Cloud Palace, unwilling to continue bickering with Wang Qingqi, that seductive bitch. Soon afterward, Lu Chen and Marong Shuai arrived at the study. Upon entering the study, Lu Chen did not rush to do anything to Marong Shuai. Both entered the resting room, where Lu Chen first brewed a pot of dragon and phoenix tea, then poured Marong Shuai a cup. Miss Marong, let's chat while we sip tea. Hearing this, Marong Shuai looked at him with a hint of bewilderment. He had always been direct in his approach before, so why had he suddenly become so well-behaved today? Marong Shuai didn't dwell on it, sitting down at the table and then taking a light sip from a cup of dragon and phoenix tea. Marong Shuai inquired, what would the prince like to discuss? Smiling, Lu Chen countered, do you know why the Yu Emperor didn't choose anyone else but specifically picked you to come to the North Country and even instructed you to use your beauty to get close to me? Hearing this question, Marong Shuai was momentarily taken aback. She had never given much thought to this question because, in her view, the Yu Emperor was the emperor, the ruler of a nation. Whatever he wished to do, he did, and if he wanted her to get close to the North Prince, then she was not in a position to refuse or to be skeptical. Moreover, Marong Shuai was aware of her own beauty, perhaps in the emperor's eyes, she was attractive and matched the North Prince's preferences, and that might be why she was sent to the North Country. Having come to her senses, Marong Shuai said expressionlessly, this is the emperor's decision. As Her Majesty's maidservant, I only need to obey her command, without contemplating the whys. Lu Chen snorted with laughter, then also picked up his teacup and took a sip. You really are a handy tool for the Yu Emperor, not thinking about anything. Marong Shuai then asked, in your view, Prince, why would the Emperor send me to the North Country? No sooner had Marong Shuai finished speaking than Lu Chen put down his teacup, raised his hand, and, pinching Marong Shuai's chin, gazed at her cold, stunningly beautiful face. The reason the Yu Emperor sent you is because you are beautiful enough to pique my interest, and beyond that, there's another very important reason. Marong Shuai asked, what reason? Lu Chen smiled, then let go of Marong Shuai's chin and stood up, walking over to the bed. Arriving at the bedside, Lu Chen sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing this scene, Marong Shuai paused for a moment, thinking Lu Chen would continue their conversation. She hadn't expected him to just drink some tea before his thoughts turned to such matters. Lu Chen then patted the bed beside him. Miss Marong, come sit here. Let me tell you why the Yu Emperor sent you instead of someone else. Without overthinking, Marong Shuai slowly got up and sat down beside Lu Chen. As soon as she did, Lu Chen's large hand encircled her slender waist, his fingers sliding under her clothes, caressing her lower abdomen as he spoke. The most important reason the Yu Emperor sent you lies in that virgin mark on your stomach. Hearing this, Marong Shuai was taken aback and, out of curiosity, she asked, the virgin mark. What does this have to do with the virgin mark? Lu Chen didn't answer Marong Shuai's question. Instead, he turned his head and kissed Marong Shuai's red lips, then gently laid her down on the bed, her hairpin falling out, freeing her hair to spread out over the bed. Seeing Lu Chen take action, Marong Shuai set aside his earlier words. She thought to herself that she should first take good care of Lu Chen before finding a way to obtain the military deployment maps of the North Country from him. As their clothes became fewer and fewer between them, they finally bared themselves to each other. At that moment, however, Lu Chen did not proceed further. He propped himself up and gently caressed the virgin mark on Marang Xue's lower abdomen. This virgin mark of yours is not an ordinary one. By then, Marang Xue's eyes were brimming with spring, hardly able to focus on Lu Chen's words as she writhed softly on the bed. Prince, my virgin mark has long been broken. What's the point in talking about it now? Please, don't let the important matters wait. As she spoke, Marang Xue's hand reached up, seemingly trying to grab Lu Chen's arm to pull him back down to her. Seeing Marang Xue's comportment, Lu Chen chuckled and continued, your virgin mark is in fact a curse pattern. Once a man breaks your virginity, the curse pattern will affect him. He will then fall in love with you forever, unable to leave you, obeying your commands, even allowing you to manipulate him as you wish. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Marang Xue, who had been in a daze, instantly sobered up, looking at Lu Chen with disbelief. If it were true as Lu Chen said, since he was the one who broke her virginity, didn't that mean he was now affected by the curse pattern, essentially becoming her slave? Regaining her wits, Marang Xue looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, Prince, please don't joke like this. It's just a common virgin mark, after all. If it really possessed the ability you mentioned, wouldn't you be completely in love with me by now, at my beck and call? But as far as I can see, Prince, you only seem to like my body, and don't seem to be cursed at all. As he caressed Marang Xue's virgin mark, Lu Chen said, the reason I am unaffected by this curse pattern is because my body is special. As for whether I have fallen in love with you, even without a curse pattern, I would still fall for you, and I'd still abduct you to the North Prince mansion to make you mine. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Marang Xue fell into silence, just lying quietly on the bed, looking up into Lu Chen's eyes, searching for any sign that he was toying with her. But Lu Chen's gaze was especially firm, not suggestive of a lie. He continued, you are a maidservant close to the Yu Emperor, whom she trusts and values greatly. To her, you are a very useful tool. Have you not considered that such a useful tool, why would she just discard it so easily? Marang Xue still did not speak. Lu Chen went on, it is precisely because you are the tool she values most that she wants to use you to control me, to make me one of her chess pieces, too. Unfortunately for her, she didn't anticipate that I wouldn't be affected by the virgin mark. Hearing this, Marang Xue almost believed Lu Chen's words, thinking to herself how the Yu Emperor could send her to the North Country. The Da Yu dynasty was not small. There were certainly many beautiful women who could appeal to Lu Chen, yet the Yu Emperor had specifically chosen her. Being one of the Yu Emperor's capable maidservants, her presence certainly made it less arduous for the Emperor to handle state affairs. The North Prince was right, she was such a useful tool that the Yu Emperor shouldn't have sent her out unless he found her more useful in the North Country than remaining in Great Ju. The North Prince was an ambitious and capable man. If he could use her to control the North Prince, he could be very useful in the future. But then again, even if that were true, it wouldn't matter anymore. Lu Chen had already seen through the Yu Emperor's conspiracy and knew the purpose of the Virgin Mark. Most importantly, the Virgin Mark was useless to Lu Chen, which meant the Yu Emperor's plan had failed. At that moment, Lu Chen said with a smile, originally, the Yu Emperor planned to use you to control me, but now you've lost your innocence, and the Virgin Mark didn't work on me. If the Yu Emperor knew the Virgin Mark had no effect, do you think he would still trust you? It's simple logic. You haven't controlled me, but instead, I took your virginity. The end result might be that you are controlled by me. Once the Yu Emperor finds out the Virgin Mark is ineffective, you'll be useless to him. Marang Xue was slightly dazed. No wonder the Yu Emperor hadn't told her about the Virgin Mark in the beginning. If it were ineffective, she would definitely worry about becoming useless to the Yu Emperor and might betray him. At this time, Marang Xue said, what's your purpose in telling me all this? Lu Chen spoke indifferently, to make you completely devoted to me and become my true woman. With that, Lu Chen leaned in and kissed Marang Xue's red lips again. After a futile resistance, Marang Xue had no choice but to cooperate with Lu Chen's mischief. Thinking about what Lu Chen had said, anxiety took hold within Marang Xue. The physical sensations in her restlessness made her want to forget all her worries completely. After who knows how long, Murong Shui suddenly felt a cool breeze on her back. Her consciousness clearing slightly, she turned her head and saw Lu Chen, the scoundrel, actually holding a brush and writing on her back. At this moment, Murong Shui was burning hot, barely able to endure it. Lying there in front of Lu Chen, he was not attending to the matter at hand but writing on her back with a brush instead. Then Murong Shui said, Prince, there's plenty of time to practice writing during the long night. Can't we finish the main business first? Seeing Murong Shui in such a seductive state, Lu Chen stopped his writing. You want me to attend to the main business, then tell me the true reason you came to the prince's mansion tonight. Murong Shui's heart skipped a beat. Her lies had been seen through by the North Prince. No, it was more accurate to say that the North Prince had never believed her. Struggling against the discomfort in her body, Murong Shui said, Prince, haven't I already told you? I came because of the Emperor. Quote. Lu Chen cut her off, if you're unwilling to reveal your true purpose, then don't speak. I'm going to continue practicing my writing. Murong Shui bit her lip in frustration. This bastard was toying with her, using harsh methods to extract information. Having no other choice, Murong Shui finally said, the Emperor asked me to extract the military deployment map of the North Country. No sooner had Murong Shui finished speaking than Lu Chen threw the brush aside and leaned down to kiss her red lips once again. At dawn, when Lu Chen woke up, he felt refreshed. Murong Shui had already gotten up, standing by the bed and looking toward her waist. Her clothes only covered half of her body, giving off an alluring, hazy charm. Seeing Lu Chen wake up, Murong Shui had a complex look in her eyes. Last night, under Lu Chen's intense interrogation, she revealed the purpose of her visit to the North Prince mansion. Now she was in trouble. She couldn't fulfill the Empress's mission. Lu Chen already knew she came to get the military deployment map, so he certainly wouldn't tell her the actual military deployment, nor would he show her the real map. It didn't matter anyway. This was just to assist Great Wu in testing the North Country. Even if she hadn't obtained the deployment map, the Yu Emperor probably wouldn't blame her. With that thought, Murong Shui continued to dress, not saying a word to Lu Chen throughout. Watching Murong Shui quietly get dressed, Lu Chen lay in bed, observing her perfect figure, and asked, why aren't you speaking? With an expressionless face, Murong Shui replied, in front of the prince, my words are not my own. I don't want to speak. Lu Chen chuckled. Murong Shui's so-called words are not my own probably referred to last night. In his room, Murong Shui indeed had no choice but to obey him. Then Lu Chen said, I will give you a part of the North Country's military deployment map, so you can report back to the Yu Emperor. Murong Shui replied indifferently, the prince intends to use a false military deployment map to deceive Great Wu's army, right? The military deployment map was critical in war, a military secret. No one would hand it over so easily, unless someone planned to set a trap for the enemy with a fake map. Murong Shui didn't believe that Lu Chen would give her the real map. Lu Chen said, I do plan to hand over the military deployment map to Great Wu through you, but part of this map is real. With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, and a map scroll from his study flew into the room, hovering in front of Murong Shui. Looking at the floating map in front of her, Murong Shui ultimately couldn't resist, took the map, and glanced over the military deployment on it. This map indeed depicted the North Country's military deployment, but it lacked specific troop numbers, significantly reducing the intelligence's value. Whether a military stronghold was defended by 100 soldiers or 100,000, the enemy would face drastically different challenges in trying to capture it. Laughing, Lu Chen asked, how is it? I've been quite generous to you, haven't I? Are you satisfied with this transaction? Murong Shui turned to look at Lu Chen, who lay on the bed openly meeting her gaze, and said faintly, thank you, Prince. I shall leave today. If the prince needs me again, you can send for me. Murong Shui had surrendered in her heart. After all that had happened, there was nothing she could do about this man. Murong Shui donned her clothes and left the prince's mansion, leaving behind the place that had brought about her downfall. Upon returning to her residence, Murong Shuai immediately ordered Great Ju's men to send the military deployment maps to Great Ju. Regardless of whether those maps were real or fake, she had to send them out. If Great Ju showed no initiative at all, the Yu Emperor might start to become suspicious of her. After finishing the official business, Murong Shuai returned to her room, ordered her maids to bring hot water, and bathed in the tub filled with hot water. Seeing the words on her body, Murong Shuai thought of the events from the previous night and then remembered the words Lu Chen had spoken. Murong Shuai felt an unparalleled chaos in her heart. If the matter of the virgin mark were true, once the Yu Emperor learned that the North Prince had deflowered her without being held accountable, he probably wouldn't trust her anymore. Someone like her, once fallen out of the Emperor's favor, would be targeted by countless people trying to get rid of her. Her survival thus far had been due to the attention the Yu Emperor had paid her. Was she really going to betray the Yu Emperor? The word, betrayal, pierced her heart painfully. She had never before contemplated betraying the Yu Emperor, even when he often punished her and made her do all kinds of things, she always believed it was justified and never harbored any resentment towards him. At this moment, Murong Shuai raised her arm, splashed the water in the tub, and let the sound of the water stop her from continuing to think wildly. If she kept thinking, her body would start feeling strange again. Murong Shuai sighed softly, lifted her jade legs, and looked at the words written on her legs. Talking to herself, she said, "Sigh, that bastard is really my nemesis." Afternoon. Lu Chen was in his study examining the improved designs for firearms when he heard the voice of a maid. "Prince, Miss Xuanyuan wishes to see you." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Let her in." The next moment, Xuanyuan Yunqi entered the study. Lu Chen's gaze remained on the blueprints on the table, not shifting to look at Xuanyuan Yunqi. Xuanyuan Yunqi then asked, "Prince, did you summon me for a matter?" Although Xuanyuan Yunqi appeared very calm on the surface, her heart was throbbing with excitement. Her brother had told her the previous night that if she performed well today and answered the prince's questions earnestly, he might agree to let her go to the front line. Going into battle was something she had always dreamed of. Upon hearing Xuanyuan Yunqi's words, Lu Chen still didn't look up. He shuffled through the firearm blueprints on the table and in a low voice while looking asked, "Yunqi, I've heard from your brother that you wish to go to the front line." Xuanyuan Yunqi answered, "Yes, Prince, I've learned almost everything I should learn. What I lack now is practical combat experience." Lu Chen said indifferently, "The battlefield is a place where people die, it's not as simple as you think. Are you truly prepared?" Xuanyuan Yunqi replied without hesitation, "I have long been ready to join the battlefield, please rest assured, Prince." At that moment, Lu Chen looked up at Xuanyuan Yunqi. Xuanyuan Yunqi was clad in black and red armor, which fully enclosed her curvaceous figure. She wore a high ponytail, exposing her fair, smooth forehead. She looked spirited and vibrant, full of energy and vitality. Lu Chen spoke directly, "I can let you go to the front line, but I have one condition." Xuanyuan Yunqi said, "Please state it, Prince. After the war, you will return to the prince's mansion to be my personal guard." This. Xuanyuan Yunqi was momentarily stunned and then she said, "I agree to the prince's condition." For Xuanyuan Yunqi, this was hardly a concern. When she first came from Great Yu City to Yan County, she had agreed to be Lu Chen's guard and learn by his side, but was then assigned to the military corps led by his brother. Thinking to herself, Xuanyuan Yunqi figured the prince would probably do the same as before and assign her to a military corps once she returned to Yan County. With so many women already in Lu Chen's harem, he wouldn't likely be interested in her. The current Xuanyuan Yunqi had abandoned her former wild thoughts, but her feelings for the North Prince had grown deeper. Seeing Xuanyuan Yunqi agree, Lu Chen said, "Good, in a few days, someone will transport provisions to Yonggan County. You will accompany the supply convoy. I will write a letter to General Mu to have him find a position for you." Xuanyuan Yunqi knelt halfway in excitement and said, "Thank you, Prince." Lu Chen said, "All right, rise. Go prepare yourself." "Yes, Prince," this subordinate takes her leave. As the words fell, Xuanyuan Yunqi left the study cheerfully. Lu Chen felt a hint of reluctance in his heart as he watched her retreat. However, seeing Xuanyuan Yunqi in that armor, Lu Chen still felt that the battlefield was where this woman belonged. Forcing her to stay at the North Prince mansion was not suitable, it would crush her individuality. Half a month later, Wu Junwan returned to Great Wu. As soon as she arrived, she faced the censure of many ministers in the court, which caught Wu Junwan's attention. Her inability to persuade the Yu Emperor to form an alliance with Great Wu could be a sign of her insufficient capabilities, but she shouldn't have been subjected to this level of censure. With her power growing, those ministers, despite their private grievances, would not have dared to boldly unite and impeach Wu Junwan. Wu Junwan suspected that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, so she immediately used her power to investigate what had happened in Great Wu recently, wondering how such a significant shift in the court's attitudes could have taken place while she was away. Who exactly was behind this, manipulating the winds to target her? Inside the Green Cloud Palace, the voice of a female guard echoed throughout the hall, as Wu Junwan reclined on a luxurious couch, quietly listening to the guard's report. After a while, the female guard finished reporting all the major events that had occurred during Wu Junwan's absence from Great Wu. No sooner had the guard finished speaking than Wu Junwan let out a cold snort. "Someone fetch Mr. Chai for me." Just as Wu Junwan finished speaking, Chai Jiliang's voice was heard from outside the hall. "Princess, there's no need for summoning, I am already here." After entering the hall, Chai Jiliang, separated by a red curtain, bowed to Wu Junwan and said, "Your subordinate pays respects to the princess." At this moment, Wu Junwan spoke, "Mr. Chai, you seem to have been quite busy recently." Chai Jiliang replied, "His Majesty plans to dispatch troops against the North Country. Naturally, I have had many matters to attend to." Wu Junwan said, "Mr. Chai should be aware that many ministers in the court have been slandering me recently." Chai Jiliang replied, "Your Highness, please quell your anger. The recent turn of events is indeed unfavorable for you, but it is clear that someone is instigating this behind the scenes, and it shouldn't cause you too much trouble." Wu Junwan asked, "Who does Mr. Chai think is most likely the instigator behind this? Is it one of my brothers, or could it be him?" Wu Junwan didn't specify, but Chai Jiliang understood that by him, she was referring to someone in particular. It was obvious she meant the martial emperor. It was quite possible that he had started to distrust her and wanted to suppress her influence to prevent her power from expanding further. Her failure to form an alliance with Great Ju was indeed a prime opportunity. At this point, Chai Jiliang said, "In my view, it's likely that the princess's brothers can no longer sit still and see this as an opportunity to impeach you." Wu Junwan let out a cold huff. "I have been running around for the good of Great Wu, and yet they are colluding to slander me." At this moment, neither Chai Jiliang nor Wu Junwan had any inkling of who might be the instigator behind the scenes. Now was a critical time for the war between Great Wu and the North Country, and it never crossed their minds that the North Prince would have any reason to coax Great Wu's ministers to impeach her, a princess of an enemy nation. After all, it was the martial emperor who initiated the war, not Princess Junwan. Even if the impeachment was effective, which was in question, the loss of her princess title would not affect the conflict between Great Wu and the North Country. Wu Junwan and Chai Jiliang could only consider where the interests lay to determine who was causing trouble behind the scenes. Whoever benefited from the impeachment was likely the one stirring things up. Clearly, if she were suppressed, it would be extremely advantageous for her brothers. Therefore, Wu Junwan and Chai Jiliang's first thought was those useless princes must have conspired with the ministers. Just then, Wu Junwan suddenly thought of something. Furrowing her brows she said, "I feel this matter is not so simple. Even if it truly was my brothers, with my father's abilities, he could completely prevent them from continuing their foolishness." Wu Junwan felt a strong sense of crisis, sensing that her father might have started to distance himself from her. Otherwise, how could he possibly allow those ministers to defame her? With her father's abilities, stopping those ministers from speaking out of turn was not an issue at all. His lack of action indicated that he might also be thinking of suppressing her, which is why the trend of impeaching her could have persisted for so long in the court. After hearing Wu Junwan's words, Chai Jiliang was silent for a moment before speaking. "Your Highness, it's best not to think too much about it. Chai Jiliang, being as astute as he was, could not have failed to grasp the martial emperor's thoughts. Princess Junwan had indeed been rather active over the past year, which had significantly threatened the positions of the princes. So much so that these princes had become increasingly less noticeable in Great Wu. Nowadays, the common people of Great Wu only knew of the Princess of Great Wu and had almost no impression of the princes of Great Wu. Wu Junwan thought to herself that it seemed she had elicited her father's displeasure, and that she would need to keep a lower profile from now on. At the very same moment, the household of Great Wu's imperial censor received a particular visitor today. In the main hall, sitting opposite the imperial censor Zhang Yuanbai was a middle-aged man who was fat, dressed in silk robes, with a thick gold chain around his neck, radiating an aura of wealth. Zhang Yuanbai spoke with a smile. Qian Xingcheng, you have made the right choice. I could never have imagined that you would offer your allegiance to Prince Wu Ming. Qian Xingcheng replied with a smile. The princess is just a woman, and no matter how capable she is, she has no chance of inheriting the throne. Following her leads nowhere. Zhang Yuanbai inquired, aren't you afraid that Princess Junwan will find out you've already given your loyalty to Prince Wu Ming? The princess does not tolerate sand in her eyes, noted Qian Xingcheng with a smile. As long as you, Sir Zhang, don't reveal it, how could the princess possibly know that I've already sided with Prince Wu Ming? As he said this, Qian Xingcheng produced a stack of banknotes from his sleeve, placing them in front of Zhang Yuanbai. Sir Zhang, this is a token of my sincerity, please accept it with a smile. Zhang Yuanbai glanced briefly at the stack of banknotes beside him, his eyes gleaming, but he quickly concealed the shine, stroking his beard and responding with a beaming smile. Of course, I will certainly speak well of you to Prince Wu Ming. At that moment, Qian Xingcheng took another stack of papers from his sleeve, saying with a grin, Sir Zhang, these documents contain some of the shady dealings that Princess Junwan had people carry out over the years. I believe they will prove extremely useful to Prince Wu Ming. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanbai's heart skipped, hurriedly taking the papers from Qian Xingcheng's hands, glancing over them briefly before storing them away as prized possessions. The prince will surely reward you for these. Qian Xingcheng said obsequiously, it's what I ought to do. Yong'an County. On the border line, there are rows of trenches, and with the change of weapons, the form of warfare has also transformed accordingly. The wars North Country would face in the future are no longer defensive battles hunkered down in cities. Mu Chengtian's army of 200,000 was ready for a head-on clash with Great Wu's military. At the same time, west of the border line, the 300,000-strong army of Great Wu also prepared to attack. A tall man clad in black armor rode his horse to a small hill near the border line and looked in the direction of Yong'an County, followed by many soldiers. At that moment, a deputy general said, I don't know what ghosts the soldiers of North Country are up to, digging so many trenches. Did they really think they can stop the cavalry of Great Wu with these ditches? Another deputy general said, Deputy General Shui should not underestimate the soldiers of North Country. They were able to wipe out the barbarian tribes of the Northland and also defeat the Tianqi King's army. They do have some strength. Hearing this, Deputy General Shui snorted coldly, defeating those brainless barbarians is nothing to brag about. We are not like those barbarians in the north. At this point, some soldiers began to echo the words of Deputy General Shui. North Country is just a feudal state, how could it possibly match our Great Wu dynasty? In my opinion, in less than 3 months, we will be able to crush the defense of Yong'an County and invade North Country. 3 months. What are you thinking about? Within 3 months, we could have annihilated the entire North Country, not just invaded Yong'an County. The soldiers discussed how long it would take to defeat North Country, as if to them, the downfall of North Country was already a certainty. Just then, the main commander in black armor, Ying Feiyu, spoke up. Don't get too excited too soon. In this attack on North Country, it is highly likely that we won't be the main force. Upon hearing Ying Feiyu's words, the deputy generals behind him were taken aback. They knew how significant the achievement of annihilating North Country was. If they could be the main attacking force into North Country, they would definitely earn a lot of military merit. But now, their main commander was telling them that they were probably not the main force. At this time, a deputy general, puzzled, said, "General, after all, we are at the very front line bordering North Country. How could we not be the main force? Didn't His Majesty move us here ahead of time to breach the defense of Yong'an County?" Ying Feiyu replied indifferently, "Most of North Country's forces are concentrated in Yong'an County. Do you think His Majesty would commit all our forces to a war of attrition with North Country in Yong'an County? If attacking a small North Country already causes us to lose a large number of soldiers, how are we going to annihilate Great Sum in the future?" Hearing Ying Feiyu's words, everyone paused in thought. Indeed, although they verbally dismissed North Country's strength, they were well aware that North Country, having defeated the northern barbarian tribes and even a great grandmaster's army, did possess some means. If they engaged in a head-on collision with North Country's forces in Yong'an County, Great Wu would inevitably suffer significant soldier casualties. Great Wu's goal of annihilating North Country was preparation for taking down Great Sum. If too many losses were incurred while defeating North Country, it would be a Pyrrhic victory for Great Wu. Therefore, it was very likely that the martial emperor would not put all forces into Yong'an County. Ying Feiyu went on, "In my view, the real main forces will surely be those led by General Zan and General Shu. They may use Great Ju as a path to bypass Yong'an County and attack North Country. Our role here is simply to hold North Country's defending forces in Yong'an County." Hearing this, some soldiers thought about it and felt their general had a point. This made the soldiers feel somewhat disheartened. If they weren't the main force, it meant that Great Wu would not send more troops to them afterward. If they couldn't break through Yong'an County, then the credit for conquering North Country would have little to do with them. Even though they were containing the enemy, they were, after all, not the first to invade North Country. They were only serving a containment role, and would certainly not get as much credit as the forces invading North Country. Moreover, another key concern was that if they could not invade North Country promptly, then the wealth of North Country would have nothing to do with them. By then, the main force that invaded North Country would have already plundered it, leaving these 300,000 troops to look on helplessly. Seeing that the soldiers behind him seemed unhappy, Ying Feiyu chuckled and said, "Even if we're not the main force, as long as we can take down Yong'an County and invade North Country, we will still be the main force." While it was highly probable that the imperial court would have them contain North Country's main force, if they defeated North Country's main force and invaded it, their merit would be significant. And as long as they could invade North Country before the imperial court's main forces, they could still make a fortune. After hearing Ying Feiyu say this, the soldiers behind him were once again invigorated. North Country had so many exotic treasures, and if they could invade it before the imperial court's main forces, those treasures would be theirs. With this in mind, the soldiers found new motivation. Although this was what they thought, until the imperial court's orders were issued, they could only stay within Great Wu's territory, waiting for the commands from the imperial court. Half a month later, Yan County. Lu Chen and Zhuge Zongguang stood in front of a map, discussing how the upcoming battle with Great Wu should be conducted. Lu Chen at this time said, "Great scholar, do you think we should attack Great Wu's territory this time?" Lu Chen had great confidence in the combat capabilities of the North Country's army. In his opinion, it wouldn't be a problem at all for North Country to defeat Great Wu's forces. However, defeating Great Wu's army would be easy, but the follow-up matters would be more troublesome, such as counter-attacking Great Wu. Lu Chen was still tangled in his heart about whether to counterattack Great Wu and occupy their land. Although Lu Chen already had experience in governing North Country, after all, it was his feudal state, and if he were to occupy Great Wu's land, he might not be able to manage the common people there effectively. Governing the common people of another country is a complex matter and not an easy task. As North Country was still developing, Lu Chen did not wish to create chaos in his own country by occupying foreign lands. Zhuge Zongguang at this time said, "Prince, in the humble opinion of this old servant, not only should North Country counterattack Great Wu, but we should also seize Yuping County, which borders Yong'an County. Only by counter-attacking Great Wu can we better deter other dynasties and buy more time for North Country's development." And by occupying Yuping County, it would allow North Country to border the lands directly controlled by the Great Sum Court. Most importantly, Yuping County has a large population, and these common people have grown resentful towards the Great Wu Court in the past 2 years due to droughts and taxation issues. If North Country's policies are introduced to Yuping County, we can quickly win over the hearts of its common people, and North Country is also in need of this population. When Zhuge Zongguang initially came to North Country, he traveled through many places in Great Wu, including Yuping County, so he had some understanding of the situation there. When North Country was buying Yonggan County from Qi Country, they only purchased half of it, and the other half just so happened to block a direct border between North Country and the lands controlled by the Great Sum Court. But Great Wu's Yuping County just happens to border the region controlled by the Great Sum Court, so if North Country were to move against Great Sum one day, they could launch their troops directly from Yuping County, bypassing Qi Country and other feudal states to attack cities controlled by the Great Sum Court. Of course, if North Country were to march south to attack the capital city one day, they could also choose to advance straight through, but having an additional route into the region controlled by the Great Sum Court simply means having more options. Just as Great Wu would not concentrate all of its military might in Yonggan County when attacking North Country but would also pass through Great Ju, entering North Country from there. Moreover, occupying Yuping County has other benefits, such as caravans being able to bypass Qi Country and save on some taxes, but of course, these are all trivial benefits. For North Country, the real benefit is the population, as the development of North Country relies on its populace, particularly for industrial advancement. Lu Chen looked at the map before him and pondered for a moment, then said, "All right. Once General Mu and his troops have crushed Great Wu's 300,000 soldiers in Yuping County, we will immediately launch the counterattack." Just then, the voice of a soldier rang out from outside. "Prince, urgent report from a Great Wu scout." Lu Chen immediately said, "Come in." The next moment, a Jinyue guard entered the study and handed the intelligence report to Lu Chen. Lu Chen opened it and read carefully, then passed the report to Zhuge Zongguang who was beside him. Zhuge Zongguang took the report, glanced over it, and then said, "It seems that there's going to be a fight over at Yonggan County." Lu Chen then immediately picked up a pen and began writing military orders, stating in the orders that once Great Wu's forces attacked Yonggan County, Mu Changtian would lead troops in a counterattack against Great Wu, seize Yuping County in the shortest time possible, and cut off the logistics of Great Wu's main force, preventing supplies from reaching the main army entering Great Ju. Immediately, Lu Chen handed the military orders to a red ribbon messenger, instructing them to deliver the orders to Yonggan County with utmost speed. After handing over the military orders to the red ribbon messenger, Lu Chen wrote another set of orders, instructing Song Shuilan from Yingyang County and Dongmen Feiyue to prepare to face Great Wu's main force directly. The intelligence that Lu Chen had just received was precisely the news that Great Wu had sent 300,000 troops through Great Ju. Since Great Wu had already sent 2 Grand Master military generals and 300,000 troops into Great Ju, it was certain that Yonggan County would be the first to see action. Great Wu would attempt to tie up the soldiers of North Country there and buy time for the main force led by the 2 Grand Master military generals. In essence, Great Wu had mobilized a total of 600,000 troops for the campaign against North Country. This news not only reached North Country but also quickly made its way to the Sum Emperor who was immensely pleased upon learning that Great Wu had mobilized 600,000 troops to exterminate North Country, as it meant his own plans could soon commence. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The citizens of Yonggan County had essentially all left already. In order not to involve them, Lu Chen had issued an announcement early to have them evacuate. Now on the roads of Yonggan County, one could hardly see anyone other than soldiers. Just at that moment, the excited voice of a soldier rose up outside the tent. "General, they're here, they're here." Hearing this, Mu Changtian immediately stood up. The next moment, that soldier entered the tent and after catching his breath he said, "General, the enemy General Ying Feiyu is leading an army of 300,000 towards our defenses. They claim their soldiers were killed last night and have come to demand justice from us." Upon hearing this, everyone in the tent broke into smiles. After such a long wait, the enemy had finally committed troops, and they couldn't wait any longer. Mu Changtian promptly said, prepare the horses, meet the enemy. As his words fell, Mu Changtian headed towards the outside of the tent with large strides. After Mu Changtian left the tent, the sky above Yong'an County resounded with continuous drumbeats. Before long, both armies had arranged their battle formations. However, when the soldiers of Great Wu caught sight of the army of the North Country, they were all incredibly puzzled. Their confusion wasn't because the army of the North Country dared to leave the city to engage in battle, they were puzzled as to why the soldiers of the North Country looked so few in number. In reality, the majority of the soldiers from the North Country had already been on standby at their respective positions. For instance, the artillerymen were already at their stations, and soldiers armed with guns were already waiting in the trenches. The army behind Mu Changtian was the force that would surge forward to scatter Ying Feiyu's troops after the initial clash. When Ying Feiyu saw a burly man draped in a red cloak emerge from the North Country's side, he knew it must be the North Country's leading general. He immediately gathered his energy and shouted loudly, "Last night, soldiers from North Country infiltrated Great Wu's territory and killed our soldiers. Today, this general has especially come to seek justice." Hearing this, Mu Changtian chuckled and then, gathering his energy as well, shouted back, "Ying Feiyu, cut out the nonsense. If you have the capability, bring your soldiers and fight us." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ying Feiyu was taken aback for a moment. Then he furrowed his brow and took a serious look at Mu Changtian in the distance. The next moment, he suddenly realized who it was. But before he could say anything, someone behind him intervened. "Mu Changtian, the North Country's leading general is Mu Changtian. Wasn't Mu Changtian already eliminated by the Sum Emperor long ago? Why would he appear here? What's going on?" Once Ying Feiyu came back to his senses and didn't care too much about who the leading general was, he continued, "So you're not dead. When I heard in Great Wu that you had been killed, I even felt sorry for you. But not only are you not dead, you've become the great general of North Country. Good. This general has long wanted to see for himself what General Mu is capable of." Ying Feiyu and Mu Changtian could be considered old acquaintances after all, belonging to the same generation, and they had met before. This was why, upon hearing Mu Changtian's voice, Ying Feiyu immediately recognized him. However, even though he recognized Mu Changtian, it did not affect Great Wu's decision to send troops against North Country in the slightest. War was imminent. The next moment, Ying Feiyu shouted loudly, "Attack!" As his voice died away, the sound of drums rose from the ranks of Great Wu's army, and both the archers and spear-carrying soldiers swiftly shifted their positions. Seeing them arranging their formation, the corners of Mu Changtian's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. In the past, it took some time for two armies to arrange their formations before a battle. But the times had changed. No matter how good the battle formation was, it couldn't withstand the bombardment of cannons. The army of Great Wu was swiftly arranging its formation, but the soldiers of North Country didn't budge. Mounted on their horses, they stood still. Seeing that the soldiers of the North Country still stood in place, Ying Feiyu sensed something was amiss. In battle between two armies, had the opponent really not arranged their formations? Mu Changtian was an old hand at this. How could he possibly be unaware of the importance of military formations? Soldiers without formation were nothing but loose sand. Could it be that Mu Changtian intended to lead this mass of loose sand against their Great Wu's army of 300,000? The scene already showed the North Country's soldiers in fewer numbers, roughly estimated at only tens of thousands. Tens of thousands against 300,000 had no chance of winning to begin with, let alone the fact that these soldiers of the North Country weren't defending a city, but had come out to face Great Wu in a head-on clash. In open field battles, the most crucial aspect when two armies squared off was the changing of the military formations. The side without a formation was basically doomed to collapse. Feeling that something was off, Ying Feiyu considered that Mu Changtian wasn't a fool. How could he possibly not arrange his troops into formation? What was North Country doing? Although he couldn't figure out what Mu Changtian had up his sleeve, since North Country had exposed such a huge flaw, Ying Feiyu had no plans to be polite. Under the beat of drums, Ying Feiyu's army quickly formed their battle array, yet at that moment, the drumbeats from the side of North Country also began. Hearing the drumbeats starting from the North Country, Ying Feiyu initially thought that Mu Chengtian's forces were just now organizing their formations. A slight smile curled the corners of his mouth, and he muttered to himself, "It's already too late." The next moment, Ying Feiyu prepared to lead a charge, but just then, a deafening sound came from the distance, so loud it drowned out the drums of both sides. Before Ying Feiyu could react to what had happened, a huge iron ball fell among Great Wu's troops. Normally, soldiers within a formation would be tightly packed, and it was not hard to imagine the consequences of a cannonball falling directly into such a crowd. Just as people thought the iron ball was nothing more than a stone hurled by a catapult from North Country, the ball exploded in an instant, and the next moment, soldiers around it were blasted to the ground. The violent explosion brought Great Wu's soldiers to their senses, including Ying Feiyu. However, Great Wu's 300,000 soldiers, seasoned as they were, did not immediately fall into chaos. Just as Ying Feiyu was about to issue new orders, another continuous rumble echoed from afar. At the North Country artillery positions, the soldiers had entered into battle status, ceaselessly firing their cannons at Ying Feiyu's army. With each cannonball exploding in Ying Feiyu's ranks, Great Wu's soldiers' limbs began to fly through the air. Ying Feiyu finally understood why North Country had so easily conquered the North Land and defeated the Tianqi king's army that had a Grand Master. He immediately gave the command, shouting loudly, "Disperse." Although he did not know what the exploding iron balls were, he was very clear that if they maintained their dense formation, his army of 300,000 would soon be annihilated. Upon hearing Ying Feiyu's command, the messenger soldiers frantically waved the flags. However, just then, a piercing sound passed by Ying Feiyu, and in the next moment, he sensed a threat to his life and quickly dodged. He might have dodged, but the messenger soldier behind him fell down instantly. Ying Feiyu looked back to see a small hole in the messenger soldier's forehead as if struck by a hidden weapon. Shortly after, numerous heads emerged from the trenches dug by the North Country, followed by a torrent of bullets pouring out. North Country's musket bullets weren't very accurate for now, but Ying Feiyu's ranks had yet to disperse and the soldiers were so densely packed, it was as good as facing a firing squad. Facing the barrage of incoming bullets, Ying Feiyu immediately said, "The entire army, retreat." As his words fell, the drumbeats sounded once more. The messenger soldiers in the ranks desperately waved their flags, and Great Wu's 300,000 soldiers just like that began to retreat, not even enduring a quarter of an hour. It wasn't due to the loss of many men, but because they had never seen the weapons used by North Country. The shock brought by the cannons and muskets instilled immense fear in their hearts. Humans always fear the unknown, and Ying Feiyu was afraid that if they continued, the 300,000 he led would be decimated here. They must retreat now. The weapons used by North Country were too terrifying, they had to figure out exactly what those weapons were. Until he understood what weapons North Country used and how they were acquired, Ying Feiyu did not plan to engage again with North Country's troops. However, that was just his personal thought. Mu Chengtian and his forces wouldn't give Ying Feiyu's forces any time as they saw Great Wu's 300,000 army retreat in disarray. At Mu Chengtian's command, the North Country's army launched a full counterattack, and Wenren heavy cavalry units also began to move. Seeing the North Country army counterattacking, Ying Feiyu, who was retreating, immediately ordered a deputy general to stay behind with 50,000 troops to hold back the North Country army. Though reluctant, it was, after all, a battlefield where orders were absolute. The deputy general stayed, ready to have his soldiers loose arrows to stop the North Country army, only to be greeted by relentless bombing. Before Great Wu's 50,000 troops could organize an effective defense, their soldiers were blasted into the air by the cannons. Even the battle-hardened soldiers of Great Wu were terrified by those dreadful cannons, and at this point, no matter how loudly the drums sounded or how the messenger soldiers implored them to return, they were resolutely unwilling to go back. The soldiers' fear had reached its peak, and now, not even military law could restrain their determination to flee. Seeing the 50,000 soldiers crumble so quickly, Ying Feiyu felt a violent rage inside, but he was helpless in his fury. The weapons of the North Country were truly terrifying. The explosion from a single cannonball was almost as powerful as an attack from a Grand Master. One cannonball equaled a strike from a grandmaster, 10 cannonballs were like 10 strikes, and 100 were like a grandmaster striking 100 times. Nobody could withstand the onslaught of 100 grandmasters, even if Great Wu's main forces were here, they likely wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of the North Country. Ying Feiyu only wanted to flee to Lingyun City and then attempt to use the city walls to fend off the counterattack of the North Country's massive army. At that moment, one of Ying Feiyu's deputy generals exclaimed in terror, "It's the heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry of the North Country has mobilized." Hearing this, Ying Feiyu quickly turned to look behind him, and his gaze immediately locked onto the heavy cavalry battalion of the North Country. Those black armors, the soaring murderous aura, made Wenren Lai, a veteran great general, shudder with fear. If they were in a proper formation, Ying Feiyu wouldn't be entirely afraid to face the charge of the heavy cavalry. Ordinary formations indeed could not withstand the charge of heavy cavalry, but Great Wu's formations had evolved through real combat experiences and could be quite effective against the onslaught of the heavy cavalry. But now, their formations had been completely broken by those cannonballs of the North Country, and in their current state of disarray, they simply couldn't defend against the slaughter of the heavy cavalry. The key issue was that most of Great Wu's troops were infantry, and no matter how fast these infantrymen ran, they could not outrun the mounted black cavalry. Seeing the North Country's black cavalry ruthlessly reaping the lives of Great Wu's soldiers, Ying Feiyu's face turned exceedingly grim, yet he was without any solution. All his soldiers were terror-stricken. There was no chance to form up and resist the black cavalry's onslaught now, not to mention the terrifying cannonball weapons of the North Country. Even if they did form up, their ranks would be shattered by the blasts in an instant. At this moment, Ying Feiyu said coldly, "Pick up the pace." The soldiers lagging behind were all considered expendable by Ying Feiyu. He would rather have the heavy cavalry of the North Country focus on them, to give the others more time to escape. About 2 hours later, the outskirts of Yonggan County were littered with corpses, the bodies of Great Wu soldiers lay everywhere. Meanwhile, Ying Feiyu managed to lead the remaining forces to Lingyun City. The city gates were wide open, with the common folk coming and going, completely unaware of what had happened. Seeing suddenly a number of soldiers appearing in the distance, the citizens of Lingyun City were stupefied, and some began to complain. Another war is upon us, and it's always us who suffer. Those aristocratic families haven't contributed a grain of rice, always conscripting from us poor families. Life is unbearable these days, I say we might as well move to the North Country. I heard that as soon as you become a person of the North Country, you immediately get a large piece of land, and what's more, you're exempt from agricultural taxes forever. Have you all gone mad, discussing such things? Aren't you afraid of those military lords overhearing? As the people were all talking at once, Ying Feiyu's retreating soldiers directly rushed towards the city gate. The common folk had no time to dodge and were instantly knocked to the ground by the horses, with subsequent mounts trampling over those already down. In an instant, the entrance to the city became incredibly chaotic, and many commoners were trampled to death. Before those who had avoided the army could recover, Ying Feiyu's voice suddenly echoed, "Close the gates." The Great Wu common folk at the gate were dumbfounded by the sudden order to close the gates of Lingyun City. Right at that moment, a cloud of dust rose again in the distance. At this time, a Great Wu commoner who had visited the North Country immediately recognized that it was the Black Cavalry of the North Country and urgently shouted, "It's the heavy cavalry of the North Country." A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples, the Great Wu commoners immediately panicked. In their eyes, soldiers from any country were all the same, all capable of murder and plunder. The North Country's forces have come. Run. Don't kill me. Watching the chaotic scene at the city gate, Wenren Lai raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him immediately halted. Now, with the Black Cavalry at a standstill, the Great Wu commoners by the city gate didn't continue to run. They were trapped between the Black Cavalry and the city walls, with nowhere to escape. They could only wait quietly and apprehensively for the next move of the Black Cavalry. At that moment, Wenren Lai swept a glance over Lingyun City and, harnessing his skill, loudly addressed the Great Wu commoners at the gate. The martial emperor disregards the life and death of Great Wu's common people. levies taxes oppressively, and has sent troops to attack the North Country with the delusion of annihilating it. Now, the martial emperor's plans have been thwarted, and the 300,000-strong army of Great Wu has been dissolved by the North Country. North Prince is merciful. He promised that he would not harm any of the Great Wu commoners who voluntarily surrendered to North Country, and the soldiers of North Country would not trouble any of the commoners, nor would they take as much as a needle or thread from the poor people. They would only confiscate the wealth of the landlords and the aristocratic families. Upon hearing this, the people of Great Wu at the city gate of Lingyun City looked at each other uncertainly, their hearts actually not daring to believe the words of Wenren Lai. What kind of soldier doesn't loot and plunder? Just then, one of the commoners said, I have been to North Country, and the current North Country is very rich, they probably don't fancy the little money we poor people have. Even if they were to plunder, it would be the wealth of the landlords and aristocratic families. Another person added, I think so too, and the general even said he would not make it difficult for us. At this moment, other voices emerged from the crowd, do you really believe what he is saying? The war was started by our emperor, and now that Great Wu has lost, with the soldiers of North Country coming in, how could they possibly do nothing? It's over, we're all going to die here. Just as the commoners at the city gate were filled with concern, Wenren Lai turned and led the black cavalry away directly. Ying Feiyu at the city gate breathed a sigh of relief at this sight and hurriedly ordered a pigeon letter be sent to the capital city for reinforcements. Meanwhile, the commoners of Great Wu saw the black cavalry of North Country just walk away and suddenly felt it was unimaginable. Many of them were merchants in the caravans, and yet the North Country's heavy cavalry came all the way to them, and none of the soldiers came to plunder their goods. Could it be true, as the general from North Country said, that they really had no intention of giving a hard time to these ordinary commoners? Although some people had come to believe Wenren Lai's words, there were still many commoners who quickly rushed back home to prepare to flee Yuping County with their families once the black cavalry left. Soon after Wenren Lai withdrew, he met up with Mu Changtian, who led the troops into Yuping County. Wenren Lai was in command of the cavalry, and his main task was to chase down fleeing enemies, while the task of sieging was left to the large forces led by Mu Changtian. Mu Changtian had artillery at his disposal, and there was no way the ramshackle gates of Lingyun City could hold. Ying Feiyu, who had already been resting in the county magistrate's office, suddenly heard the rumbling sounds outside. Shortly after, a soldier rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, General, it's bad. The army of North Country is coming. Ying Feiyu slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground and said with a furious expression, damn it. What are the intelligence organizations under the princess's command doing? They're all useless. North Country has such terrifying weapons, and the princess didn't know anything at all. The defeat in this war is all that woman's fault. Ying Feiyu became emotionally agitated, and by the end, he referred to the princess not by her title, but simply as, that woman. People tend to become angry when they are afraid, and Ying Feiyu had reached the peak of his rage, putting all the blame onto Wu Junwan. In his eyes, Wu Junwan was in charge of Great Wu's intelligence agencies, yet she had no understanding of the weapons owned by North Country and had not provided the imperial court with relevant intelligence, leading to the defeat of their 300,000-strong army. At that moment, a deputy general approached Ying Feiyu and suggested, General, let's withdraw from the back door. With such powerful weapons, Lingyun City's gates might not hold, and if the North Country army surrounds the whole city, we won't be able to retreat later on. Hearing this, Ying Feiyu came back to his senses. He tried to calm his emotions and collect himself. He then reflected that Yuping County lay between Great Ju and Great Wu, and if he fled directly, abandoning Lingyun City, the main forces entering Great Ju would likely be cut off from logistical support. Even if he managed to escape to the capital city, he would face military justice. With this in mind, Ying Feiyu clenched his fists and then said, we can't retreat. If we retreat now, if we lose Yuping County, this general will lose his head when he returns. I refuse to believe the North Country army can break through. With that, Ying Feiyu took up his sword and made his way to the gates of Lingyun City. The siege battle had already begun. Many cannonballs landed on the city wall, causing craters everywhere. The soldiers of Great Wu were terrified by the cannon fire but continued to counterattack with catapults and bows, although these had little effect on Mu Chengtian's forces. The range of North Country's cannons had basically exceeded that of regular archers, and unless they were 9th grade or above, it was very difficult to hit the North Country soldiers at a distance. After arriving at the city wall, Ying Feiyu saw the shattered remains everywhere, his face turning ashen. But soon, he noticed something. Although the weaponry of North Country was very powerful, it seemed that it was now in far less supply than before, and before long, the cannon fire became sparse, allowing the soldiers to anticipate the impact points and evade attacks in advance. Realizing that the number of shells had suddenly dropped, Ying Feiyu laughed and said, "The more powerful a weapon, the more precious it is. These iron balls have such immense power but must be difficult to manufacture, surely there is a limited supply. North Country's attack turning this flimsy proves the weapon must soon run out. We just need to hold off until the reinforcements from the imperial court arrive, and then there will certainly be a chance for a counterattack." Inspired by Ying Feiyu's words, his military generals and soldiers were all invigorated. Indeed, a weapon so powerful must be incredibly difficult to produce and couldn't possibly be in large supply. North Country's forces had already used so many, so it should be about depleted. Even if they used those iron balls to blast open the city gates, as long as the Great Wu soldiers could defend the breach, North Country's soldiers would still not be able to enter. Ying Feiyu's idea was certainly beautiful, but reality was cruel. The weakness of North Country's offensive, and the decreasing frequency of cannon fire, were mainly because the vanguard led by Mu Chengtian advanced too swiftly, and the artillery camp had not caught up. The artillery camp had many ordinary soldiers who found it rather difficult to transport the heavy cannons. The vanguard led by Mu Chengtian only had a few heavy cannons with limited ammunition, the rest were small mortars which didn't have much advantage when attacking a city. So Mu Chengtian was waiting, planning to continue once the artillery camp arrived at night. Anyway, within the day, they would surely take down Lingyun City and then hasten to sever the logistical support of the Great Wu main forces that had entered Great Ju, leaving the Great Wu army there without support. By afternoon, the counterattack of the North Country army had ceased. The vast North Country forces set up camp at a distance from Lingyun City, as if they were preparing for a long-term siege. At this moment, Ying Feiyu stood on the city ramparts, looking at the distant North Country army's camp, and once more solidified his guess that they had ceased their attack due to the lack of that weapon. Thus, he thought holding out until the imperial reinforcements arrived would not be a problem, and Lingyun City had ample supplies of food, which could easily last a few months. As dusk approached, the fiery red sun hung in the west, and the red afterglow cast upon the people turned their skin color to a bronze hue. The North Country's artillery units were mostly in place, just waiting for Mu Chengtian's order to attack, and Mu Chengtian had no intention of wasting time, as he immediately had the call to attack sounded. Meanwhile, Ying Feiyu was still completely oblivious to the severity of the situation and had returned to the mansion prepared for him by the county magistrate, ready to rest. Just then, an explosive roaring shattered Ying Feiyu's illusion, followed by a soldier who rushed into the courtyard in a flurry. "General, it's terrible. The North Country soldiers have launched another attack." Ying Feiyu frowned at what was happening. Could the North Country army still have that terrifying weapon? Hadn't they already used so much of it? How could there still be more? Without much thought, Ying Feiyu promptly picked up his sword again and rode swiftly towards the city rampart. No sooner had Ying Feiyu arrived at the ramparts than he saw the city walls riddled with craters, some had even collapsed considerably. If the bombardment continued, the walls would fall apart in a large breach before even the gates were breached. Ying Feiyu's expression darkened. Seeing the relentless cannonballs flying towards the city wall, Ying Feiyu realized that North Country likely had no shortage of this mysterious weapon at all. Their previous halt was probably due to some incident or plan. This could not go on. Just then, a deputy general suddenly said to Ying Feiyu, "General, look. Those cannonballs are all coming out of those tubes." Hearing this, Ying Feiyu immediately followed the direction the deputy general was pointing and indeed, he saw an iron ball flying out of a tube. Ying Feiyu thought, if those tubes could be destroyed, could the iron balls then be prevented from being launched? With this thought, Ying Feiyu immediately said to the deputy general at his side, Deputy General Shui, continue leading the soldiers here to hold off the North Country attack. I will lead the cavalry to destroy those egg-throwing cars. Yes, General. Ying Feiyu then descended from the city wall and immediately led 5,000 cavalrymen from North City, planning to strike from the flank and rush to the side of the North Country artillery camp at the fastest speed to destroy all of what they took to be egg-throwing cars. Ying Feiyu resorted to this out of desperation, as Lingyun City must not be lost under any circumstances. If it fell, he certainly would not meet a good fate. He would do everything possible to hold the fort until the imperial reinforcements arrived. If Yuping County were lost and Great Wu's main forces' logistics were cut off, it essentially meant that the operation to extinguish North Country had failed. Worse still, it was possible that Great Wu's main forces could be annihilated by the North Country. Should Great Wu's main forces retreat, they would have to fight against the North Country soldiers who had occupied Yuping County. With such a terrifying weapon in North Country's possession, even Great Wu's main forces would have difficulty securing victory. While Mu Changtian was commanding the North Country soldiers in the siege, he suddenly saw a contingent of light cavalry emerging from the flank, heading straight for the artillery camp. A slight smile crept up on his lips. He had been waiting for Ying Feiyu and his men to emerge, and Ying Feiyu indeed did. It wouldn't be easy to take down North Country's artillery camp. Mu Chengtian immediately ordered, Artillery 2nd Battalion, aim at those cavalrymen, blast them mercilessly. The drumbeat sounded urgently, and with the transmission of the order, the soldiers of the Artillery 2nd Battalion immediately turned their cannon barrels, taking aim at Ying Feiyu's cavalry. In the next moment, countless cannonballs rained down, exploding amidst the cavalry. In an instant, both horses and men were torn apart, and their limbs mingled in the air while the soil was churned up wave after wave. However, Ying Feiyu did not retreat, because he knew this was his last chance. If he retreated now, they would still be bombarded by those iron balls, and the devices launching them must be destroyed. Ying Feiyu and his men dodged the iron balls raining from the sky while continuing to charge toward the artillery camp. Despite the artillery's extensive attack range, Ying Feiyu and his troops managed to get close to the position where the artillery was stationed. But in the next moment, suddenly some infantrymen aimed their sticks a distance away at the approaching cavalry. Before Ying Feiyu and his men could react, a barrage of bullets flew toward them. With cannon fire and bullets, the artillery camp's flanks had essentially formed a wall of fire, making it impossible for Ying Feiyu's cavalry to break through no matter how they charged. Seeing soldiers falling beside him, Ying Feiyu realized the tide had turned against them. He immediately turned his horse around and shouted, "Retreat!" Ying Feiyu then dodged the artillery while swiftly retreating from the battlefield amidst a storm of gunfire. At this time, the siege had not ended, and Wenren Lai and his forces did not pursue Ying Feiyu's cavalry. Their foremost task for the frontline troops was to capture Lingyun City and then take control of the entire Yuping County. As for the remnants of Ying Feiyu's defeated soldiers, it didn't matter if they ran away. After leading the few hundred remaining cavalry out of the battle at the flanks, Ying Feiyu did not immediately return to the city to continue directing the soldiers in defense. Instead, he led these few hundred cavalry straight away to escape to the next city in Yuping County. Ying Feiyu had come to realize the terrifying might of the North Country. Their soldiers simply couldn't match the North Country's army. The North's weapons were far too advanced. They made even their 9th-grade martial artists as ordinary as any commoner. This battle was undoubtedly unwinnable for them. In his mind, Ying Feiyu considered how to shift the blame. With the war inevitably lost, he had to report the North Country's weapons as a matter of utmost importance to the imperial court and make them understand that the defeat in this battle was not his fault, but rather that of Princess Junwan. That woman had not informed them in time of the North Country's horrifying weapons, and that had led to the defeat and the fall of Lingyun City. The Deputy General of Lingyun City was waiting for Ying Feiyu to return and led their defense, but he never appeared. At that moment, the city gates were blasted open. The defending soldiers of Lingyun City immediately went to the gates to hold their ground, not allowing the North Country soldiers to get close. However, the North troops didn't even approach the gates. The soldiers from the North Country simply pushed several cannons forward and bombarded the gates wildly. The soldiers defending the gates were quickly blown to pieces. Once the gates were cleared, the musketeers and black cavalry entered the city and swiftly cleared out the Great Wu soldiers. Seeing the hopelessness of the situation, the deputy general ultimately chose to surrender. The Battle of Yonggan County Lingyun City came to an end, with the North Country devastating Great Wu's 300,000-strong army, killing nearly 200,000 Great Wu soldiers and capturing close to 100,000. They successfully took control of a key city in Yuping County. Now, using Lingyun City as a springboard, the North Country only needed to swiftly capture the other cities in Yuping County and then cut off the logistical support for the main forces of Great Wu entering Great Ju. The results of this battle quickly spread to the Great Wu imperial court and across several other dynasties, with nearly all powers being intimidated by the combat effectiveness of the North Country's army. Great Wu Dynasty. Li Jung Palace. At this time, the ministers in the court were still unaware of the events at Lingyun City, laughing and talking among themselves. Sitting on the dragon throne, the martial emperor was also oblivious to what had happened. He asked, after conquering the North Country, whom do my ministers think would be most suitable to manage its lands? Hearing this, one minister said, Your Majesty, this servant believes it would be most appropriate to entrust this task to Prince Wu Ming. His diligence, perseverance, and outstanding talents assure me that he could quickly make the commoners of the North Country pledge loyalty to Great Wu. As one person spoke up, ministers from the Imperial Prince faction immediately echoed in agreement. This servant also believes Prince Wu Ming is most suitable. It was clear to everyone that controlling the North Country would provide access to the fine items the North Prince had managed to procure in the North Country, a temptation too great for any prince to resist. Those items were all valuable goods that could bring incalculable benefits in the future, so every prince wanted them. Soon, ministers from other prince factions also started speaking out in support of the princes they served. As the ministers bickered for a while, the Sum Emperor suddenly turned to Chai Jiliang with a smile and said, Chai, what is your opinion on whom we should entrust with the management of the North Country? Chai Jiliang bluntly poured cold water on the conversation. Your Majesty, the war has not yet ended. It's premature to discuss this matter now. Hearing this, the martial emperor's face darkened instantly, and he asked, What do you mean? Does Chai doubt that my 600,000 troops cannot exterminate a mere feudal state? Just as Chai Jiliang was about to respond, a voice from outside the hall suddenly resonated. It was from a messenger soldier. Urgent news from Yuping County. Upon hearing the noise that echoed from outside the Grand Hall, the ministers within instantly became excited. A rush report from Yuping County. Yuping County borders Yonggan County. Does this battle report coming from Yuping County not mean that Great Wu's army has already taken Yonggan County? But then again, is the North Country's army really that useless? At this moment, Chai Jiliang's brow furrowed, and his expression turned sour, a shade of worry crossing his face. He did not believe that Great Wu's 300,000 troops could have taken Yonggan County so soon after the battle began. Yonggan County was defended by 50,000 heavy cavalry, and the North Country had stationed several hundreds of thousands of soldiers there. Moreover, if Great Wu's army had indeed taken Yonggan County so quickly, it would indicate that the North Country's forces there must have been insufficient. Consequently, it's highly likely that the North Country's troops had moved to other locations. The easier Yonggan County was to capture, the greater the resistance the North Country's main troops would encounter elsewhere. No matter how one looks at it, the battle report from Yuping County can't be good news. As Chai Jiliang was thinking this, the messenger soldier now entered the Grand Hall. He quickly knelt on the ground and in the midst of the minister's expectant gazes, he loudly reported, Pigeon letter from Yuping County. General Ying's 300,000-strong army has been defeated by the North Country's army. General Ying has retreated to Lingyun City, and the current situation is unknown. Upon hearing these words, the Grand Hall erupted into an uproar. They all thought that the North Country had been defeated, but it turned out to be Great Wu's defeat instead. How could this be? After all, Ying Feiyu was a battle-hardened military general, and their Great Wu soldiers were all elitia. How could they have been defeated in such a short time? It's been only a few days. What exactly happened in Yonggan County? Now it's a pigeon letter. Pigeon letters are generally used for urgent messages and don't tend to be very detailed. They will only know the full situation once the official war report reaches the capital city. However, regardless of the details, a defeat is a defeat. The outcome is now almost certain. Ying Feiyu's defeat means that Lingyun City is likely in jeopardy. If Lingyun City falls, then the occupation of Yuping County by the North Country is not far off. Yuping County is the vital route for the logistics of the main armed forces. If Yuping County is taken, Great Wu's main forces will be completely cut off logistically. But if the main forces fail to take down the North Country promptly and their logistics are disrupted, their morale will inevitably suffer. At this moment, the court was hushed, the atmosphere oppressively somber, not a single person spoke, and cold sweat involuntarily appeared on many foreheads. The war had just begun a few days ago, and already Great Wu's 300,000 strong force was defeated. Although they had not expected this army to achieve significant victories, at the very least they were supposed to tie down the North Country's forces stationed in Yonggan County. Yet, the defeat came so swiftly wouldn't the North Country's army soon be able to send reinforcements. Once the North Country's troops from Yonggan County started to reinforce, it was very likely that Great Wu's main forces would fail to breach Yan County. In such a case, Great Wu's plans would fail. At this time, the ministers dared not speak, fearful of provoking the martial emperor. After who knows how long, the martial emperor finally exclaimed furiously, "Useless, all of you are useless." Ying Feiyu, that waste, couldn't even hold out for half a month before his defeat. What use is he to me? And to think he is a veteran general who has experienced numerous battles. Seeing the martial emperor's temper flare, the ministers within the hall dared even less to breathe a word. After venting his anger, Chai Jiliang stood up and said directly, "Your Majesty, now is not the time for anger. General Ying's army has been defeated. We do not know how many soldiers he has left. We must send someone to Yuping County promptly to clarify the situation and dispatch reinforcements. If the North Country occupies the whole of Yuping County, Great Wu's main forces will be cut off from their logistics, and the frontline soldiers' morale will surely be affected." Seeing Chai Jiliang daring to speak up at such a time, the ministers within the Grand Hall couldn't help but admire him. It was just like Chai Jiliang to dare to provoke the ire of the martial emperor at such a moment. After listening to Chai Jiliang, the martial emperor also quickly calmed down. Although he was still very upset, the situation took precedence. They must hold Yuping County at all costs. They absolutely could not allow the North Country's soldiers to mount a counterattack. Yuping County, no matter what, must not be lost. If Yuping County were lost, it would be a complete collapse across the board. With that thought, the martial emperor immediately commanded, "Have Tang Ming lead 200,000 troops to reinforce Yuping County at once, they must hold it at all costs. Also, issue an order to Ying Feiyu to return to the capital city immediately. I want to know exactly how he was defeated." Although the martial emperor internally still couldn't accept the fact of Ying Feiyu's defeat, he was no fool. Ying Feiyu was after all a battle-hardened veteran. He had participated in many foreign wars, routing many enemy armies. When he attacked Great Sum, it was under his command as well. How could he have been defeated this time so suddenly? There must have been problems they hadn't anticipated. The martial emperor knew that the war report would reach the capital city in a few days, but he was more intent on hearing the description from Ying Feiyu himself. At this juncture, the martial emperor stood up, threw his sleeve, and without declaring the court adjourned, walked off to the side. Seeing the martial emperor leave, the ministers quickly said, "We respectfully bid farewell to your majesty." After the martial emperor left, the grand hall immediately descended into chaos. People were abuzz with discussions about the war in Yuping County, still unable to believe it was true. How could Ying Feiyu have been defeated so quickly? That was an elite army of 300,000 soldiers, yet they couldn't hold on for even half a month. The combat prowess of the North Country soldiers is too terrifying, isn't it? They had originally thought that the North Country's defeat of the barbarian tribes of the Northland and Tianqi King's army might have been due to some luck, and if it had been Great Wu's army in their place, North Country would only be humiliated. Now, it seems they had seriously underestimated the military strength of the North Country. It wasn't long before that. Inside the green cloud palace, amidst curling wisps of smoke, Wu Junwan's expression was very unsightly within the red silk chambers. She had also received news from the front lines immediately. Although she had long sensed that the North Country would not be easily defeated, she had not anticipated that Great Wu's army would collapse so quickly. At that moment, Chai Jiliang entered the grand hall. Your servant pays respects to Princess Junwan. Wu Junwan coldly asked with an expressionless face. Mr. Chai should already know about the incident that occurred in Yuping County, right? Chai Jiliang replied, your servant learned of it while in court. Wu Junwan asked, Mr. Chai, what do you make of this matter? Chai Jiliang answered, if Great Wu's army could have held Yuping County and continued to stall the several 100,000 troops of North Country in Yong'an County, there would still be hope for victory if General Zan and the others could breach into North Country. Buddha. Chai Jiliang did not continue. Wu Junwan inquired at that time, why has Mr. Chai stopped? Chai Jiliang then continued, but judging from the swift defeat of Yuping County's 300,000 troops, the military capability and the combat prowess of North Country soldiers have far exceeded our estimates. No one knows what other cards North Country may hold. Even if General Zan and his forces were to penetrate into the homeland of North Country, they may not necessarily be able to smoothly advance to Yan County and eradicate North Country. The battle between Yong'an County and Lingyun City had directly shattered Chai Jiliang's confidence. With such a formidable Great Wu army defeated in just a few days, it was not only Chai Jiliang who lacked confidence, few in court still harbored great hope for the war launched by Great Wu. Listening to Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Junwan fell into contemplation for a moment before murmuring, it seems my palace will face quite a few troubles ahead. Wu Junwan thought to herself that it must have been the mysterious weapons of North Country that had caused Great Wu's army to be defeated so quickly. She had failed to investigate those weapons beforehand. With the war turning sour, inevitably some would seize on this to raise issues, then impeach her. Thinking of this, Wu Junwan felt uneasy, her mind already working on how to avoid this crisis. If anyone targeted her, she really wouldn't have much to say, as the one in charge of intelligence. She had provided absolutely no information on the terrifying weapons of North Country, contributing to the disastrous defeat of Great Wu's army, a failure she could not shrug off. After pondering for a while, Wu Junwan came up with an idea. There was no other way now but to make the Qian family the scapegoats. She could cast all the blame onto the Qian family, then claim that she was deceived by them, which was why she failed to provide intelligence on North Country. Although she would still bear responsibility, she could shift most of the blame and appear merely to have been misled by her subordinates. Thinking this, Wu Junwan immediately said to a female guard in the palace, Xiao Yu, immediately send someone to arrest the entire Qian Xingcheng family. We can't let the Qian family escape. Yes. The female guard immediately turned and left the grand hall to arrest the chief culprits. Witnessing this, Chai Jiliang instantly realized what Wu Junwan was doing. The princess was preparing to shift the blame. Wu Junwan then said to Chai Jiliang, Mr. Chai, in the coming days, my palace might face impeachment by many ministers. I would trouble you to handle that for my palace. Chai Jiliang promptly replied, Your Highness can rest assured. Your servant will not let any scoundrel tarnish your reputation. Chai Jiliang would never allow Wu Junwan to be engulfed in an affair that could lead to her dethronement. Even if Wu Junwan truly fell into crisis, he would stand by Princess Junwan's side, unwaveringly. After all, this woman represented not only his political interests but was also the object of his affection. Hearing Chai Jiliang's commitment, Wu Junwan smiled faintly then said, Then I'll trouble Mr. Chai with this. Chai Jiliang replied, It is your servant's duty. A few days later, the true report of the battle entered the capital city. By this time, Great Wu's reinforcement army of 200,000 had already set out for Yuping County. In the court of Great Wu, there was silence, not a single minister dared to speak, and even Chai Jiliang had lapsed into quiet. They all knew the latest battle reports had reached the capital city. Only the martial emperor had seen the reports thus far, and having them summoned to court likely meant they were to discuss the report. At that time, the martial emperor pulled out a battle report and began, a battle report personally written by General Ying has arrived in our hands. According to Ying Feiyu, the North Country has unveiled a kind of mysterious weapon. These weapons, resembling iron spheres, are hurled using catapults. Once an iron ball lands among soldiers, it immediately explodes. And when an iron ball explodes, it is as if a Grand Master has struck. North Country has a vast number of such weapons. Faced with these iron balls, Great Wu's military formations could not withstand even a quarter of an hour before collapsing. Upon hearing these words, the Great Hall was suddenly in uproar. As if a Grand Master made his move. What kind of weapon is this? How can its power be so immense? The more powerful the weapon, the more difficult it is to use, and the rarer they should be. How could the North Country possess such a large number of these mysterious weapons? Could it be that Ying Feiyu was defeated and is now trying to shift the blame in his haste? If the North Country really possesses such weapons, then Great Wu's campaign against the North Country is bound to fail without a doubt. A single iron ball is like the strike of a Grand Master. If the North Country had tens of thousands of them, how could Great Wu possibly stand against the North Country? For this campaign against the North Country, Great Wu dispatched only 2 Grand Masters. While the ministers in the Great Hall were abuzz with discussion, suddenly, the voice of a messenger soldier came from outside, urgent report from Lingyun City. Upon hearing this voice, the martial emperor's face turned even grimmer. If what Ying Feiyu reported in the dispatch was true, then it was very likely that Lingyun City had fallen. Just then, the messenger soldier entered the Great Hall, knelt in the center, and tremblingly lifted the latest dispatch over his head, saying, Lingyun City has fallen, our army of 300,000 has been annihilated, General Ying's life or death is unknown. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Great Hall gasped in shock. The martial emperor's dispatch had arrived not long before, and now the second dispatch had come, bringing news of the fall of Lingyun City. This proved that Lingyun City had been lost within a single day, and Ying Feiyu hadn't even managed to hold it for one day. Had the military strength of the North Country's army already reached such a terrifying level? After a moment of stunned silence, the eunuch by the martial emperor's side quickly approached the messenger soldier, took the dispatch, and promptly delivered it to the martial emperor. The martial emperor took the dispatch, quickly scanned it, and said nothing. His expression was somber. It was apparent he was in great distress. Ever since his ascension to the throne, he had launched numerous wars and had almost never been defeated. Each war had managed to expand Great Wu's territory, bringing in a lot of land. But this time, he had not only failed to gain any land, but he had also lost such an important city in such a short period. If everything was as described in the dispatch, then Yuping County would inevitably fall to the North Country's army within half a month. Think about it, an army entirely composed of Grand Masters, how many countries could stand against them? No matter how sturdy their city walls, they couldn't possibly withstand the joint assault of hundreds, perhaps thousands of Grand Masters. Although Grand Master is merely a metaphor, the use of the North Country's weapons in battle indeed resulted in a unilateral massacre. Now, one could only hope that the main force of the North Country was in Yonggan County and that their main forces could successfully invade the North Country's homeland and capture the North Prince. Otherwise, with the North Country's military strength, if Great Wu couldn't annihilate the North Country this time, they would soon be overthrown by the North Country instead. The martial emperor's expression kept changing, as he couldn't understand why such terrifying weapons existed in the world. He now finally realized why the North Country was able to annihilate the barbarians of the Northland and defeat the Tianqi King's army in such a short time. With such devastating weapons, isn't the North Country capable of annihilating whomever they please? Great Wu's 300,000 elites were defeated in a day. What could those barbarians possibly amount to? At this moment, the Great Hall was profoundly silent. Not a single minister spoke. The sound of people's breathing could even be heard, and just then, the imperial censor Zhang Yuanbai suddenly spoke out. This minister impeaches Princess Junwan for her negligence, disregard for human life, and abuse of power. Hearing the words of imperial censor Zhang Yuanbai, all the officials in the Great Hall were stunned. No one had anticipated Zhang Yuanbai would choose this moment to impeach Princess Junwan. Although Zhang Yuanbai was the imperial censor, Great Wu had just suffered a defeat, and the martial emperor was still furious. Zhang Yuanbai's actions at such a time risked having his head chopped off by the martial emperor. At this moment, the eyes of the ministers turned to the face of the martial emperor, wanting to see how he would react now. However, the martial emperor did not show anger. He merely asked indifferently, "Does Zhang consider himself to know what he is talking about?" Cold sweat began to bead on Zhang Yuanbai's forehead. He calmed his emotions and then continued, "Your servant knows what he is saying. This military defeat is entirely due to our lack of understanding of the mysterious weapon possessed by the North Country, and Princess Junwan, who controls Great Wu's intelligence service, didn't even know about the North Country's mysterious weapons, let alone provide any information about them. In addition, some spies under Princess Junwan have recently started gravitating towards your servant, submitting ample evidence of her abuse of authority to eliminate dissidents and her extensive embezzlement. I believe that Princess Junwan is no longer suitable to manage the intelligence service, and even her title should be stripped away as well." After hearing Zhang Yuanbai's speech, the officials on Prince Wu Ming's side immediately seized the opportunity, and other officials also began to stand up in support of Zhang Yuanbai. "Your servant also impeaches Princess Junwan, the princess. Soon, more voices calling for impeachment arose in the court, and Zhang Yuanbai kept his gaze on any change in the martial emperor's expression. Seeing the martial emperor so composed, Zhang Yuanbai guessed that the martial emperor must also have grievances against Wu Junwan. Under normal circumstances, the martial emperor would have stopped people from continuing at this point, but today, he did nothing. In fact, the martial emperor's heart was indeed wavering. Just then, Chai Jiliang could no longer bear to watch. He immediately said, "Master Zhang keeps accusing Princess Junwan of negligence, reckless killings, and abusing power, but where is the evidence? Would the evidence rely solely on Master Zhang's words?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuanbai sneered and then said, "If I had no evidence, I naturally would not impeach the princess." Having said this, Zhang Yuanbai gave a bow to the martial emperor and then requested, "Your Majesty, please allow your servant to summon witnesses." Hearing this, the face of the martial emperor finally showed a slight change. He furrowed his brows and then commanded, "Granted." Seeing the martial emperor actually agreeing to Zhang Yuanbai's request, the hearts of officials like Chai Jiliang who were on the side of Princess Junwan chilled by half. If the martial emperor still trusted Princess Junwan, he definitely would not have allowed Zhang Yuanbai to bring the evidence, or witnesses, to the court. The fact that he agreed now proved that the martial emperor also wanted to curb Princess Junwan's power. Zhang Yuanbai immediately had someone bring Qian Xingchang and others to the court. Upon seeing members of the Qian family appear in court, the faces of Chai Jiliang and the ministers from Princess Junwan's camp instantly turned extremely unsightly. They were well aware that Wu Junwan had intended to use the Qian family members as scapegoats. They had started to capture the Qian family members initially, so how could they appear here? The Qian family was also core to the intelligence service. After all, the Qinghai Commercial Association of the Qian family provided a large amount of funding for the intelligence service, and many spies operated under the guise of the Qinghai Commercial Association among various dynasties. The members of the Qian family held many pieces of evidence unfavorable to Princess Junwan. This was trouble. After arriving in the Great Hall, Qian Xingchang immediately knelt down and said, "Commoner Qian Xingchang pays his respects to your majesty. Long live, long live, long live your majesty." The martial emperor asked coldly, "I remember your Qian family has always had some form of cooperation with the intelligence service." Qian Xingchang answered, "Your Majesty, indeed, Princess Junwan initially reached out to us in order to build the intelligence network." At that moment, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the martial emperor. "Do you realize what fate befalls those who betray their masters? In this era of strict hierarchical systems, servants who betrayed their masters generally met with dire fates, and Great Wu's laws explicitly prescribed decapitation for servants who betrayed their masters." However, Qian Xingchang was not intimidated by the martial emperor's words, and he said at this time, "Your commoner knows that the intelligence service is directly under your majesty's control. Your majesty is the commoner's master, and the commoner has never betrayed your majesty." Hearing this, the martial emperor couldn't help but sneer. Then the martial emperor continued, tell me, what things did Princess Junwan have you do? At this point, Qian Xingchang glanced at Zhang Yuanbai, who then said, Qian Xingchang, have no fear, speak freely, His Majesty will protect you. Thereafter, as Qian Xingchang knelt on the ground, he revealed all the deeds Wu Junwan had done, one by one, piece by piece. After all, Wu Junwan was a woman infatuated with power, which led her to commit many secretive acts, and in fact, most incidences were known to others, they had just not been exposed before, and many were even known to the martial emperor himself. Once Qian Xingchang finished exposing all the deeds of Wu Junwan, the eyes of the ministers all turned to the martial emperor, waiting for him to speak. Yet at this moment, an official from Prince Lu Yi's faction suddenly knelt down. Princess Junwan, royal princess appointed by His Majesty, neglects her duties day by day, indulging in trade and commerce, even abusing her authority, which led to the intelligence service's severe lack of information about the North Country, causing the failure of this northern campaign. This servant earnestly requests that His Majesty revoke the title of the princess. Now was the best opportunity to bring down Princess Junwan. The ministers of the other imperial prince factions could no longer restrain themselves, and they immediately reached an unspoken agreement. No matter which prince's faction they belonged to, they agreed to first kick that woman out of the game. She was too domineering. With her presence, the princes they supported found it difficult to rise to prominence. Following the voices calling for the revocation of her title, even more ministers stepped forward. We beseech the emperor to revoke Princess Junwan's title. We beseech the emperor to revoke Princess Junwan's titlia. Soon after, a large group kneeled in a rustling wave in the Great Hall. Seeing this scene, Chai Jiliang realized the seriousness of the issue. He originally wanted to say something more, but at this moment, the martial emperor spoke up. Princess Junwan has abused her power, leading to the failure of the northern campaign. From this day forth, her title of Princess Junwan is revoked, she is to be confined to Green Cloud Palace and without my command, she shall not leave. In Great Wu, Princess Junwan denotes the legitimate eldest daughter of a prince, who does not have the right to meddle in politics, whereas the title, Princess Junwan, requires an imperial decree, codifying substantial authority. Once titled, they could intervene in affairs of the court. When the martial emperor pronounced these words, a thrill of excitement surged within the hearts of the court ministers of the imperial prince factions and those repulsed by the idea of women in politics. They had not expected this military defeat would eradicate the ominous cloud that loomed over their heads. The ministers also realized that the martial emperor had completely lost faith in Princess Junwan. Oh no, she was now just Princess Junwan. It would no longer be so easy for this woman to meddle in the court's affairs. Not long after, Wu Junwan, who was in Green Cloud Palace, received the news from the court. At first, she scarcely could believe it, but when the imperial edict arrived, she realized that her father had thoroughly abandoned her. With Great Wu's 300,000-strong army annihilated, and even the possibility that Great Wu's main forces could suffer a setback, someone had to be made the scapegoat. Though the war was initiated by her father, the emperor could not be held responsible. The emperor could do no wrong, so the fault must lie with someone else. Therefore, the martial emperor planned to make her bear the blame. As the eunuch finished reading the imperial edict, Wu Junwan slumped powerlessly onto the ornate couch, her gaze listless and wandering. After a while, Wu Junwan snapped back to reality and hastily exclaimed, "Fetch Prime Minister Chai for me immediately." No sooner had Wu Junwan spoken than the female guard at the door said, "Your Highness, the Emperor has already ordered the lockdown of Green Cloud Palace, and no outsiders are permitted to enter." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan was slightly stunned. She had been placed under house arrest. She had never imagined there would come a day like this for her. Some time passed before Wu Junwan collected herself and then said to the female guards inside the Great Hall, "Go and call Elder Pei." Pei Hong was her protector, and if someone of the Grandmaster realm like him spoke on her behalf, perhaps he could stabilize her father for the time being. However, as Wu Junwan was thinking this, suddenly a female guard entered the Great Hall, knelt tremblingly on the ground, and said, "Your Highness, Elder Pei has sent me to give you a message. From today onwards, he will no longer be your protector, he hopes that the princess will cultivate in peace within Green Cloud Palace and break through to the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Hearing this, Wu Junwan was struck as if by thunder. She had not expected Pei Hong, her protector, to distance himself from her as well. Thinking about it, it made sense. Pei Hong had been placed by her mother by her side since a young age, and so many years after her mother's death, it was likely that Pei Hong's loyalty to her had already waned. Plus, with everyone turning against her now that she had fallen, Pei Hong likely saw no future in following her and thus might have decided to switch allegiance to another prince. Once the balance of power was broken, it was easy to tip completely. Back then, Pei Hong had been aligned with Wu Junwan's mother, which naturally put him on Wu Junwan's side as her protector. After the death of Wu Junwan's mother, the Empressa, who had amassed a significant following, Pei Hong did not betray her immediately, since the governing influence of his former allegiance was considerable. And Pei Hong, being of the Grandmaster realm, also drew the emperor's wariness. Considering the support from a Grandmaster behind Wu Junwan and the fact that the emperor genuinely needed a formidable power backing him to strengthen his court presence, the emperor then made Wu Junwan Princess Junwan. Moreover, due to the emperor designating Wu Junwan as Princess Junwan, Pei Hong, staying by her side, ended up acquiring more privileges, hence his continued presence. The emperor had long felt that his daughter's power was becoming too great, completely suppressing the development of the other princes, but there had been no way to deal with it. He dared not hastily depose her from her title as Princess Junwan because he was unsure of Pei Hong's loyal extent to her. But this time was different. The failed campaign against the North Country, with the loss of hundreds of thousands due to a lack of intelligence, provided the emperor a justifiable reason to temporarily strip Wu Junwan of her title, and those of the Princess Junwan faction had nothing to say about it. With Wu Junwan stripped of power, Pei Hong, the Grandmaster, had no reason to stay by her side any longer. He could ally with anyone, as someone of the Grandmaster realm would be welcomed by any party. Wu Junwan losing her position caused a domino effect. With Pei Hong leaving Wu Junwan, those who had aligned with Junwan's faction for the sake of Pei Hong, the Grandmaster, would inevitably turn to others, leaving Wu Junwan's side quickly devoid of people. Wu Junwan was not a fool. She knew exactly what would happen once she lost the power in her hands. Before long, the court's power dynamics would be completely redrawn, and she had been thoroughly cast out of the game. Deeply regretful, Wu Junwan lamented that she should not have underestimated her brothers in the past. It was precisely because she had not taken her brothers seriously that she had failed to detect their movements early on, leading to her current loss of power. Even now, Wu Junwan was still unaware of who was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. As evening approached, the Qian family. After returning to the Qian residence, Qian Xingcheng immediately went to the backyard and jumped into the well. Before the servants of the Qian family could react, a great fire erupted and engulfed the entire estate. Late into the night, the martial emperor was still in the imperial study room, not yet retired, when a soldier entered and reported the situation at the Qian residence. Although Qian Xingcheng claimed to serve the emperor, the martial emperor certainly did not acknowledge such a subordinate. Traitors like Qian Xingcheng were destined to die. Moreover, the martial emperor did not need to act himself. Naturally, someone would take care of the Qian family. What the martial emperor didn't know, however, was that the Qian family had not perished. As the sun set, the shadows of a merchant caravan stretched long in the red light. Qian Xingcheng, who had once jumped into the well, was now in a carriage, looking toward the North Country and said indifferently, "My mission is completed. At last, I can go to North Country and meet with the king." At this very moment, in the Great Xia dynasty. In the Sum Emperor's sleeping palace, the Sum Emperor was meditating in cultivation when suddenly, a shadow appeared in the room. The Sum Emperor immediately opened his eyes. "What is it?" The shadow reported. "Great Wu's army of 300,000 has been defeated." Ying Feiyu intended to lead his soldiers back to defend Lingyun City, but by nightfall, the city was besieged and conquered by the North Country's army. The North Country wiped out Great Wu's 300,000 troops in just one day. Upon hearing this, the Sum Emperor's entire being stiffened in shock. In one day, the Sum Emperor knew of Ying Feiyu, When Great Wu and Great Sha had clashed, it was Ying Feiyu who led the troops against Great Sha. Great Sha's forces were driven back defeat after defeat, eventually losing 2 counties, and later on suffered a major defeat against Great Wu's main force. And now, such an experienced veteran had been utterly defeated by North Country's forces within a day. How could this be possible? Had North Country's military strength grown so formidable? Wait. The Sum Emperor suddenly thought of something, and then asked, did the North Country dispatch a Grand Master? To defeat an experienced army so swiftly could only mean that they had sent a Grand Master. But then the shadow spoke. According to the scouts, North Country did not dispatch a Grand Master to Yong'an County. Great Wu's forces were so swiftly defeated because North Country used a mysterious weapon. This weapon, resembling an iron ball, explodes with power akin to a Grandmaster's self-detonation of their Dantian. It's said that Great Wu's formations couldn't withstand this mysterious weapon for even a quarter of an hour. At these words, the Sum Emperor frowned, his face turning dark in an instant. What kind of weapon was so terrifying? The force of an iron ball was comparable to a Grandmaster's self-destruction of their Dantian. The Sum Emperor continued, how many of these mysterious weapons does the North Country possess? The shadow replied, it's unclear. It's rumored that North Country used at least 1,000 of these iron balls on the battlefield in Yong'an County. Even the walls of Lingyun City were blasted apart by them. Grandmasters and martial artists below their rank are no match at all. A direct hit from one of these would tear a body into several pieces. After the shadow finished speaking, the Sum Emperor fell silent. If the news was true, then North Country's military power might far surpass that of the other great dynasties. How did North Country come to possess such a terrifying weapon? With this kind of weapon, how could the other dynasties stand a chance against North Country? How would he deal with the turmoil in North Country then? After coming to his senses, the Sum Emperor immediately commanded, investigate. Find out where this mysterious weapon came from, and whether North Country can manufacture more of them. At this juncture, the Sum Emperor was greatly concerned. If North Country was to march south with such weapons and attack Great Sha, could Great Sha's troops withstand even a single day like Great Wu did? The very thought filled the Sum Emperor with dread. No, this wouldn't do. He had to break through to the heavenly human realm as quickly as possible. Yet to make that breakthrough, his wayward son must die. Finally, the Sum Emperor entertained the idea of directly sending someone to kill Lu Chen, whereas before, he had left Lu Chen to his own fate, secretly hoping he would soon perish, but never actively sending someone to assassinate him. But things were different now. Lu Chen's arrival in North Country had suddenly bolstered such a tremendous military force, posing a serious threat to his reign. Moreover, without Lu Chen's death, he might never break through to the heavenly human realm. Realizing this, the Sum Emperor called to the shadow, fetch the eternally mysterious Taoist and the master of divine communication. Yes, your majesty. The next day. Da Yu dynasty. In the court, ministers were discussing the war between North Country and Great Wu. Naturally, the ministers hoped that Great Wu would eliminate the threat of North Country, but they all felt that their emperor did not seem to share this sentiment. The Yu emperor, clad in a red phoenix robe, sat upon the phoenix chair, surveying the court ministers, before saying faintly, do my subjects truly believe that Great Wu can exterminate North Country? Hearing the Yu emperor's words, the ministers were stunned. Just then, a military general stood up and said, Your Majesty, Great Wu has a formidable army. For this campaign against North Country, they dispatched 600,000 elite troops, including 2 grandmasters. The military general had not yet finished when the Yu emperor interrupted, but the emperor understood the implication. In the eyes of the ministers, despite North Country's ambition and threat, it was, after all, just a feudal state. How could it possibly stand against a dynasty like Great Wu? My ministers, you still do not understand North Country. As the Yu emperor uttered these words, an armored female guard entered the hall from outside, walked up to the Phoenix platform, and presented a report to the Yu emperor. The Yu emperor took the intelligence report from the hands of her female guard, opened it and glanced briefly, her expression becoming quite serious. Seeing the grave look on the Yu emperor's face, the courtiers in the Great Hall surmised that perhaps Great Wu's army genuinely couldn't stand up to the North Country. At this point, the Yu Emperor handed the intelligence report to the female guard beside her, then said with an icy tone, "Read." After receiving the intelligence from the Yu Emperor, the female guard immediately read, "On the 9th day of the 10th lunar month, Great Wu dispatched 300,000 troops to Yonggan County, but was defeated by a mysterious weapon of the North Country. This weapon is shaped like a sphere that, when it explodes, yields the power comparable to a martial artist at the Master Realm self-detonating their Dantian. The North Country hurled thousands of such weapons at Great Wu's forces, instantly breaking their formation. Ying Feiyu led the soldiers in a retreat to Lingyun City. By the evening, Lingyun City had fallen and Ying Feiyu fled with 100 cavalry. Upon hearing the intelligence read by the guard, all the ministers were stunned in an instant. Had Great Wu actually been defeated? And in just one day? That was an army of 300,000. How could this be possible? How did North Country have such formidable military power? And what was the mysterious weapon mentioned in the report? That upon explosion, it possesses the power of a Grandmaster blowing up their Dantian. If it truly is as the report says, then not to mention Great Wu's army, even an army with Grandmasters wouldn't be able to withstand the force of this weapon, right? Where on earth did North Country get such terrifying weapons? No weapon of such destructive power had ever appeared in this world before, had it? If North Country could mass-produce such weapons, would martial artists still have a place in this world in the future? The previous order based on martial artists would be utterly overturned, and the age of the martial artist would be no more. After a long moment, the ministers in the Great Hall regained their composure. At that time, a minister said, "Your Majesty, if the report is true, given the current situation, Great Wu's main forces will likely also fall to North Country. We must make preparations, lest North Country uses the pursuit of the remnants of Great Wu's forces as an excuse to enter Dayu's territory." Though according to the intelligence, most of North Country's soldiers are in Yonggan County, the sudden appearance of such a powerful mysterious weapon in not insignificant numbers makes it hard to predict who will win and who will lose. Although Great Wu's main forces include 2 Grandmasters, North Country has its own Grandmasters, and this mysterious weapon has the power of a Grandmaster's exploding Dantian. Such a weapon would be effective even against Grandmasters. Facing Great Wu's main forces, North Country could just bombard Great Wu's 300,000 strong army in a relentless barrage, leaving no chance for Great Wu to resist. At such a time, Dayu must take action. We must send troops to the border to deter North Country and prevent their soldiers from entering Dayu. Just then, suddenly a voice from outside the Great Hall shouted, "Urgent news from the Northwest." The ministers' hearts jolted again. Urgent news from the Northwest. What could have happened in the Northwest at this time? Could it be that the barbarian tribes have once more assembled their armies, prepared to march south and attack Dayu? Hadn't they learned their lesson last time? As the ministers pondered what could have transpired in the Northwest, a messenger soldier entered the center of the Great Hall, immediately knelt on the ground, and with both hands raised a message tube, saying, "Black Dragon Country has dispatched an army of 100,000, approaching Dayu with unclear intentions." Hearing this, the ministers in the Great Hall were stunned momentarily. Black Dragon Country. Why would Black Dragon Country send a large force to Dayu's borders at this time? Black Dragon Country is merely a small state. If you consider overall national strength, the Dayu dynasty doesn't fear Black Dragon Country one bit. The main thing is that the king of Black Dragon Country is a bit unique. People speculated that the king of Black Dragon Country might be a celestial from the heavenly human realm, though of course, there is no evidence for this, it's merely conjecture. For Black Dragon Country to establish a nation in the barren Northwest completely undaunted by barbarian tribe Ataxa already proves it's no ordinary small country. In theory, there shouldn't be any conflict between Dayu and Black Dragon Country, as Black Dragon Country rarely seeks expansion or creates trouble. Most significantly, it seems the king of Black Dragon Country had established his power in the present territory of Black Dragon Country long ago. Even before the Dayu dynasty was founded, the influence of what would become the Black Dragon Country already existed. It just wasn't called Black Dragon Country at that time. But at the time, their king had not sought outward expansion, nor had he seized the land that now belongs to the Dayu dynasty, which indicates that the king of Black Dragon country didn't harbor grand ambitions. But now, why suddenly consider sending troops to Dayu's borders? Is this looking for trouble with Dayu? At that moment, the Yu emperor's eyebrows knitted slightly, then she spoke to a military general in the hall. General Qin, you must immediately proceed to the northwest border to ascertain why Black Dragon country is sending troops near Dayu. Hearing the Yu emperor's command, a tall and burly man immediately stood and said, "Yes, your majesty." Then the military general turned and left the great hall. The sudden movement of troops from Black Dragon country towards Dayu felt off to the Yu emperor. Recently, Black Dragon country had been too active. Not too long ago, a large number of merchant caravans from Black Dragon country appeared in Dayu. Although they seemed merely engaged in trade and did nothing else to threaten Dayu. But the more it seemed like that, the more the Yu emperor distrusted the Black Dragon country. If the Black Dragon country were to deploy troops against Great Ju at this time, Great Ju would send forces to the northwest border. By then, if North Country's remnant forces from the defeat of Great Wu were to flee into Great Ju's territory, and a conflict erupted between Great Ju and North Country, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Great Ju. The Yu emperor was still not certain if his plan had succeeded. If Murong Shuai had already taken down the North Prince, already controlling the North Prince, then the North Prince would be an excellent pawn for her. If the loss implied that the North Prince was not under control, and North Country deployed troops against Great Ju at this time, it was highly likely that Great Ju's army would not be a match for that of North Country. Great Ju would have no way to cope with those mysterious weapons of North Country. What followed would depend on whether the main force of Great Wu could attack into Yan County and whether Murong Shuai could control the North Prince. Meanwhile, Zanhong and Xu Xingwen were still completely oblivious to the events that had transpired in Yonggan County. They had entered North Country proper through Great Ju and had arrived at Yingyang County near Great Ju. There were not many cities in Yingyang County, only one key city, Cloud City. Once Cloud City fell, the main force of Great Wu could drive straight in, attacking directly into the core territory of North Country. For North Country, the fall of Cloud City would practically leave Yan County exposed to the main force of Great Wu. Arriving outside Cloud City, Zanhong and Xu Xingwen were still entirely unaware of what was about to happen. Looking at the tightly shut gates of Cloud City, Zanhong laughed and said to Xu Xingwen, "General Xu, how long do you think it will take us to capture Cloud City?" Xu Xingwen glanced at the crumbling earthen walls of Cloud City and then replied, 3 days. Zanhong chuckled and said, 3 days. You're giving the North Country's garrison too much credit. In my opinion, it will only take 1 day to take Cloud City. Having said this, Zanhong then ordered the troops behind him, set up camp immediately, we attack at dawn tomorrow. As Zanhong's words fell, the soldiers of Great Wu began to set up camp. At this moment, on the watchtower of Cloud City, Song Shuilin and Dongmen Feiyue looked emotionlessly at the distant army of Great Wu. They harbored no fear in their hearts for the army of Great Wu. Although they had only 200,000 troops, 20,000 fewer than Great Wu, they possessed cannons and howitzers prepared for them by North Country. Before the army of Great Wu had arrived at Cloud City, Dongmen Feiyue and Song Shuilin had soldiers familiarized themselves with the use of firearms. Although they had yet to develop specific tactics, bombarding the enemy with cannon fire would surely throw the enemy forces into disarray, negating the need for any tactics. At this moment, Dongmen Feiyue remarked, "I wonder where our king got such terrifying weapons. These don't seem like they belong to this world." Both came from the polar regions, and they were not particularly familiar with firearms. After witnessing the terrifying power of firearms, they were both awed by their might. As Grand Masters, they were actually somewhat resentful inside because the appearance of such firearms significantly impacted their status as martial artists. Therefore, the two simply let themselves be targets during the cannon testing to see how they fared. After their tests, they discovered that although the cannons could not directly kill a Grand Master, they could suppress their attacks. In the face of the cannons, they had to exert all their strength just to withstand the bombardments, making it difficult to counterattack. After their assessments, they eventually came to accept the facts. They thought to themselves that cannons were, for the time being, only possessed by North Country. They would be the ones bombarding others with cannons, not others bombarding them. Therefore, they had no need to be too concerned. Moreover, with the use of such weapons as cannons, their king could unify the world much faster. From this point of view, as his subjects, they should not harbor negative opinions about cannons. Hearing Dongmen Feiui's words, Song Shuilin said indifferently, "Who cares? For now, only North Country has such weapons. By the time other kingdoms or powers acquire these cannons, our king may have already unified the entire continent." Dongmen Feiui sighed at that moment. With such powerful weapons, we won't be as important to our king in the future. Hearing this, Song Shuilin laughed and then said, "General Dongmen, why worry about such things? Weapons are just weapons, no matter how powerful they still need people to operate them. Our king needs to expand his territory, to unify the entire continent, and he will still need us. How can you think that we will become less important?" Dongmen Feiui answered, "That's true." After Song Shuilin's reassurance, Dongmen Feiui felt somewhat better. A few days earlier, during the cannon tests, Dongmen Feiui was so shell-shocked by the cannons that he lost all temper, and it greatly impacted his morale. During the tests, the cannons were operated by ordinary people, not even martial artists. Yet there he was, a grandmaster, struggling to even defend himself in front of ordinary folks, which led to some negative thoughts, such as whether the North Prince might no longer need grandmasters. Song Shuilin, looking at the distant soldiers of Great Wu, said, "Those must be Great Wu's main forces. Let's launch a preemptive strike tonight and strive to end this battle soon." The main forces of Great Wu had come from afar and were already exhausted. Now, with 200,000 troops inside Cloud City and the support of cannons, if a surprise attack were launched at night, the 300,000 forces of Great Wu simply had no way to cope. This was the first battle that Song Shuilin and Dongmen Feiui participated in since arriving in North Country from the polar regions, so they paid extra attention to this fight. Now that North Country had the terrifying weapon of the cannon, the status of grandmasters had become less important than in the past. Therefore, in their view, if they wanted to gain the king's attention, they had to achieve more military exploits. In this battle, they not only had to win but also had to achieve a more perfect victory. Night fell. In the camp of Great Wu, fires still burned, and generals like Zhan Hong and Xu Xingwen did not relax just because they had reached Cloud City. They were in their tents, looking at the map of North Country and making plans for what to do next. The plan they were formulating now was how to act after taking Cloud City. In their eyes, Cloud City was already in the bag, the broken-down city hardly a challenge at all. At this moment, Xu Xingwen spoke up. Although Zhuge Zongguang is known for his scholarly pursuits, few have seen him in action. His actual strength is likely much stronger than our estimates. Hearing this, Zhan Hong laughed heartily and then said, "General Xu, this isn't like you, to be afraid of a feeble scholar." Xu Xingwen continued, "According to the intelligence gathered by Princess Junwan in Great Sum, above the Grandmaster is the Grandmaster in the Zenith realm. When a Grandmaster enters the Zenith realm and triggers an extraordinary phenomenon, he can enter the pseudo-celestial realm. Though it's not being a true celestial, their strength could likely increase dramatically. North Country once witnessed such a phenomenon, indicating that Zhuge Zongguang has also entered the pseudo-celestial realm. We have never crossed hands with an enemy from the pseudo-celestial realm before. General Zhan, it's better to be careful." Hearing this, Zhan Hong smiled and still did not take Xu Xingwen's words seriously. "Even if Zhuge Zongguang is a pseudo-celestial, even if he's a true celestial, I'm not afraid of him. General Xu, when have you ever?" Zhan Hong had not finished speaking when a loud boom erupted outside the tent, causing the generals inside to hear a ringing in their ears. Realizing that something might have happened, Xu Xingwen immediately went to the tent entrance and asked the soldiers outside, "What happened?" No sooner had Xu Xingwen finished speaking than another boom sounded nearby, and Xu Xingwen saw some soldiers, bodies being blown away. The next moment, the voices of the soldiers rose up in the camp. Enemy attack. The sounds of horns converged into a single torrent. Soldiers poured out of their tents, weapons in hand, ready to fight. Zan Hong led the true elite of Great Wu, whose soldiers responded incredibly quickly. They were ready for battle just shortly after the horns began to sound. At this moment, Zan Hong emerged from his tent, looking somewhat incredulously at the scene before him. They had only just arrived at Cloud City, not yet launched an attack, and the enemy had taken the lead in mounting a sneak attack on them. The soldiers of North Country must have underestimated them, perhaps thinking that after a long and exhausting trek, they would quickly fall into disarray faced with a surprise attack. Ha! Ridiculous. This army of 300,000 was the best of the elite from Great Wu. Even in the face of a sneak attack, they could quickly react and organize a counterattack. They had initially planned to let the defenders of Cloud City live one more night, but since they didn't know any better, they couldn't blame them for what came next. Just as Zan Hong inwardly mocked the Cloud City defenders for not recognizing a good situation, he soon discovered that the truly naive one was himself. At that moment, he was about to issue instructions to a messenger soldier, when suddenly, an iron ball flew down from the sky. Zan Hong, unimpressed, drew his sword and slashed at it, sending a burst of sword chi directly towards the iron ball in the air. However, just as the sword chi was about to make contact with the iron ball, it exploded instantaneously. Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen realized something was wrong in a flash. Xu Xingwen shouted loudly, "Not good." At that moment, both grandmasters simultaneously used protective Gang Qi. After the iron ball exploded, countless pieces of iron flew out, and nearly all the soldiers around them, except for Xu Xingwen and Zan Hong, were either wounded or killed by the blast. Seeing this bloody scene, Zan Hong was completely stunned. What kind of weapon was this? How could it be so powerful? There were several ninth-grade martial artists by his side, and they were all killed by the explosion. Just a moment ago, if they hadn't used their protective Gang Qi, they probably would have been seriously injured as well. Even as a grandmaster, Zan Hong was shaken by the sight of the explosion. After regaining his composure, his face darkened and his brows furrowed. What exactly was that iron ball? How could its power be so tremendous? They had never seen such a weapon before. At this point, Xu Xingwen said to Zan Hong, "General Zan, something doesn't seem right." No sooner had Xu Xingwen finished speaking when several more shells dropped from the sky. Zan Hong quickly swung his sword, attempting to cut down the shells, but as soon as his sword chi made contact with the shells, they exploded on impact. Even though the shells were quite far from the camp this time, the fragments from the explosion still killed and wounded many soldiers on the ground. Seeing this, the expressions on Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen's faces turned even uglier. They hadn't expected that after being destroyed, these iron balls could still unleash such terrifying power. No, they could not just sit around waiting to die. If the North Country had a vast number of such iron balls, then perhaps before they had a chance to retaliate, their army of 300,000 would have been almost entirely obliterated by the blasts. Immediately, Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen, risking the bombardment, began to assemble soldiers for a retreat. With the North Country wielding such terrifying weapons, it was absolutely impossible to confront them head-on at this time. Under the artillery barrage, Great Wu's soldiers quickly assembled and retreated in several groups. Since heavy artillery has a limited range, the soldiers of Great Wu retreated quickly. Before Song Xuelin and his troops could attack, Great Wu's soldiers had abandoned the camp and had run far off into the distance. Dongmin Feiyue immediately led his soldiers forward to attack, but Zan Hong left tens of thousands of men in position for a counter-ambush. Fortunately, Dongmin Feiyue's troops brought some light cannons, which quickly routed the tens of thousands of Zan Hong's soldiers left behind. However, those tens of thousands had bought significant time for the main forces of Great Wu to retreat. In the darkness of night, looking at the scattered torches nearby, Song Xuelin approached Dongmin Feiyue and said, "It's no wonder Great Wu's main force is formidable, such quick responsiveness is not simple. I didn't expect their soldiers to be able to react even at this late hour." Dongmin Feiyue frowned and then asked, "Are we pursuing them?" Song Xuelin replied, "There's no need to chase. The heavy artillery can't keep up, and Great Wu's 300,000 are elite. Even if we caught up, we would suffer heavy losses. The prince only told us to hold them off, not to take the initiative to attack." Although they also wanted to annihilate Great Wu's main force and earn military merits, their mission was not to launch a counterattack. Moreover, their 200,000-strong army had just been brought over from the polar regions. If they incurred heavy losses in this battle, it would instead leave a bad impression with the North Prince. After hearing Song Xuelin's words, Dongmin Feui did not order his soldiers to continue the pursuit. He promptly led his troops to retreat and begin clearing the scattered Great Wu soldiers. By dawn, when the sky was gloomily bright, the soldiers of North Country were still clearing up the spoils of war in the campsite of Great Wu's army from last night. The so-called spoils of war comprised food supplies and weapons of Great Wu. If this were 1 or 2 years ago, these items would be somewhat useful to North Country, but now that North Country had obtained firearms as a significant weapon, Great Wu's armaments were basically of little use to them. At this time, a soldier approached Dongmin Feui and Song Xuelin and reported, "General Song, General Dongmin, last night we eliminated about 80,000 of the enemy forces and captured more than 20,000 prisoners." Upon hearing this, Dongmin Feui's expression turned somewhat unsightly, and he said with furrowed brows, "Unexpectedly, even with the help of firearms, we let nearly 200,000 Great Wu soldiers escape. I'm afraid that won't be easy to explain to the Great King." After all, this was their first battle since arriving in North Country, and they had let the enemy escape. This made Dongmin Feui feel somewhat uneasy, fearing that their king would think them incompetent. Just then, from a distance, a soldier with a small flag on his back riding a horse galloped towards them. Arriving in front of them, the soldier dismounted and handed a message container to Song Xuelin. The king's military order. Hearing this, Song Xuelin quickly took the message container from the red ribbon messenger, opened it, and took out the military order for a quick glance. Impatiently, Dongmin Feui asked, "What are the king's orders? Are we launching a counterattack? Last night we failed to annihilate Great Wu's army of 300,000, which left Dongmin Feui feeling somewhat uneasy. He thought that if their king allowed a counterattack, they would seize the opportunity to pursue Great Wu's soldiers directly." After glancing at the military order in his hand, Song Xuelin handed it over to Dongmin Feui and said, "The king has no intention of taking action against Great Ju for the time being. He has instructed us not to enter Great Ju's territory. If Great Wu's soldiers flee into Great Ju, let them escape." Upon receiving the military order from Song Xuelin's hand and glancing over it, Dongmin Feui felt immensely frustrated. Seeing Dongmin Feui furrowing his brows and looking very displeased, Song Xuelin said, "General Dongmin need not worry. The king must have his reasons for such arrangements. There will be opportunities for us to distinguish ourselves in the future." Dongmin Feui sighed and said nothing more. Indeed, as Song Xuelin said, Lu Chen's decision not to pursue Great Wu's remnants or enter Great Ju was indeed based on his own considerations. A few days later, Yan County. In his study, Lu Chen was discussing the battle with Zhuge Zongguang. He was already aware of what happened in Cloud City. Dongmin Feui and his men had not been able to annihilate Great Wu's 300,000-strong army. To Lu Chen, this was to be expected as the 300,000 soldiers were the elite of Great Wu and would not be easily conquered. Zhuge Zongguang, gazing at the map hanging on the wall of the study, said, "Prince, the 200,000-strong army of Great Wu has retreated to Great Ju. It's highly unlikely they will launch another offensive but will instead withdraw to Great Wu. However, if they do withdraw, they would inevitably pass through Yuping County, which could lead to a conflict with our soldiers. Although we possess firearms, the army is led by 2 grandmasters. It would be best to immediately dispatch a grandmaster to Yuping County. Firearms could indeed suppress a grandmaster and continuously wear down their strength, but killing a grandmaster wouldn't be so easy." Zhuge Zongguang was worried that if the 200,000-strong army made it to Yuping County, and if Zhan Hong and Xu Xingwen, the 2 grandmasters, decided to strike Mu Chengtian and Wenren Lai directly, Mu Chengtian and the others would definitely be no match for the 2 grandmasters. If Mu Chengtian and Wenren Lai were killed, the North Country's army might very well become leaderless. In such a situation, even with firearms, the North Country's army might face defeat. If Zhan Hong and his men were to seize the firearms of the North Country and use them against the North Country in the future, that would be disastrous. The reason they had managed a crushing victory over Great Wu's large army was mainly due to Great Wu's ignorance of firearms, so the thunderous boom of the cannons had terrified the soldiers of Great Wu. If Great Wu's soldiers obtained the firearms of the North Country and managed to disassemble and study them, they would gain a certain understanding of the weapons, which would make it difficult to replicate the element of surprise in future wars. Thus, at this stage, Great Wu must not be allowed to get their hands on firearms. Hearing Zhuge Zongguang's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, "Upon receiving the battle report from Cloud City, I immediately sent people to Yuping County. Should Great Wu's soldiers retreat there, they will surely be crushed. Great scholar need not worry." Seeing Lu Chen's confidence, Zhuge Zongguang immediately thought of someone. When it came to dealing with Grand Masters most easily, the natural choice was to send a celestial. It seemed that Xuanyuan Cheaj had already left Yan County. Since Lu Chen had already made advance arrangements in Yuping County, Zhuge Zongguang did not elaborate further. At that moment, Lu Chen stood before the map, his gaze sweeping back and forth over it. After a long while, he posed an important question to Zhuge Zongguang. "Great scholar, do you think the North Country can continue to remain peaceful in the future?" Hearing this question, Zhuge Zongguang seemed to understand what Lu Chen was getting at, and then he replied, "No, from the moment firearms were introduced, it became impossible for North Country to maintain long-term peace unless the prince can eliminate all dynasties and unify the entire continent. The power of firearms was too great. With the advent of firearms, Lu Chen had essentially made enemies of all martial artists and threatened all dynasties. Although the war between North Country and Great Wu was able to deter the various dynasties in the short term, in the long run, the dynasties would inevitably form alliances to jointly confront the North Country. And every major dynasty would try to find a way to manufacture firearms. Once all the great dynasties had firearms, the situation for North Country would be even more difficult. Lu Chen actually understood this concept as well. Recently, he had been considering that he actually didn't like the endless waging of war. He wasn't a war fanatic before, he wasn't one now, and it's unlikely he would ever be one. But even if he didn't want to initiate wars, he couldn't stop anymore. Firearms had been exposed, and in the future, many would want his life. Furthermore, his emergence posed a great threat to the world's major dynasties, so even if he did nothing, those dynasties would try by all means to eliminate him as a threat. Therefore, he was being pushed forward by the era. If he wanted to live a peaceful life, he would need to annihilate the other dynasties, and only then could long-lasting peace be maintained. At this moment, Lu Chen gazed at the map on the wall and zoned out for a while. After some time passed, Lu Chen spoke up again and asked, "If we're to achieve unification, which dynasty should we start with?" With North Country's small population, it was impossible to wipe out all the major dynasties at once. There had to be a starting point, in other words, someone to cut down first. Zhuge Zongguang answered, "This servant believes we should start with Great Sum." Before Lu Chen could ask why, Zhuge Zongguang began to explain, "Prince is the child of the Sum Emperor and inherently has the right to inherit the Great Sum's throne. If Prince could succeed to the throne, he could use Great Sum as a base to continue increasing strength. Then, when the time is ripe, eradicate the rest of the great dynasties. Prince is a prince. Even if Prince controls the entire Great Sum, it would not lead to much resistance from the Sum people. If we do not destroy Great Sum first but rather the other dynasties, Prince would face significant ruling pressure. The people of other dynasties might not submit to your rule. With North Country's population still too small, if those dynasties were to rise in chaos, it would be difficult for North Country to suppress the unrest on their lands." Lu Chen instantly understood Zhuge Zongguang's point, which was to use Great Sum as a base, first secure the support of the people of Great Sum, then leverage Great Sum's resources to strengthen himself, and when strong enough to wipe out the other dynasties, use the people of Great Sum to rule over their lands. With North Country's current population, even if they took down all the great dynasties, they wouldn't be able to govern them well and would end up with a big mess. This was actually the order of proceeding from the easy to the difficult, Great Sum being the easiest to control, therefore, they should start with Great Sum. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, then continued to ask, in great scholar's opinion, when would it be best to move south? What Lu Chen referred to as moving south was, in fact, seizing power and the throne. Zhuge Zongguang said, according to this servant, the time has already matured. Great Sum is already in constant civil war, and the common folk wish to see someone appear who can quickly bring an end to Great Sum's internal strife. Additionally, there is a rumor among the common people that the Sum Emperor hasn't much longer to live, and the court ministers as well as the princes also believe the Sum Emperor will not last much longer. Although Prince is aware of what the Sum Emperor is planning, we can completely act as if he is truly on his deathbed. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Zhuge Zongguang meant that they could use the rumors of the Sum Emperor's impending death as a pretext to provide an excuse for them to move south. As to whether the Sum Emperor was truly ill, that didn't matter. Even if the Sum Emperor was not ill, once the army moved south, the Sum Emperor would certainly become ill. Not only ill, there was even the possibility that he might directly pass away. Seeing Lu Chen frown, Zhuge Zongguang realized he might have misspoken and quickly said, Prince, please forgive this servant for speaking out of turn. After all, Lu Chen was the Sum Emperor's son, and Zhuge Zongguang was but a servant. For a servant to speak in front of Lu Chen about the Sum Emperor not having long to live, indeed sounded quite treasonous. Lu Chen then snapped out of it, and with an air of indifference, he said, no matter, I do not care about these matters. I have given it some thought and find great scholars' words to be very reasonable. Once the conflict between Great Wu and North Country concludes, I shall prepare for the move south. Lu Chen chatted with Zhuge Zongguang a lot in the study, and Zhuge Zongguang's words made Lu Chen realize that many things couldn't simply be as he wished. When he appeared in this world, he had already become part of its historical process, and he would inevitably be propelled forward by the wheels of history. The moment he took out the firearms and started producing various modern industrial products, even if he didn't want to initiate war, he would still have to face it. This world would force him to make choices. Lu Chen quickly came to a realization, after all, he had the system. Since he had come to this world and acquired the system, that decided he could not lead an ordinary life, he was destined to embark on a great enterprise. Wanting to live a peaceful life was simple, he thought. Once he eliminated all his enemies and broke through to the heavenly human realm, he would pass the throne to his son, and then he could live peacefully every day. Lu Chen stopped pondering, he returned to his desk and continued dealing with military affairs. This time, he did not go to the front lines for the battle. Although he was still somewhat worried, he was, after all, a prince, and could not possibly do everything personally as before, not just this time, but he reckoned he wouldn't be too involved in future wars either. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly found his body emitting a golden light, and before he could react, a beam of golden light shot out from his body and pierced into the sky. The next moment, thick clouds gathered in the sky above Yan County, and when the common people saw this, they instantly remembered the portent they had witnessed over the old city. Initially, they thought the portent was because Zhuge Zongguang had broken through to the heavenly human realm. Of course, now people knew this was not a sign of breaking through to the heavenly human realm, but no matter what, it meant that North Country had gained another individual even more powerful than a Grand Master. At this time, the women in the inner courtyard of the prince's mansion saw that the golden light was coming from the study, so they all went there, wanting to see who had made a breakthrough. At this moment, Lu Chen entered a mysterious state, feeling as if he had merged with the entire world. After a while, Lu Chen seemed to hear a voice telling him that once he unified the major dynasties, he would become a celestial. A thought struck Lu Chen's heart. Was this the enlightenment that Zhuge Zongguang had spoken of? That is to say, was the test for him to become a celestial the unification of the major dynasties? Lu Chen pondered for a long time and then asked the system, can I not break through to become a celestial through cultivation? No, unifying the major dynasties is also a system task. The host must complete this task to continue advancing the realm through cultivation. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, so, is my realm's stagnation only temporary, and as soon as I overcome this realm, can I resume cultivation in the original manner? Yes. Lu Chen thought to himself, he truly was being pushed along by this world. Now he had no choice but to wage war even if he didn't want to. Shortly afterwards, the golden light on Lu Chen's body disappeared, and the portent in the sky above Yan County quickly dissipated as well. Just then, the voice of a maid rang out from outside the door. "Prince, Commander Qin requests an audience." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Come in." Right away, Qin Yushan pushed the door open and entered the study. "Greetings to the prince." After completing the formalities, Qin Yushan glanced at Lu Chen, having seen the golden light himself. With concern, Qin Yushan asked, "Prince, are you all right?" Lu Chen said indifferently, "This prince is fine, I had a realization just now and have made a breakthrough." Having said that, Lu Chen looked at Qin Yushan and asked, "Any recent movements in the capital?" Qin Yushan was currently responsible for the intelligence gathering within Great Sum. His seeking Lu Chen meant that something new had happened within the borders of Great Sum. Qin Yushan immediately handed an envelope to Lu Chen, and at the same time began to report, "Recently, several seigneurs in Great Sum have been assassinated. As soon as those seigneurs died, the Zhao King immediately sent troops to take over their territories with almost no resistance." Hearing this, Lu Chen said indifferently, "It seems the great scholar had guessed correctly. The Zhao King is indeed a pawn of my imperial father." With that, Lu Chen seriously examined the intelligence he held. Seeing that the report mentioned the old ancestors of Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain entering the imperial palace multiple times, Lu Chen thought that those assassinated seigneurs were probably killed by these two forces. He didn't know what benefits his imperial father had offered these two factions to agree to cooperate with the royal family. Those faction heads were truly ruthless, not afraid that later, his imperial father would dispose of them once their usefulness ended. Lu Chen then indifferently told Qin Yushan, "Continue to keep an eye on things." This intelligence was not very valuable to Lu Chen. He had already roughly guessed what his imperial father intended to do through Zhuge Zongguang's previous analysis, nothing more than to get rid of all the seigneurs in Great Sum and then accomplish a substantial unification. As for whether his imperial father could break through to become a celestial after the unification of Great Sum, that was something that only the future would tell. Seeing that Lu Chen seemed not to care much about this news, Qin Yushan said, "I shall take my leave." With that, Qin Yushan turned to leave the study when Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. "Right, pay close attention to the movements of the two old ancestors of Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain. It would be best if you could find out where they have been and where they are planning to go. Especially pay attention to whether there have been any suspicious Great Sum merchant caravans going to Qi Country recently, and then entering North Country from there." Now that Fixed Wind Mountain and Four Directions Mountain had joined hands with the Sum Emperor, they had begun to target and eliminate the seigneurs of Great Sum. Lu Chen suddenly realized he was also a seigneur of Great Sum. Although he was the Sum Emperor's son, given the current situation, among all the seigneurs, he posed the greatest threat. Additionally, with Great Wu's bitter defeat, North Country's threat had become even more evident, so Lu Chen suspected that his father might very well send someone to assassinate him. The relationship between him and his father was devoid of any familial affection. Although the Sum Emperor had not sent anyone to kill him in the past, the Sum Emperor had always wished someone would kill him sooner rather than later. Whether the Sum Emperor would send someone to assassinate him was merely a matter of the Emperor's impulse. Qin Yushan instantly understood Lu Chen's meaning and said immediately, "Yes, your subordinate will ensure that the brocade guard keeps a close watch on their movements." Lu Chen said, "Don't watch them too closely, after all, they are pseudo-celestials. If we watch them too closely, it's easy for them to notice they're being monitored, which might spook them instead." "All right, you may go now." Qin Yushan bowed again and said, "Your subordinate will take his leave." After Qin Yushan left the study, Lu Chen thought to himself, hoping his father wouldn't really send someone to kill him, for he had been born at least with the use of the Sum Emperor's essence. Although he didn't want to admit it, the Sum Emperor was his biological father in this world. If the Sum Emperor indeed sent someone to assassinate him, then he would only be able to fight back. Father and son turning against each other was a scene Lu Chen did not want to witness, as it might be a bad influence on his own child. Now that Lu Chen was a father himself, he had begun to focus on the upbringing of his children, understanding the importance of leading by example. As Lu Chen was lost in thought, the voice of a maid rang at the door again. Prince, the princess and the others have arrived. Lu Chen snapped back to reality. The commotion just now had been somewhat loud, and now his wives and concubines were probably very worried. He got up immediately and walked toward the door of the study. As soon as Lu Chen came out, Chu Yukon approached him with concern and asked, "Chenur, are you all right?" Lu Chen glanced at his wives and concubines with a smile and replied, "I'm fine. I just had a breakthrough." Upon hearing this, the women were startled. They instinctively thought Lu Chen had broken through to the celestial realm, but they quickly realized their mistake, remembering the incident with the phenomenon triggered by Zhuge Zongguang last time. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao tentatively whispered, "Prince, have you become a celestial?" Xiao Wenyao was rather naive. She was thinking that when Lu Chen was a Grand Master, he already tormented her to no end. If he had become a celestial, she could not imagine how terrifying Lu Chen's strength might have become. Spending her days within the prince's mansion, Xiao Wenyao, this pure white mare from the prairies, had been tainted by Lu Chen. She always thought of matters between men and women first. Lu Chen chuckled and glanced at the women again, as they all looked at him expectantly. He then said, "I've let you down. I haven't become a celestial yet. It's not easy to become a celestial, one has to pass the trials of this world. For now, I can only be considered a pseudo-celestial." Hearing Lu Chen's response, the women felt a bit disappointed, having thought he had already become a celestial. At that moment, Wang Qingqi asked with a charming smile, "Prince, what's the difference between a pseudo-celestial and a Grand Master?" Lu Chen replied seriously, "Besides a slight increase in strength, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference." Chu Yukon said in confusion, "You've advanced a realm, how can there be no difference? Even if you haven't officially entered the celestial realm, you should have some abilities that only a celestial would possess, right?" Then Wang Qingqi spoke flirtatiously, "Why don't you come to my room tonight, my lord? I could help you see what the differences between a pseudo-celestial and a Grand Master truly are." Hearing this, Chu Yukon snorted coldly, "Bitch." They were discussing serious matters, yet this bitch had only one thing in mind to seduce Lu Chen. What a shameless woman. Hearing Wang Qingqi's words, Lu Chen smiled and then replied, "All right, tonight I'll go to your room and test how much my physical condition has improved." Chu Yukon gave Lu Chen a sidelong glance and then said, "Since you're all right, Chenur, we won't disturb you with your official duties." With that, Chu Yukon turned around and said to Mu Zixuan and the others, "Zixuan, let's go back." Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chen and then said, "Prince, since you're all right, we'll return to the inner court first." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, that's fine." Then the women turned and left for the inner courtyard. Wang Qingqi gave Lu Chen a coquettish glance before leaving. Watching her sway as she walked, Lu Chen chuckled, still so seductive after having a child. But since Wang Qingqi wanted to test his strength as a pseudo-celestial, he would indulge her. Tonight, he would go to Wang Qingqi's room and let her thoroughly test him. After Chu Yukon and the others had left, Lu Chen returned to his room and sat down to continue managing military affairs. About an hour later, the maid's voice was heard at the door again. "Prince, Miss Morong requests an audience." Hearing this, Lu Chen did not feel surprised. The appearance of that great golden light from the North Prince mansion just now meant that Morong Shuai, sent by the Yu Emperor as an undercover agent to the North Country, would naturally come to inquire about the situation and see who had made a breakthrough. Lu Chen then said, "Come in." The next moment, Morong Shuai, dressed in plain white clothes, entered the room. Her hair was tied with a black and white hair band, and the color of her clothes also alternated between black and white, which instead of appearing monotonous, actually highlighted the icy temperament of Morong Shuai. Lu Chen only glanced at Morong Shuai before continuing to bury himself in governmental affairs. Because of the previous golden light, a large hole had appeared in the roof of the study, and at this moment, the sunlight was shining through that hole right onto the desk. Seeing that hole, Morong Shuai thought to herself that it seemed the golden light had indeed shone forth from the study. At this time, without lifting his head, Lu Chen asked, "Miss Morong, what brings you here?" Seeing Lu Chen's cold tone, Morong Shuai was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen had not been like this before. Whenever she came, he would always be all over her as if he hadn't seen a woman in a long time. How had he become so serious all of a sudden today? Could it be he had grown tired of her? This thought caused Murong Shuai to feel an immense sense of crisis. Now that she could not go back, she did not control Lu Chen, and the Empress might not trust her in the future. If she wanted to regain the Yu Emperor's trust, she would need the cooperation of the prince. But if the prince had grown tired of her body, it was certain that he would not help her, and she would end up being discarded by both sides, not only abandoned by the Great Jew, but she would also have no place to stand in the North Country. As Murong Shuai was feeling anxious, Lu Chen, seeing that she had not spoken, looked up at her and then asked with a smile, "Why aren't you speaking?" At that moment, Murong Shuai snapped out of it and said expressionlessly, "I just saw a golden light over the prince's mansion, so I came to check out what happened here." Lu Chen said, "You want to see who has made another breakthrough, don't you?" Although Lu Chen had guessed her intention, Murong Shuai did not mind. She knew she could not hide anything from this man. At that moment, Murong Shuai looked up at the hole in the roof and then said, "It seems that the North Country has gained another powerful individual approaching the strength of a celestial." Lu Chen, with a smile, said, "You speak as if you were an outsider, you guys in the North Country. You are my woman now, you should be saying, our North Country." Murong Shuai said coldly, "There is only a transaction between you and me, I will never become your woman." Despite what she said, Murong Shuai felt the uncomfortable feeling in her heart vanish instantly upon hearing Lu Chen's words just now. She had thought that Lu Chen was tired of her, but it seemed she had been overthinking. It was probably because of the war between the North Country and Great Wu recently, so Lu Chen had not been interested in affairs of men and women, which explained his coldness towards her. Lu Chen did not dwell on Murong Shuai's words. He asked with a smile, "Do you want to know who has just made a breakthrough?" Upon hearing this, Murong Shuai grew tense. She looked at Lu Chen's handsome face. Of course, she wanted to know who had made the breakthrough. After all, she was there to gather intelligence. But then Murong Shuai said, "You surely won't tell me. Anyone approaching the strength of a celestial would, of course, be a trump card for the North Country. As the North Prince, how could he possibly reveal his ace so easily?" As Murong Shuai was thinking this, Lu Chen got up from his chair and walked towards her. Seeing Lu Chen approaching, Murong Shuai's body could not help but tremble slightly. She had a complex array of feelings towards this man. If not for him, she would probably still be serving the Yu Emperor in the Great Jew, not in this place, nor in her current predicament. At the same time, she was fearful. On one hand, she was afraid of the man before her taking liberties with her, and on the other, she feared that he had tired of her and would soon cast her aside. Murong Shuai's body trembled slightly, but Lu Chen did not notice her discomfort. After approaching her, he said, "The one who has just broken through, is me. This piece of information should please your emperor, shouldn't it?" At these words, Murong Shuai's mind was slightly shocked. Lu Chen had made another breakthrough. If he was already a Grand Master, and his strength had now approached that of a celestial, didn't that mean he had become even stronger? For some reason, Murong Shuai's mind was suddenly filled with scenes of Lu Chen bullying her. Murong Shuai quickly stopped herself from letting her thoughts run wild. Then she congratulated him with an emotionless tone, "Congratulations to you, Prince, on your breakthrough." Seeing Murong Shuai's cold demeanor, Lu Chen lifted his hand and, caressing her icy cheek, said while stroking her, "Miss Murong, I have given you such important information, what do you intend to offer in return?" Without answering, Murong Shuai basically had an idea of what Lu Chen wanted to do. Lu Chen continued, "By the way, the Yu Emperor has asked you to try to get your hands on some firearms, hasn't he?" Hearing this question, Murong Shuai was taken aback. Indeed, nothing could be hidden from Lu Chen. The Yu Emperor had indeed given her a command to try and get firearms from the North Country, preferably the method of making them as well. But Murong Shuai did not believe that Lu Chen would hand over something so important to her. Thus, she never really believed this mission could be completed. And indeed, things were as Murong Shuai thought. Lu Chen would never give Murong Shuai the firearms and their manufacturing methods. At that moment, Murong Shuai said, "If the prince isn't practicing calligraphy today, then I will leave." Although Lu Chen had guessed her recent task, Marong Shuai did not intend to admit it. Firearms were a core secret of the North Country. If she truly approached Lu Chen with inquiries, it might provoke his displeasure. Therefore, she simply brushed aside Lu Chen's question. Seeing Marong Shuai about to leave, Lu Chen directly grabbed her wrist and then pulled her delicate body into his arms. Marong Shuai didn't struggle, and Lu Chen said at that time, "Practice, why not practice? It has been a long time since I last practiced calligraphy, my handwriting is getting uglier, it's time to seriously practice." Having said this, Lu Chen walked towards the resting room with Marong Shuai in his arms, laughing as he walked. Miss Marong's body is getting softer and softer. Hearing these words, a blush appeared on Marong Shuai's indifferent face. She tried hard to control her emotions, attempting not to be carried away by Lu Chen's words. Soon, they arrived at the resting room, where Lu Chen gently placed Marong Shuai on the bed and then lightly pressed down upon her but did not hurry to start undressing her. He gazed at Marong Shuai's face, which was coldly beautiful with a hint of blush, and said with a smile, "Miss Marong, I feel our trade isn't fair." Hearing this, Marong Shuai was somewhat puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Chen said, "Think about it, in our trade, I provide you with the most secretive information from the North Country, and you just have to practice calligraphy with me. Although it seems like a fair trade, each time we practice calligraphy, I not only expend physical energy but also mental effort, and end up making you comfortable. Tell me, is this trade equal?" Upon hearing this, Marong Shuai was taken aback. The shameless wretch of the North Prince actually had the nerve to say he was at a loss after taking advantage of her. Although her emotions were stirred, Marong Shuai did not argue directly with Lu Chen, but said coldly, "What else do you want then?" Lu Chen said with a laugh, "Since it's a trade, naturally, you should serve me, not the other way around." Upon hearing this, Marong Shuai felt her heart skip a beat, seemingly understanding what he meant, and her cheeks became unbearably hot. Marong Shuai then said, "You practice your writing, how should I serve you?" After all, Lu Chen was truly practicing his writing, and not constantly doing other things. Lu Chen then whispered into Marong Shuai's ear, "You should understand, I'm not talking about writing. Although I need to practice, we can always stop while we're practicing, right?" Marong Shuai wanted to speak but hesitated. Indeed, as Lu Chen had said, although he would write on her, he did not write continuously. Most of the time, they engaged in certain activities, so it was not impossible for her to serve him. But she had grown up in the imperial palace of the Great Zhu and had only ever served the Yu Emperor, a woman, she had never served a man before. Suddenly being asked to serve a man, she was completely at a loss as to what to do. Seeing Marong Shuai silent, Lu Chen asked with a smile, "What's the matter, you don't want to? If you're not willing, then you should go back today." Hearing this, Marong Shuai snapped back to reality and quickly said, "Fine." Although she didn't know how to proceed, having visited the prince's mansion many times and having done many bad things in this room with Lu Chen, she had some experience. She worried that if she did not agree to Lu Chen's demands, he might no longer trade with her in the future, and it would not be so easy to obtain information about the North Country from him. Therefore, she had to meet all of Lu Chen's conditions. With this in mind, Marong Shuai said, You get up first." Seeing that Marong Shuai had agreed, Lu Chen smiled faintly, very pleased with himself, and then got up, took off his shoes, and lay down on the side of the bed. Seeing Lu Chen lying straight on the bed, eyes fixed on her, Marong Shuai felt somewhat at a loss. In her previous visits to the prince's mansion, it had always been Lu Chen who had taken the lead in everything, and she had practically done nothing from start to finish. Now that she was supposed to serve Lu Chen, she had no idea how to serve this thick-skinned fellow. Seeing that Marong Shuai was only looking at him, Lu Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Marong Shuai paused for a moment, then immediately got up, took off her embroidered shoes, and raised her delicate hands to start undressing Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Are you in such a hurry?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Marong Shuai's hands stopped, and she asked, "How do you think I should proceed, prince?" Marong Shuai had no idea what to do, other than to undress him. And yet this man had the audacity to say she was being hasty. Now that they were in bed, if not to undress, what else could be done? This troublemaker was clearly teasing her. Lu Chen said, besides undressing, there are actually many other things we can do. Saying this, Lu Chen raised his hand, grabbed Marong Shui's wrist, and pulled her body down, making her sprawl on top of him. Then, while guiding her hands in what to do, he kissed Marong Shui's red lips. Seeing Lu Chen initiate the kiss, Marong Shui couldn't help but think, overkill. If this scoundrel had his own ideas, why bother making her serve him? They could just go along with his plan. Although a bit annoyed, under Lu Chen's kiss, Marong Shui soon forgot all the displeasure of a moment ago. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Chen lifted his arms, supporting Marong Shui's fragrant shoulders to raise her body, and their lips finally parted. Marong Shui's eyes were shrouded in mist, and she appeared somewhat bewildered. Clearly, she had entered into a certain state of mind, and she hadn't anticipated that Lu Chen would push her away at this moment. Lu Chen gazed into her eyes and said with a smile, "The master leads the student through the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. From now on, it's up to you. Do whatever you think you should do." Marong Shui was slightly stunned, but then she began to disrobe Lu Chen once more, and this time, she did so with much more urgency. This time, Lu Chen didn't stop her, and under Marong Shui's tentative efforts, she finally managed to complete the basic task of serving him. Lu Chen had originally planned to practice calligraphy, but Marong Shui didn't give him the opportunity, as if she was possessed. Meanwhile, Yuping County. Mu Chengtian was arranging the defenses in Lingyun City. They had already heard about the defeat of Great Wu's main forces, and North Prince had also conveyed in his latest military order that they should try to intercept the retreating troops of Great Wu. At this moment, Mu Chengtian felt immense pressure. According to the intelligence reports, there seemed to be 2 Grand Masters among Great Wu's main forces. Here, they had no Grand Masters at all, only Wenren Lai was somewhat stronger. Though they had firearms, killing a Grand Master wasn't just a matter of using guns. Standing on the city wall, Mu Chengtian gazed at the distant forest, his heart filled with worry. Just then, Wenren Lai also arrived at the city wall. Mu Chengtian asked, "General Wenren, are you confident in facing a Grand Master?" Wenren Lai said indifferently, "Yes." Hearing the calm tone of Wenren Lai, Mu Chengtian could only smile bitterly in his heart. All the soldiers who came from the north were much like Wenren Lai, supremely confident at all times, and he wondered where their confidence stemmed from. It seemed Wenren Lai sensed what Mu Chengtian was worried about, so he directly asked, "Is General Mu worried that we are no match for those 2 Grandmaster military generals?" Mu Chengtian answered straightforwardly, "Yes, even with cannons, it's very difficult to breach a Grandmaster's protective gangchi. Both of us are only at the Master realm, to kill a Grand Master will probably be very difficult." Wenren Lai said without worry, "General Mu, you don't need to worry. The prince has tasked us with holding this position and preventing Great Wu's defeated troops from retreating, he will surely send a powerful warrior." Hearing what Wenren Lai said, Mu Chengtian was momentarily stunned. That's right, North Prince had taken part in the battle with Tianqi King. He couldn't possibly be unaware that Grand Masters can withstand cannon fire. He surely knew very well that a master is no match for a Grand Master, so he must have arranged for someone to come. But, who exactly had he sent? Mu Chengtian thought about it. There were not many Grand Masters in North Country. Other than Zhuge Zongguang, the only Grand Masters he knew of were North Prince himself. But, given that North Prince was a senior, he certainly would not lightly enter the battlefield anymore unless it was absolutely necessary. Could it be that North Prince sent Zhuge Zongguang this time? If it was just one Grand Master, it was uncertain whether he would be a match for Zhan Hong and Xu Xingwen. As Mu Chengtian contemplated this, he suddenly felt a breeze brush by. The next moment, he faintly sensed that someone had appeared beside them. Mu Chengtian swiftly turned, alert, and said, "Who goes there?" Before he could finish, he saw Wenren Lai greeting the suddenly appearing elder, "Master, you have arrived." At this, Mu Chengtian was taken aback. He looked at the elder before him. He had seen this man at North Prince Mansion, but since he was mostly in the military camp, He didn't know much about this man, only that he belonged to North Prince Mansion. Mu Chengtian felt puzzled. He couldn't detect any aura of a martial artist from the elder, as if he were just an ordinary person. However, the fact that Wenren Lai addressed the elder as Master suggested that the old man's strength was likely above Wenren Lai's. Mu Chengtian was perplexed, thinking that even if a Grand Master concealed his aura, he should still be able to sense a faint martial artist aura. Moreover, the man had appeared abruptly on the city wall, and he hadn't even seen how the man ascended. To suddenly appear before them, what kind of strength did this person possess? Then Wenren Lai looked at Mu Chengtian and said, General Mu, you might not yet be acquainted with Master Xuanyuan. Allow me to introduce you. Master Xuanyuan was originally the city lord of Great Yu City. Later, the prince assigned Master Xuanyuan to Yan County, to oversee North Country's road construction. Hearing this, Mu Chengtian was taken aback. So, this person was the city lord of Great Yu City, no wonder Wenren Lai called him master. Wenren Lai had come from Great Yu City, and indeed it was right to address his former superior as master. Mu Chengtian then looked at Xuanyuan Cheaj and asked, Master Xuanyuan, I hope you forgive my boldness in asking, are you a Grand Master? Xuanyuan Cheaj didn't answer directly but said calmly, General Mu, rest assured, if the king has sent me here, there is good reason for it. Although Xuanyuan Cheaj did not respond directly, Mu Chengtian discerned from Xuanyuan Cheaj's tone that he didn't consider those two Grand Master military generals as threats at all, leading Mu Chengtian to think that this man must be even more powerful than he had imagined. Could it be a celestial? Thinking of this possibility, Mu Chengtian's heart was filled with indescribable excitement. If this old man was indeed a celestial, then Great Wu's two Grand Master military generals would be no threat at all. The strength of a celestial was to that of a Grand Master as heaven is to earth. Even 10 Grand Masters together might not match up to a celestial. However, if North Country had a celestial, why wouldn't the North Prince let people know? Initially, didn't the North Prince have Zhuge Zongguang pose as a celestial simply to intimidate the various dynasties? If North Country had a celestial, why would there be a need for Zhuge Zongguang to impersonate one? Could it be this old man achieved the breakthrough to become a celestial later on? Mu Chengtian also thought back to when Lu Chen had recently taken the initiative to clarify that Zhuge Zongguang was not a celestial. The North Prince's initiative to clarify that Zhuge Zongguang was not a celestial directly led to Great Wu's decision to deploy troops to attack North Country. If North Country had a celestial, Great Wu would definitely not dare to initiate an attack against them. Mu Chengtian suddenly understood. The North Prince Mansion clarifying that Zhuge Zongguang was not a celestial was, on one hand, to lure other dynasties to deploy troops against North Country, and on the other hand, because North Country already had a real celestial. Therefore, there was no longer a need for Zhuge Zongguang to continue impersonating one. Mu Chengtian couldn't help but think that this was the case. He originally thought that the North Prince Mansion clarifying Zhuge Zongguang's status was because the North Prince felt their North Country had grown and thus no longer feared the other dynasties. He hadn't expected that the real confidence of the North Prince lay with this old man. Mu Chengtian couldn't help but admire Lu Chen once again. Back when he was in the capital city, he really misjudged the situation, thinking that the North Prince was just a prodigal son. He hadn't expected the North Prince to be so formidable, to the point where even a celestial would willingly serve him. At the same time, Mu Chengtian felt somewhat fortunate. Heaven truly wanted to rejuvenate their Mu family. At this moment, Mirong Shuiye continued to serve Lu Chen in her own way, and although it was said to be serving, Lu Chen realized that Mirong Shuiye was merely satisfying her own desires. With a chuckle in his heart, Lu Chen then lifted his hands and firmly grasped Mirong Shuiye's buttocks, preventing her from moving around. After Mirong Shuiye's body was restrained by Lu Chen, she froze for a moment. She tried to twist her body to break free from Lu Chen's grip, but considering Lu Chen was a pseudo-celestial, how could Mirong Shuiye possibly be his match? Upon finding herself immobilized, Mirong Shuiye felt extremely uncomfortable. Just then, she slightly raised her upper body, looking down at Lu Chen from above. Her eyes were misty with a veiled layer, her face filled with a seductive charm. What are you doing? Lu Chen replied with a smile, I asked you here to practice calligraphy, and how can I write with you behaving like this? Hearing these words, Mirong Shuai twisted her body, once again trying to struggle out of Lu Chen's grip. Mirong Shuai spoke, practice writing, let's do that later. What was this time for practicing writing? Mirong Shuai thought to herself with great urgency. Lu Chen smiled lightly, then said, call me, darling, and I'll let you go. No sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking, Mirong Shuai called out shyly and ashamed, darling. Lu Chen also kept his promise and let go of Mirong Shuai, allowing her to do as she pleased. As evening approached, Mirong Shuai lay on the bed with an expressionless face. Lu Chen, lying beside Mirong Shuai, turned to his side, then lifted his hand and gently stroked her cheek, smiling as he asked, what's wrong? I didn't make a move on you today, so why do you seem a bit unhappy? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mirong Shuai wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Of course, Lu Chen hadn't made a move because she had been the one in control all day long. She had never imagined she would become like that. At this moment, Mirong Shuai bit her silver teeth and cursed herself in her heart. She really was a shameless woman. If it had been before, her disgraceful behavior upon coming to the prince's mansion could have been attributed to being forced by this man. Being the oppressed party, she had no way to resist. But today was different, everything was her own initiative. She couldn't understand how she could have become like that. Was she inherently a woman without any sense of shame? After a long while, Mirong Shuai finally spoke in a cold voice, I apologize for taking up your time today, Prince. If you wish to practice your calligraphy next time, you may send someone to fetch me. I will be leaving for today. Having said this, Mirong Shuai prepared to get up, dress, and leave the North Prince mansion, feeling as though she had lost all face. She feared that in the North Prince's heart, she was no different from those women of the brothel. However, just as Mirong Shuai was about to get up, Lu Chen rolled over and pinned her beneath him. He lifted his chest and propped his hands on either side of her head, looking down at her panicked eyes from above. Shuai, I discovered a problem today, have you noticed? You seem to be even more proactive than I am. At these words, Mirong Shuai's cheeks turned even redder, becoming hotter as if they were about to start emitting smoke. Then, trying to justify herself, Mirong Shuai said, that's your illusion. Lu Chen's mouth curved into a slight smile, and he reached out to lift Mirong Shuai's chin, staring straight into her beautiful eyes. Being gazed at so intently by Lu Chen's profound eyes, Mirong Shuai's heart became even more flustered. She had realized why this man had wanted her to serve him today. The reason was simple. He wanted to humiliate her, to make her see clearly what kind of woman she really was. Without a doubt, Lu Chen had succeeded, and she felt like someone driven by desire, no different from an animal, completely unable to control her inner lust. Lu Chen said with a smile, an illusion, huh? After saying so, Lu Chen did not continue but just kept looking into Mirong Shuai's eyes. With Lu Chen gazing at her like that, Mirong Shuai's eyes kept darting away. After a short while, Lu Chen continued to tease, I never would have thought that Great Ju's most famous talented lady, the Inner Palace Prime Minister, would turn into such a person on my bed. Shamed to the core by Lu Chen's words, Mirong Shuai was overwhelmed with humiliation. Despite being insulted by this detestable man, she couldn't say anything in return because, after all, Lu Chen hadn't done anything today, he had merely been lying there the whole time. After a long while, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Mirong Shuai chose to completely fall from grace. With a cold laugh, she said, what's the matter, have I disappointed the prince? I am such a woman. If the prince dislikes someone as shameless as me, he just needs to stop seeking me out to practice calligraphy. Because of her humiliation, Mirong Shuai became angry at this point. Lu Chen smiled faintly, are you flying into a rage out of humiliation? Have you not considered that if I don't seek you out for calligraphy practice anymore, how will you extract information from North Prince Mansion in the future? With that said, Mirong Shuai's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, if Lu Chen grew tired of her and stopped seeking her out, it was very likely that she would be cast aside by the Yu Emperor, and then she would have nowhere to call home. Hateful man. Mirong Shuai felt she was completely under this man's control. Soon after, Murong Shuai asked coldly, "What exactly do you want?" Looking into Murong Shuai's eyes, Lu Chen said, "Great talent, it's not about what I want, but what you want. Ask your own heart, can you ever live without me in the future?" Having said that, Lu Chen leaned forward and captured Murong Shuai's red lips with his own, taking the initiative this time. At that moment, Murong Shuai's mind was in utter chaos. She was still lost, unsure of which path to take for the future. She also realized that she couldn't live without Lu Chen, but she didn't trust him. In her eyes, the reason Lu Chen slept with her was partly because of her beauty, and partly because of her identity. He wanted to use her to achieve some purpose. She was just a pawn to Lu Chen. As a pawn, one is bound to be discarded one day, just as it was with her and the Yu Emperor. If the Yu Emperor learned that she had failed to control Lu Chen, she would certainly be discarded by him as well. Caught between the Yu Emperor and the North Prince, Murong Shuai could see no future for herself. The most terrifying thing was that she had actually fallen for the North Prince, this bad man. Everything she had done before had made it clear that she was deeply infatuated with the North Prince. After an indeterminate amount of time passed, the evening glow in the sky had gradually faded, and the whole world sank into the blackness of the original night. Lu Chen slowly stood up, gazing at the seductive cheeks of Murong Shuai. He was about to speak when Murong Shuai interrupted him. "I'm just your pawn, right?" Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed. "To be honest, you indeed serve a very important purpose for me, but I have never regarded you as just a pawn. Rather than treating you like a pawn, I'd much prefer to make you mine, turn you into my collectible." Murong Shuai said weakly, "The rumors in the outside world are indeed true, you are a lustful rogue." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Didn't you know that already?" Murong Shuai fell silent. Lu Chen continued, "What do you say? Would you like to marry into North Prince Mansion and become my true woman? After all, you cannot go back anymore." Murong Shuai replied, "I can never marry you, even if the Yu Emperor has already discarded me." Lu Chen asked, "Why is that?" Murong Shuai said flatly, "You have too many women, you will grow tired of me one day." Lu Chen said with a smile, "All the women in my prince's mansion had this fear before entering, but after a while, they stopped worrying about it." Murong Shuai continued, "Your ambition is too great. One day, you will become the overlord of the world, and then your women can only live in the imperial palace for the rest of their lives." Murong Shuai wasn't foolish. Having stayed in North Country for so long, she had felt its rapid development and power. The North Prince, as a ruler, indeed had significant flaws, namely his lecherous nature, but this did not prevent Lu Chen from becoming a sovereign who could dominate the world. The battle between Great Wu and North Country already showcased North Country's power and exposed the North Prince's ambition. Murong Shuai had a premonition that the North Prince would eventually unify the great dynasties. Though the future held many uncertainties, she firmly believed in her judgment. Lu Chen said, "I don't recall ever restricting my women from leaving the prince's mansion." Murong Shuai said, "What is now, and what is later, is later." At this point, Murong Shuai looked into his eyes and said, "It doesn't matter to me what you think, I want to make one last trade with you." Lu Chen asked, "What trade?" Murong Shuai said, "I can betray the Yu Emperor and help you collect information about the Great Zhu, but if one day you annihilate the Yu dynasty, you must grant me freedom and let me leave." Murong Shuai understood that she could no longer stay away from this man, yet she did not believe that Lu Chen would truly like her, so she simply treated it all as a trade. Hearing Murong Shuai say this, Lu Chen smiled. Murong Shuai's favorability towards him had long reached a full 100. Unfortunately, favorability is just that, and Murong Shuai did not trust him, nor did she believe he could develop feelings for her. He had not given Murong Shuai a sense of security. But then again, the absence of a sense of security now didn't mean there wouldn't be one in the future. Lu Chen believed that as long as Murong Shuai stayed by his side for long enough, she would eventually come to trust him. Thinking this, Lu Chen smiled and said to Murong Shuai, "All right, I agree." Seeing Lu Chen agree, Murong Shuai's mental knot finally unraveled. She had been struggling with what to do recently, but now that she had spoken her mind, she felt incredibly at ease. As for betraying the Yu Emperor, she had no choice. Even though the Yu Emperor had protected her for so many years, she was, after all, just a chess piece to him and would be discarded by the Yu Emperor eventually. She desired her own life, not one as a mere chess piece. Whether Lu Chen would honor their deal in the end was something she would have to wait and see. She didn't hold out much hope for him. Murong Shuai then said, the Yu Emperor is a celestial. If you want to swallow the Great Ju in the future, your North country will also need to have a celestial power. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. This news was indeed explosive for him. If he remembered correctly, the Yu Emperor was only in her 30s. How could she be a celestial? Regaining his composure, Lu Chen asked, you're not deceiving me, are you? She's only in her 30s. Can someone that age really be a celestial? Murong Shuai said, you're not even 20 years old and you're already at the Grandmaster Zenith realm. Compared to the Yu Emperor, Prince, your martial arts talent is even more fearsome. You and the Yu Emperor both have grand ambitions. Although your realm is currently lower than the Yu Emperor's, with enough time, your strength will definitely surpass hers. Given your current pace of improvement, it's not impossible for you to break through to the celestial realm before you're 30. Lu Chen smiled and said, so you think highly of me. With an expressionless face, Murong Shuai continued, I don't know if the North country has a celestial power. If not, and my virgin mark is indeed a curse pattern used to control you, then you better pretend to be under my control and temporarily act as the Yu Emperor's chess piece. Lu Chen instantly understood Murong Shuai's meaning. If the North country lacked a celestial power and she couldn't control him, the Yu Emperor might personally make a move to eliminate him as a major threat. Thus, if there were no celestials in the North country and he had not yet broken through to the celestial level, pretending to be controlled by Murong Shuai was indeed a way to avoid the Yu Emperor making a move against him. Only. Lu Chen smiled faintly, then said, I'm not accustomed to being someone else's chess piece. Hearing Lu Chen's words and seeing the indifferent smile on his face, Murong Shuai immediately guessed something. It seems your North country already has a celestial. She had just revealed to Lu Chen that the Yu Emperor was a celestial, yet Lu Chen was not frightened at all, implying that the North country must have a celestial. That's why Lu Chen dared not to take the Yu Emperor seriously. At this moment, Lu Chen said, aren't you trying to deceive and outwit me by telling me fake intelligence? Is the Yu Emperor really a celestial? Lu Chen did not distrust Murong Shuai's words. He could tell that Murong Shuai had completely sided with him. However, he still had some doubts. If the Yu Emperor was indeed a celestial, she could easily control him by coming to the North country in person. Why would she need to send Murong Shuai to use her beauty and curse him? Murong Shuai said indifferently, I have told you about the Yu Emperor's strength. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Deep down, Murong Shuai felt somewhat upset. She had already made up her mind to stand by Lu Chen's side, yet this man doubted her words. If he didn't believe her, so be it. Lu Chen also felt Murong Shuai's emotional tone and smiled, then said, it's my mistake, I shouldn't question you. Lu Chen thought to himself that perhaps Murong Shuai considered the Yu Emperor a celestial but, in reality, the Yu Emperor wasn't a true celestial, or maybe she was like him, a pseudo-celestial. No matter how you put it, it was indeed quite exaggerated for someone in their 30s to be a celestial in this world. If true, Lu Chen would even wonder if the Yu Emperor was from his homeland. Of course, if the Yu Emperor was indeed a celestial, then her decision not to eliminate the threat of the North country but instead to have Murong Shuai control him made some sense. It just went to show that the Yu Emperor was ambitious, and not just slightly so. This also matched what Murong Shuai had said earlier about both Lu Chen and the Yu Emperor having grand ambitions. Regardless of whether the Yu Emperor is a celestial, his strength is incredibly formidable. Lu Chen decided that from now on, he would treat the Yu Emperor as a celestial and would not launch an attack on the Da Yu dynasty without absolute certainty. The information that Murong Shuai had told him was quite important. Lu Chen caressed her cheek and then gently toyed with the locks of hair on her face as he said, thank you for telling me this intelligence. Murong Shuai turned her gaze away and said coldly, all of this is just a transaction. With a silent chuckle in his heart at the sight of Murong Shuai's icy demeanor, Lu Chen thought to himself how quickly women change their faces. This woman had just been coquettishly alluring, but now she had turned into a cold, unemotional statue. Murong Shuai continued, I hope you will keep your promise and let me leave in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen said, I will keep my promise. As if. Lu Chen silently finished the sentence in his mind. At that moment, Murong Shuai pushed against Lu Chen's chest and added, I should go back now, that's enough for today. Lu Chen immediately turned and made room for her. He had no intention of keeping Murong Shuai overnight, especially since he had an appointment in Wang Qingqi's room later that night. After getting up, Murong Shuai began to dress, while Lu Chen still lay in bed, taking in her graceful figure. After Murong Shuai had dressed, she turned to look at Lu Chen still lying in bed and said, I'm leaving now. Lu Chen then raised his hand, using spiritual power to gently pull towards himself. In the next moment, Murong Shuai's body uncontrollably fell into his arms. Without struggling, Murong Shuai let Lu Chen embrace her tender body, and then he kissed her red lips. After kissing for a while, Lu Chen slowly released Murong Shuai. Although a flush of red reappeared on her face, her expression remained as cold as ever. Lu Chen said with a smile, I'll have someone escort you. Murong Shuai said indifferently, no need. The carriage from the mansion is waiting for me outside the prince's mansion. Without further words, Murong Shuai turned and walked towards the door of the resting room. Just as she reached the doorway, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and said, next time you come to the prince's mansion, just spend the night here. I'll have a courtyard prepared for you within the mansion. Stopping in her tracks, Murong Shuai turned to face Lu Chen on the bed and said, my relationship with you is merely a transaction, prince. There is no need for you to do this. Lu Chen said indifferently, if you frequently spend the night at the prince's mansion, it will make the Yu Emperor believe that I've fallen for your beauty scheme, which benefits us as well. Murong Shuai responded, I understand, and turned to step out of the room. After Murong Shuai left, Lu Chen got out of bed, dressed, and headed straight to Wind Cloud Court for dinner. During dinner, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, my love, I plan to have Murong Shuai stay at the prince's mansion. Have the servants prepare a courtyard. Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan smiled slightly. They had long been aware of what was going on between Lu Chen and Murong Shuai. I have already had a courtyard prepared, she said. Hearing that, Lu Chen said with a smile, you truly are my beloved, you understand me so well. Chu Yukan then asked, Chenur, Murong Shuai is an envoy from the Great Ju, isn't it improper to have her stay at North Prince Mansion? Lu Chen said lightly, there's nothing improper about it. Her main purpose for coming to North Country is due to the Yu Emperor's mission. Having her stay at North Prince Mansion can confuse the Yu Emperor, and this is to our advantage. Chu Yukan seemed to understand and said, all right, but you should still be cautious of her, she is ultimately one of the Yu Emperor's people. Although Chu Yukan also knew that Lu Chen was adept at dealing with women and almost every woman he came into contact with couldn't help but fall for this bad guy, there are always exceptions. She still had her reservations about Murong Shuai. Just as Chu's words fell, Wang Qingqi, sitting opposite her, said, don't worry, Sister Chu. You're not unaware of the prince's skills. I believe Murong Shuai has long fallen in love with the prince, and she's probably already unable to part with him by now. Hearing this, Chu Yukan snorted and said, not everyone is like you. Lu Chen laughed softly and said, Chu, rest assured, Murong Shuai has already pledged her loyalty to me, and she is now one of my people. Suddenly, Lu Chen remembered something else and said, these are critical times, and everyone should try not to go out. I have a premonition that there will soon be assassins coming to North Country from the capital city. At these words, the women were taken aback. Chu Yukan, pondering, said, the capital city. Chenur, do you suspect your father the emperor? Chu Yukan didn't finish her sentence, as it was unpleasant for a father and son to be involved in such matters. Lu Chen nodded, that possibility cannot be ruled out. The strength of North Country is growing rapidly, and so is the threat I pose. In my father's eyes, I was never his son, and there is no familial affection between us. It's quite normal for him to want me gone. Of course, this is just speculation, he added. Chu Yukan's face showed a trace of worry. She also thought that Lu Chen's conjecture wasn't impossible. The Sum Emperor had always been a heartless and unprincipled man, he had even harmed his own woman to death. What would killing another child count for his own purposes? However, now both Lu Chen and she were grandmasters. Even if the Sum Emperor were to send assassins to North Country, at most he could send a grandmaster. With the two of them as grandmasters, plus Zhuge Zongguang, North Prince Mansion should be safe from danger. After dinner, Lu Chen first took a bath in Wind Cloud Court before heading to Wang Qingqi's room. At that time, Wang Qingqi was still coaxing the child. After Lu Chen entered the room, she handed the child in her arms over to the wet nurse. Wang Qingqi twisted her enchanting body over to Lu Chen. Prince, it is my first time doing that with a celestial. Please be gentle with me. Seeing Wang Qingqi flirting and trying to seduce him, Lu Chen laughed. It seemed he hadn't been here for too long, and this bitch had forgotten the pain once her wound had healed. Lu Chen then said, I am not a celestial yet. A pseudo-celestial is far from a true celestial. At most, a pseudo-celestial could be considered at the Zenith realm within the Grandmaster's Zenith realm. A celestial is known as an immortal, not something a pseudo-celestial could imitate. Wang Qingqi spoke with a smiling voice, in my eyes, a pseudo-celestial is also a celestial. As she spoke, Wang Qingqi raised her delicate jade hand and started to caress Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen caught her wrist in one move and then said with a laugh, although I'm not a celestial, my strength is more than enough to deal with you, bitch. As soon as his words fell, Lu Chen scooped Wang Qingqi up in a princess carry, threw her onto the bed, and pressed down on her. It wasn't until dawn that Lu Chen finally let Wang Qingqi go. Several days later, Yuping County. Zhan Hong and Xu Xingwen were leading the soldiers of the North Country to retreat back to Great Wu through Yuping County. Zhan Hong had already faintly sensed that something was amiss. He said to Xu Xingwen at his side, our supply of food and fodder has been cut off for so many days. I'm afraid that something has happened to Yuping County. After witnessing the mysterious weapons of North Country, they also realized the strength of North Country. Zhan Hong did not believe Ying Feiyu could defeat the garrison of Yonggan County with an army of 300,000, given the frightening power of those iron spheres. At that time, Xu Xingwen said to someone beside him, Deputy General Wang, take 1,000 cavalry immediately to scout the situation in Yuping County. Yes, General. Thereupon, Deputy General Wang led 1,000 cavalry scouts to investigate the entire situation of Yuping County, while Zhan Hong and the others rested with their troops on site. After an unknown amount of time, the 1,000 men Xu Xingwen had sent out started to return one after another. Soon Deputy General Wang also returned, and the faces of the returning soldiers were all filled with panic. Xu Xingwen immediately asked, Deputy General Wang, what is the situation in Yuping County? Deputy General Wang replied, General, Yuping County has been occupied by the North Country. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. Sure enough, the thing they least wanted to occur had still happened. It looked like Ying Feiyu had already been defeated. At this time, everyone on site fell into silence, and both Generals Zhan and Xu did not speak for a long while. After some time, the voice of a soldier from behind came, General, the envoy of Great Zhu has arrived. Hearing this, Zhan Hong and Xu Xingwen immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. At this moment, a person from Great Zhu approached Zhan Hong and Xu Xingwen, I've seen both generals. This is the intelligence our emperor has given to you. Xu Xingwen and Zhan Hong looked at each other, then Xu Xingwen took the intelligence from the envoy of Great Zhu. After looking at it carefully, his eyebrows knitted together. He immediately understood why the Yu Emperor was still providing them with intelligence on North Country at this time. The Yu Emperor intended to use the army of Great Wu to continue testing the strength of the North Country army. After all, they were cut off from their retreat, and if they wanted to return to Great Wu quickly, they would have to pass through Yuping County. Of course, they could also take a detour, but detouring would present many problems. If they detoured to the west to return to Great Wu, it would waste more time, and once North Country was aware of it, it might also send out troops to intercept them. Seeing Xu Xingwen frowning, Zhan Hong asked, what is written in the Yu Emperor's letter? Xu Xingwen handed the letter to Zan Hong. According to the intelligence gathered by the scouts of Great Zhu, there are only 2 master-level military generals stationed in Yuping County. The intention of the Yu Emperor is that if we can kill these 2 generals, it might throw the North Country army into chaos, and then Great Wu could take the opportunity to seize the weapons used by North Country. Zan Hong sneered after glancing at the intelligence Xu Xingwen had handed over, then said, "This woman really knows how to play her gambits. She just wants us to take the risk." Xu Xingwen thought for a moment, then said, "If there really are only 2 master-level military generals in Yuping County, then indeed, if both of us take action, there is a chance we could kill them." Hearing Xu Xingwen's words, Zan Hong said, "To deal with 2 masters, I alone am enough. But to get close to the 2 of them will not be easy." Just then, Deputy General Wang, who had gone to gather information earlier, stepped forward and said, "General Zan, based on the intelligence I've just gathered, Yuping County is not under martial law. It seems that North Country intends to occupy the entire county, so their troops have not looted or killed the common people of Yuping County. More than that, they are even free to move around Yuping County. Lingyun City still has an endless stream of caravans coming and going." Hearing this, Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen were overjoyed. Zan Hong said, "If that's the case, we can first locate where those 2 Grand Master military generals from the North Country are, and then disguise ourselves as a merchant convoy to get close to them. As long as we can get close to those 2 Grand Master military generals, killing them will be easy. Without those 2 Grand Master military generals, the North Country's army stationed in Yuping County will be like headless flies. We might even have the opportunity to counterattack." Just thinking about this, Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen felt extremely excited. Afterward, Zan Hong said to Deputy General Wang, "Send someone immediately to disguise themselves as a merchant convoy and investigate in each city. Once you find out where those 2 North Country Grand Master military generals are, come back and report as soon as possible." As soon as Zan Hong's words ended, some of Great Wu's soldiers started to prepare. They took off their armor and disguised themselves as merchants, heading to various cities in Yuping County to gather information. The 20,000-strong army of Great Wu then moved to a forest in Yuping County to await the opportunity. Zan Hong and his comrades' subtle movements were quickly detected by Mu Chengtian and his group. When the North Country's army entered Yuping County, the Brocade Guard had already spread throughout the whole county. It might seem that Mu Chengtian and his group did not declare martial law in Yuping County, but that was because they planned to use the opportunity to weed out those in the county who didn't submit to the North Country's rule, paying only lip service to loyalty while secretly being disloyal. A few days later, Lingyun City, the prefectural government. Mu Chengtian and Wenren Lai were discussing the interception of Great Wu's remnants when a brocade guard wearing black and red clothes entered the hall. Both Mu Chengtian and Wenren Lai were part of the military system, and the brocade guard reported directly to Lu Chen, which meant neither of them had the authority to use the brocade guard for their tasks. However, Lu Chen had already issued orders for the brocade guard to cooperate with the North Country's garrison in Yuping County to figure out the movements of Great Wu's remnants. As the brocade guard entered the hall, he immediately bowed to Wenren Lai and Mu Chengtian, saying, "Commander Lu Weiming of the brocade guard, at your service, generals." Seeing that it was a commander of the brocade guard, Mu Chengtian swiftly asked, "Commander Lu, have you located movements of Great Wu's remnants?" Lu Weiming replied, "Yes, there have been some people disguised as merchant convoys in Yuping County recently." "Who are the brocade guard?" "They are specialists in espionage, their greatest skill being the ability to read people." The Great Wu's soldiers, disguised as merchants, were immediately distinguishable by the brocade guard as not genuine merchants. Lu Weiming continued, "These fake merchants seem to be inquiring about the whereabouts of you 2 generals. It's my guess that they are intending to find out where you are now to carry out an assassination." Upon hearing this, Mu Chengtian's brow furrowed. But he quickly remembered that there was a celestial in the prefectural government. They had nothing to fear from those 2 Grand Master military generals. Just as Mu Chengtian was about to speak, Wenren Lai addressed Lu Weiming, "Commander Lu, please have the brocade guard spread word that General Mu and I are in Lingyun City. Since they are looking for our location, let's inform them proactively." If we can draw Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen here, that would be best. Hearing this, Lu Weiming turned his head towards Mu Changtian. Mu Changtian stated, "My thoughts align with General Wenren's." Lu Weiming then bowed and said, "Then please be prepared, generals. I will spread the news of your whereabouts in Lingyun City immediately. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now." As his words fell, Lu Weiming turned and left the prefectural government. The brocade guard quickly spread the news that Mu Changtian and Wenren Lai were in Lingyun City. To avoid arousing suspicion from Xu Xingwen and Zan Hong, there was a noticeably larger number of soldiers stationed near Lingyun City than usual. At this time, Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen were still unaware that Lingyun City was a trap. Upon learning that Mu Changtian and Wenren Lai were there, they were very pleased, as they were just about to pass through Lingyun City. Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen immediately began to prepare. They selected some elite soldiers and then disguised themselves as merchants, heading towards Lingyun City. To make themselves look more like merchants, they directly robbed a merchant caravan and even killed all of the caravan's people. Perhaps it was because their caravan did have goods. When they passed through the gates of Lingyun City, the soldiers only briefly checked and then let them through. Seeing how easily they had entered Lingyun City, Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen felt somewhat strange. It was a time of war, shouldn't there be strict inspections? Instead, why were they allowed to pass through so easily? As they were puzzled, they overheard the conversation of the North Country soldiers at the gate. Recently, more and more merchant caravans have been coming to Lingyun City. Yeah, the shortage of supplies in Lingyun City will soon be resolved. It's really enviable for these merchants. Wherever there's war, that's where they go to make big money. Don't say that. Now that Yuping County is under our North Country's control, the prince won't let them raise prices at will. Hearing the discussion of the North Country soldiers, Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen realized why the soldiers had so easily let them in. It turned out that Lingyun City was facing a recent shortage of supplies. This made sense. After all, following the outbreak of the war, the merchants and aristocratic families would have fled with their belongings. Previously, the merchants and aristocratic families played a role in the distribution of goods, and their departure would inevitably lead to a shortage of supplies in the city. After the North Country occupied Yuping County, in order to rule over it, they couldn't afford to ignite the anger of the common people, so they sought ways to restore prices to their previous levels. To bring prices back down, naturally there was a need for merchants to transport supplies, such as food, from other places. The reason the North Country soldiers inspected so loosely was likely to speed up the entry of merchant caravans into the city and suppress the prices within the city. With this in mind, Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen did not suspect anything further and then blended into Lingyun City, staying at an inn. Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen were confident in their strength, but to be cautious, they planned to take action at night. In the event of any mishaps, with the strength of the two Grand Masters, they would be able to easily escape from Lingyun City. Their caution was mainly due to their worry that the North Country might possess weapons even more formidable than cannons. In the evening, inside the prefectural government, Wenren Lai and Mu Changtian sat in the pavilion in the courtyard, with Xuanyuan Cheoj sitting beside them, engaged in discussion. At this time, Lu Weiming of the brocade guard entered the courtyard and approached the three of them. "Master Xuanyuan, generals, the fish have entered the net." Upon hearing this, the three men showed a hint of subtle smiles. Eliminating Xu Xingwen and Zan Hong, the two Grand Master military generals, would be an absolute disastrous blow to Great Wu. The remaining troops led by Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen would also quickly disperse due to the lack of leadership. Xuanyuan Cheoj then said, "I need to hurry back to Yan County, so let's not waste any more time and take action now." Upon hearing this, Wenren Lai said, "Master Xuanyuan, if we take action now, I'm afraid it will reveal your celestial powers." Xuanyuan Cheoj casually replied, "There are not many people in this world who have seen a celestial. Besides, those people disguised themselves as merchants to enter Lingyun City, and no one knows that there are Grand Masters among them." Xuanyuan Cheoj thought, as long as they could deal with those two swiftly, no one would know that the slain Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen were Grand Masters. If people do not know they were Grand Masters, how could they deduce that the one who acted was a celestial? Mu Changtian said, "Senior Xuanyuan makes sense. We are in your hands then. As soon as the words fell, Mu Chengtian and Wenren Lai immediately led their troops to the inn where Xu Xingwen and Zan Hong were staying, giving the reason that spies had infiltrated and they were there to capture them. The common people of Lingyun City, seeing the soldiers coming and going, did not take it to heart, as they had observed the conduct of the North Country soldiers in recent times. Besides targeting some of the aristocratic families, the North Country soldiers hardly made life difficult for small merchants and peddlers, and the ordinary common people had not suffered at the hands of those soldiers. This convinced the people of Lingyun City that the initial claims of North Prince's benevolence, made by Wenren Lai, were true. At this moment, Xu Xingwen and Zan Hong were still on the second floor of the inn, discussing how they would proceed that night when they suddenly heard the clamor of armor outside. Then, a soldier by the window immediately said, "It's not good, the soldiers of Lingyun City have surrounded the inn." Hearing this, Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen were taken aback. They had only just entered Lingyun City, and they did not expect that their lodging would be surrounded so quickly. Could it be that they've already been discovered? Xu Xingwen said, "Let's not make any rash moves yet, let's see what the situation is first. It's possible they're not here for us." No sooner had Xu Xingwen spoken than the shouts of North Country soldiers came from outside. "Spies inside, you are surrounded. Come out and surrender immediately, or face death without mercy." With those words, all the guests who were still in the inn ran out. At that moment, the shopkeeper rushed to Wenren Lai's side and asked, "My lord, what's happened?" Mu Chengtian said indifferently, "Some spies have infiltrated and we've discovered them. Quickly get everyone out. Once we start fighting, I'm afraid they'll be implicated. As for the inn, any damages will be fully compensated by the North Prince Mansion." The innkeeper was somewhat stunned. He had not expected spies to run to his inn, and although he was not sure whether the North Prince Mansion would indeed compensate him, under these circumstances, he could only cooperate and have everyone in the inn come out. At this moment, Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen still hadn't moved. They still fancied that the soldiers outside might not be looking for them. Just then, Xu Xingwen and Zan Hong suddenly felt a strange force sweep through their bodies, causing great discomfort, though the force vanished very fast. Xuanyuan Chaoj then said, "They are on the second floor. Move in." As he spoke, the soldiers in the street, holding grenades and fire guns, greeted the second floor of the inn. Following the explosion of several iron balls in their room, Xu Xingwen and Zan Hong realized that they had indeed been discovered. Since they had been discovered, there was no point in hiding. They both jumped straight out of the second floor. The North Country soldiers below immediately attacked them with fire guns, but the bullets only hit their protective gangchi, to no effect. At that moment, Zan Hong's gaze instantly locked onto Wenren Lai and Mu Changtian. He could sense that these two were at the Master Realm, and their armor, so different from regular soldiers, along with the capes they wore, clearly indicated the attire of a general. Thus, he deduced that these two men must be generals of the North Country Army, and the very targets of their mission. Zan Hong immediately said to Xu Xingwen, "Old Xu, we're in luck, our targets have delivered themselves to us." Xu Xingwen also noticed the realm of Wenren Lai and Mu Changtian, and immediately said, "Let's finish them off fast." As soon as Xu Xingwen finished speaking, the two charged toward Wenren Lai and Mu Changtian. They completely failed to notice an old man beside Mu Changtian and Wenren Lai. Celestials could easily conceal their presence, and to everyone else, Xuanyuan Chaoj seemed no different from an ordinary person. Thus, they had no idea that the decrepit old man beside their targets was a celestial. In the blink of an eye, Xu Xingwen and Zan Hong appeared right next to Wenren Lai and Mu Changtian. Their lips curved up slightly, thinking their mission was accomplished. With these two dead, Lingyun City would surely descend into chaos. However, just as they were about to make their move, a mighty oppressive force suddenly descended. Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen felt as if a mountain weighed upon them, and although they struggled, they found they were completely immobilized. At that moment, their protective gangchi shattered like glass with a crack, and before they even understood what was happening, Mu Changtian and Wenren Lai struck. Mu Changtian drew his sword, beheading Xu Xingwen in one stroke, while Wenren Lai raised his hammer, smashing it onto Zan Hong's head, causing brains to splatter instantly. Two Grand Masters were thus easily dispatched by two Master-level military generals. Of course, it was not solely their effort. The ease with which Mu Changtian and Wenren Lai disposed of Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen was entirely due to Xuanyuan Cheaj, the celestial who had suppressed the power of Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen, shattering their protective Gangqi and temporarily leaving their bodies defenseless. Without the help of Mu Changtian and Wenren Lai, they would not have stood a chance against the Grand Masters. Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen had not anticipated a celestial in Lingyun City. Had they known, they would have been much more cautious and not died so easily. Although celestials are powerful, they are not invincible. Suppressing two Grand Masters for just a few breaths had also exhausted a significant amount of spiritual power from Xuanyuan Cheaj. If not for the sudden turn of events, Xu Xingwen and Zan Hong might have reacted in time to break free from Xuanyuan Cheaj's restraint. However, in the world of masters, victory and defeat are often decided in an instant. It was in these few breaths that Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen lost their lives. With these two Grand Masters gone, the rest of the Great Wu soldiers in the other inns were quickly dealt with by the North Country soldiers. The soldiers from Great Wu within the inn had at most half-step master strength and could not resist the power of firearms. Seeing the corpses of Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen, two Grand Masters, Mu Changtian felt somewhat emotional. These were Grand Masters, once considered as strategic weapons by various nations and pillars of the state. The Grand Masters had been killed by two masters in the face of a celestial. The power of a celestial is truly fearsome. This world is truly about to change. In the future, any dynasty that lacks a celestial will surely face destruction. Grand Masters will no longer be the pillars of a nation. Instead, celestials will take their place and become the new foundation of a country or dynasty. Thankfully, North Country possesses a celestial. Mu Changtian felt an immense relief that they had gone to North Country. It seemed that with the celestial of North Country, it wouldn't be long before they could unify the world, and the North Prince would become the lord of all. Perhaps it was his overly joyous mood, but suddenly, Mu Changtian felt the skill within him growing rapidly. However, before he could say anything to Wenren Lai beside him, a surge of power burst forth from Wenren Lai's body, sweeping past everyone. The next moment, Mu Changtian realized that the martial presence emanating from Wenren Lai was significantly stronger than his own. But Wenren Lai's expression showed no change whatsoever, as if the whole event was not worth getting excited about. Tentatively, Mu Changtian asked, "General Wenren, did you just break through to the Grandmaster realm?" Wenren Lai responded indifferently, somehow, I've broken through. Seeing Wenren Lai's expression remain so calm, Mu Changtian couldn't help but admire him. He thought if it were him breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, he wouldn't know how to contain his happiness. After all, the only realm now capable of withstanding firearms was the Grandmaster realm. In the upcoming age of firearms, only Grandmasters would become the true divide between ordinary people and martial artists. Anyone below Grandmaster level was deemed ordinary, but upon reaching Grandmaster, one could face firearms without being killed by a commoner wielding them. At this moment, Xuanyuan Cheaj looked at Wenren Lai with a smile and said, "General Wenren, you've finally made the breakthrough. I'll report your success to the king as soon as I return. He will certainly be most pleased to hear it." Mu Changtian asked from the side, "Is Elder Xuanyuan planning to return?" Xuanyuan Cheaj answered, "Yes, now that Zan Hong and Xu Xingwen are dead, my mission is complete. Besides, with General Wenren becoming a Grand Master, having a Grand Master stationed in Yuping County means there should not be any issue wiping out the remnants of Great Wu. In these turbulent times, it is most important for me to return quickly and protect Yan County and the North Prince Mansion." Mu Changtian replied, "What you say is true, Elder." Xuanyuan Cheaj then said, "All right, let's not linger any longer. Everything henceforth will be left in your two capable hands. I will take my leave now." As his voice fell, Xuanyuan Cheaj disappeared from the spot in an instant. Mu Changtian and Wenren Lai then came back to their senses and began directing the soldiers present to clean up the site. In the following days, Wenren Lai and Mu Changtian led their troops to clear out the Great Wu soldiers within Yuping County. The 200,000 soldiers soon learned the news of their general's failed assassination attempt. When the Great Wu soldiers first heard of their general's defeat, they couldn't believe it. After all, Zanhong and Xu Xingwen were Grandmaster-level military generals. Grandmasters did not die easily, especially when their targets were merely at the master level. But as time passed, and the North Country's army continued to track the movements of their 200,000-strong force, plus the fact that their generals did not return, they pretty much confirmed the failure of Zanhong and Xu Xingwen. However, before the return of Zanhong and Xu Xingwen, they dared not make any moves. Eventually, the 200,000-strong Great Wu army stayed hidden in the forest for nearly half a month. Later, due to a shortage of provisions, some soldiers could no longer bear it and deserted. Once the deserters were captured by North Country soldiers, the whereabouts of the 200,000 troops were quickly ascertained. When North Country soldiers besieged the 200,000 Great Wu troops, the Great Wu soldiers had already lost all will to fight. Even though they were elite troops, the bombardment by cannons, lack of logistical supplies, and the disappearance of their generals had worn down their fighting spirit entirely. Ultimately, a master-level vice-general stepped forward, leading the 200,000 Great Wu soldiers to surrender. With this, the initial phase of Great Wu and North Country's battlefield engagement came to an end, and it was now North Country's turn to play their hand.